like if you come in to sit during that panel or something,
Okay.
you want to have them with you. That's fine.
Like at the table or
Yeah.
okay.
You don't want to turn them on until we're ready for the pressure. It only takes 2 seconds for it to put it into the system.
Okay.
And you just push this button
Okay.
all the way up.
Okay. And is there like a light when I know it's working or something?
That I don't know.
Let me just try it.
Yep.
Oh, that's it. So here. Okay, cool. So yeah, I can grab that and then it's your place. We'll be right back. 11:30ish. Okay. All right. Cool.
Here she is. We can tell her. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do this sometimes.
Sure.
I know.
We can see it.
Yeah, we could add a slide there.
Like getting ready to go.
So basically, in between photos, we'll add a slide that's just the Wi-Fi password.
Oh, I think that's
Okay. So
I put it on the home page so people can see it when they get on the but now I don't list anything else.
okay, perfect. I'm gonna bring another chair over here because you're gonna hang out with me, right? Okay.
Well, he has to be timekeeper though, because Lindsay's not here.
Okay, I just need somebody to cover for like 20 minutes from 9:30.
Oh, you have to do something.
I have to go take care of my lady.
Your things, your women's business.
That's it.
I should be able to do that. You just tell me what I need to do.
Just make sure the computers don't fall asleep.
Okay.
And then if like the panel changes, then you just go to the next slide.
Okay, because I am taking people for interviews, but I won't do that until after Dr. Kravat's.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So-
perfect. And that's it. Basically, just switching the thing so it goes to his name when he goes up there.
I'll be checking out if you're.
Would you rather somebody else do the time?
Do we have somebody, like one of the interns
Yeah.
or something? Can they do it?
Yeah.
Okay, because then otherwise you could do that.
Is that what Catherine was asking it for? Okay.
I'm just like, I can grab another one if you need one too.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sharing Water event. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sharing Water event. Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and help me welcome this year's moderator for the conference, Amanda Rossiter.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I like that. Good job. Early on a Monday morning. I'm Amanda Rossiter. I would like to welcome you all to our 2017 Sharing Water event. This is a North American regional process event for the 8th World Water Forum that's going to happen next year. As a former journalist and now proud member of the Coca-Cola Company, it is a pleasure to be part of this really important event and with people who care about the crucial role that water plays in all of our communities. I have to say that a lot can happen in a decade. Who remembers 2007? Raise your hand. Come on, raise your hand. A lot can happen in a decade, right? We've seen a couple of presidents now. 10 years ago, how about this? Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone. How about that? That one surprised me. TV series Mad Men debuted. And this was one that stuck out with me. Tiger Woods won the PGA Championship. How about that? Another important milestone a decade ago was this partnership between the Coca-Cola Company and WWF. It was created. And so today is a bit of a celebration for all of us of this 10th anniversary and a lot of the work that's been done to advance water stewardship and to restore and conserve priority watersheds around the world. Before we go any further, I have been asked to announce a reminder to use our hashtag. We have a hashtag today. For any of your social media posts, we hope that you will post and let folks know what's going on. It's hashtag sharing water. Also, this event is being live streamed. We're not going to show the audience, have no fear, but all of the speakers will be shown. And if you have to leave and you want to look it up later, please do. It is, Jenny, correct me if I get this wrong, Coca-Cola.com/sharingwater. Okay, so hashtag is hashtag sharing water. And then you can go to our Coca-Cola site, which is coca-cola.com/sharingwater, and look up the live stream. So let's open our day. Thank you all for being here. We're going to have a lot of fun and some really good conversations throughout the day. We'd like to open the day with representatives from WWF and Coca-Cola. Please help me welcome Sheila Bonini and Bruce Karras to the stage. You're going to have to be patient with us throughout the day because it's a trek to get up here. So we'd like to kick off the day with a scene setter of really where we stand in the water landscape. So I'm going to turn it over to start this to Sheila and let you say hello to everyone and give them your perspective on where we are.
Super, thanks so much. I think one of the things I was thinking about is why are we here starting out, and with more than half of the world's population facing some kind of water stress, it's just so important that we're addressing these challenges now, and with the threats of climate change, which are only going to make situation worse. So I want to first say good morning to everyone and thank you for being here. I just give a little bit about myself. If those of you who don't know me, I'm Sheila Bonini. I'm World Wildlife Fund's head of private sector engagement, all of the work that we do with companies, which is very relevant because I lead the work we do with companies like Coca-Cola. And you all might be wondering, why is it that WWF and Coca-Cola are here today sponsoring this event or co-hosting this event? And I think it's really important to understand the work that we did started a decade ago, and we realized that it's not enough just to do the on-the-ground work, that we really need to look at policy and engage on policy. And so that's why this event and the run-up to the 8th World Water Forum is so important. It's also so important, we talk about sharing water, the sharing and the idea of collaboration and working together, which this event is about as well. That there's no silver bullet for sustainability, and we all need to work together. That means the civil society, business, and governments, because no individual or company or government can solve the problems of securing a sustainable water future that we're all aiming for. So I want to thank you for all coming here, for sharing this event with us, and we hope that through the dialogue today, you'll go away learning that we'll be able to bring some really important learnings to the 8th World Water Forum. Both our thoughts in terms of the agenda and in terms of policy. So thank you again for coming and sharing this event with us.
Bruce, do you want to talk about what water sharing means to you and what this partnership means?
Sure, and welcome everybody. This is this is a great event to celebrate 10 years. In 2007, my hair had less gray in it. I was sitting there thinking about how are we going to meet our goals as a company, and one of the things you learn in that type of role is, as Sheila had already talked about, we can't do it by ourselves, and having a partnership like we have with WWF has really kind of bolstered the journey, and really, for me personally, working with our colleagues in WWF opened up my mind to really a broader look at water, and really truly looking at water as something that we share with communities that we all live in and operate in. So it's been an interesting journey from that perspective. I always look at the sustainability space that I'm in as really having 3 key areas that are really important. So passion is one, and everybody in this room is passionate about water and what we do in it. Innovation, we can't continue to do the things we're doing 40 years ago today. We have to do things differently with water and around water. But partnerships is probably the third piece, and the most important learning for me is that we have to rely on our partners to really help us do the right thing as a company. So water sharing is something that I think we're going to have to continue to look at this very precious resource. In my geography where I operate, North America, it's always been taken for granted as something that's always there, and there's plenty of it. And certainly in the last 10 years, we've seen that there are some challenges that we have to deal with, and there are opportunities. So with every challenge, there are always opportunities.
Sheila, let me ask you this question. 10 years later, and for you too, Bruce, are you where we thought we'd be with this partnership?
Yeah, so I have to first give some credit to my colleagues because I've been at WWF since January, but my colleagues have been for 10 years working with Coca-Cola. So I think Karen is here in the audience and folks from my team and the private sector group as well. My predecessor, Suzanne Apple, who worked with Coke in the beginning years. So I want to be able to say there in the beginning, I think they set some ambitious goals and really set out to say, how are we going to make water in basins around the world? How are we going to make it more sustainable? So I think there's huge progress. Over 200 million hectares of sustainable basins or wetlands have been preserved through the partnership over the 10 years. The partnership right now is really focused on getting sustainable basins around the Mesoamerican Reef and the Yangtze River and looking at goals to be there in 2020, and also some really ambitious goals around carbon and water to be 25% more efficient in 2020 and to reduce the carbon emissions by 25%. So really ambitious and bold goals, and I'd say we're really proud of the partnership that we have together with Coca-Cola. And I think really what a big part of it too is going so much beyond just what Coca-Cola does in their own operations and really taking responsibility for the resources, for the water in the basins where they're working is just such a tremendous example that 10 years ago we didn't see that. And it's really what this partnership has brought to the forefront, that importance of engaging all of the stakeholders and working on the basins. So I think we're very, very proud of this partnership and where we've come over the 10 years and of the working that we've done together to engage other stakeholders and to really bring others into that conversation.
Bruce, how about you? 10 years ago, did you think we'd be where we are right now?
Yeah, let me. I guess I would put it as part of my journey, the story that I would tell to illustrate what Sheila just said, and I agree with your comments. 10 years ago, besides having my hair turn gray, trying to figure out how to get this work done, we had a great opportunity in the Rio Grande Basin to do some work that WWF brought to us, and we started on this journey. We went out to see the work a few years back. But the interesting thing is we're starting to look at a basin level. In 2007, at the front end, we're doing little projects. And then my frustration is you do a little project, you go, that's great. It does some good things for water, but in the whole scheme of things, it's tiny. And now we're in a project that's much bigger, 60 kilometers of the river. We've taken out Arundo. We've had this impactful project that you can actually see the results. And I don't think we would have thought about, on my team, the implications of that work in terms of flood impact, impact on the local population, but it's gone even broader. So we're looking at a binational forum later this year where we'll work with all different kinds of groups, both in the U.S. and Mexico. So I would have never thought we would have been there 10 years ago. And it's actually kind of rewarding to see that we can have a much broader impact, but it takes a great partnership to help make the right connections to get there.
Would you say those are your key accomplishments?
I think for our geography, that's one. Mm-hmm. I think the other broadening that I think has been very helpful is starting to think about water in terms of the whole agriculture space. So we've done some projects in the Mississippi River Basin and also out in California with the Water Action Collaborative, and I know that you guys are involved in that as well. And I think that's been a nice add to the work that we've done to get away from just saying, well, we'll work in this green infrastructure. It's really broadening to look at agriculture because I think that's a huge opportunity as well.
Let's talk about some of those areas in which we work and how important the people are who live in those areas. Can you speak to that and maybe give us an example of some interaction that you've had?
Sure. One of the more striking conversations I had was when we were actually on the river, on the Rio Grande, looking at some of the Arundo removal. And the fascinating thing was some of the people going along with us on the trip actually worked on the removal during the summer when it was 110. I was there, it was a little cooler. But really what it turned out to be is in that area, these were green jobs for people both on the Mexican side and on the U.S. side to go out work on their river. They asked us a lot of questions about why we would be involved as Coca-Cola in something like this. They were interested in what our drivers were. But what I got back was they were proud of their river. They wanted people to know that it was important to them. And they really dove into the work. They went after it with a passion. They looked at Arundo as sort of the enemy. And they wanted to really make it work. But it was great to walk back and see that these people valued the work. It was a job for them in the summer. We found out that part of the funding helped the Mexican crew with equipment that they wouldn't have normally had to do the work. So those were things that really struck me as something that I wouldn't have normally thought about with that project, and it turned out to be bigger than I thought.
Is it important to replicate that type of relationship everywhere we work?
I think so, because when we talk about the theme of this gathering, it's water sharing. I mean, we need to engage the people that we share that water with. And I think what we'll find is that people will value it just as much as we do.
Is there danger in not creating those relationships?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, that is for my team, whatever water project we do, we always include time when we're interacting directly with that project. Employees go out, and that's where those conversations start to really understand what's the impact. So people need to understand that water doesn't come from the valve or the faucet. It comes from this huge watershed, and we have to take care of it.
Sheila, take a broader approach now for us and tell us a little bit about what you view as the future of sustainability.
That's a great question. I think I've been working in the sustainability space for many, many years. So as context, I was at McKinsey doing consulting, decided that my passion was in sustainability, to help build the sustainability practice at McKinsey & Company, global consulting firm. And in fact, I was responsible for starting McKinsey's work on water. In part, what got me to sort of get that bee in the bonnet, because I certainly wasn't it's not what I studied undergraduate. I was a math major and I was doing finance and things like that. But I interviewed a couple of our key clients, and I interviewed Neville Isdell, who was then chairman and CEO of Coke, as well as Peter Brabeck at Nestle. And they both, one of the first things they said is, my most important thing is water. And I looked at what we were doing. I had started with a number of colleagues the work we were doing on sustainability, mostly reputation issues here and there, and climate was a big concern. People were concerned about then regulation, which has not happened, unfortunately. But we weren't doing anything on water, and I thought, these are some of the biggest companies who are telling me that their biggest concern is water. We need to do something about this. So that was probably 10 years ago, around that time frame. So sustainability was happening. We were doing a lot of work in Europe. But it wasn't, it still was kind of a nice to have. It was off on the side. Where sustainability is today is very different. I think if I look at our partners, many companies in the Fortune 500 or 100, that it is up there as one of the key issues. Most companies will have either a chief sustainability officer or someone in that role. So we're really seeing a shift of this getting more integrated, which is tremendous. I think the other thing, and Coke really at the forefront of this as well, is companies went from starting to just worry about a reputation, right? So, am I going to get, something that's going to harm somehow how my customers think of me, to starting to take responsibility for their own footprint first, and saying, what in the world, what is my footprint in the first place? And I think that where we're getting today is a lot of companies recognizing, one, their own operations are not enough, right? They're going to have to go out to their supply chains, think about their products, think about what's in their products and how they're created. But even that isn't enough. And I think for a resource like water, it's so clear. You can be super water efficient, right, with your own operations. And if there is no water in the basin, it doesn't matter, right? You have to work with the stakeholders, and you have to go beyond just your own little field and begin to say, how do we solve this problem collectively? And so I think where the most, kind of the leading edge companies are is realizing that it's beyond footprint, it's beyond supply chain, and it's really about engaging around these issues and solving the system issues.
What do you, a quick follow-up on that, what do you see as the biggest gap in creating these types of partnerships and getting to that result?
Well, collaboration's hard, right? So we all talk about collaboration. We know it needs to happen, but it's hard to do. I mean, it's hard to even collaborate within organizations, right, let alone outside of organizations. And then you start working with different types. So the need for companies to work with civil society, right, and not just one player, but multiple players, and then to work with government. And that all slows everything down, right? Business is used to moving at a really fast pace, and having to kind of work with all these different players, make it all work, is sometimes, it adds extra, time and cost into the equation. But if you don't engage all the other players, a single company can't do it, right? You can't go off and solve the problems. So I think it's hard. But I think the more we engage, the more we learn how to engage and get better at engaging. I think one of the things that's so wonderful about the partnership we have with Coke is two very global organizations are able to then go and work at a really local level, right? Because we have presence in so many places. WWF is in over 100 countries. Coca-Cola, you're in over 200 countries and territories. We have this global scale, this ability to convene events like today, that we can then bring that power as well as that really deep, on the ground work together, this kind of global and local combination that is so important.
That's great. We're going to leave it there. Here's to collaboration. Hashtag sharing water, everyone. Bruce Karras, Sheila Benini, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we all know it's one thing to read about a water issue, and it's another thing completely to experience it firsthand and then have to manage it, right? Today we have the opportunity to hear first-person perspective of some of those most pressing issues from the Director of the Office of Groundwater and Drinking Water for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Dr. Peter Gravatt is responsible for the development and implementation of national drinking water standards, as well as oversight and funding of state drinking water programs. Please help me welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Peter Gravatt.
Thank you, Amanda, and good morning, everyone. It's a delight to be here with all of you on such an important issue. And one of the things that I'm going to be talking about today is the importance of having a community of folks who are working together on water issues to make sure that we can sustainably provide drinking water to populations here and around the world, but also to make sure that we can balance the various issues around ecosystem services as well as drinking water availability for communities across the United States. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Thanks to Coca-Cola, to the World Wildlife Fund, to the World Water Council, and to Chuck for organizing this event today. So a very broad community of partners is needed to make sure that we can reliably and sustainably provide drinking water to the population. Many of you are represented here in the room. Many are working in communities all across the United States who aren't here today, who all play a critical role in providing safe and clean drinking water. And as Amanda said, my role at EPA is to oversee all aspects of implementation of the Safe Drinking Water Act, which is the key piece of legislation that a little bit over 40 years ago set up the structure for our national primary drinking water regulations that apply across the United States, as well as, with some subsequent amendments, set up important funding programs. One, the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund that I'll talk a little bit more about. And then also a program that I'll probably touch on a little bit today as well that is perhaps lesser known to folks, the Underground Injection Control Program, which also plays a very important role in protecting drinking water sources. So everything that happens in every community across the United States relies on the availability of safe drinking water. Every job, every business, every family requires safe drinking water every day to be available. One of the things that I was thinking about in coming to this meeting, in terms of examples that help to see how that plays out, I don't know how many of you remember back in 2013, in the summer of 2013, there was a particularly hot, very hot week in 2013, and I was on travel outside of Washington, but I turned on the news and I saw this story that there was a great big water main in Prince George's County, a 54-inch water main that the WSSC said, we're going to have to shut this down. Now, there's some important stories there that I want to come back to, but just to focus now on what happened when WSSC said, we're going to have to shut this down. So how many people were served by that water main? Well, about 100,000 people. What was the temperature that week? The highs were ranging around close to 100 degrees. So think about some of the families. This is what I was thinking about when I was in the hotel watching this. People who live, say, in garden apartments like I did in my first apartment when I got out of college and I moved to Arlington, Virginia. I lived in a 2-story garden apartment on the 2nd floor with no air conditioning. Think about families like those in that circumstance who are told it's going to be 100 degrees and you're not going to have water. So what was the other big part of that news? Another important customer for that water that was served by that water main was the Gaylord, newly opened Gaylord Conference Center. So many of you know about this, across the Potomac River, just on the other side of the bridge. Beautiful center, filled up with guests, the Gaylord was, for important conferences. So the Gaylord said to their guests, you're going to have to leave. Because the Gaylord said, when the water goes off, we're not going to be able to do laundry. We're not going to be able to flush toilets. We're not going to be able to provide any drinking water out of taps. So the Gaylord essentially shut down. They estimated that they were going to lose about $500,000 per day, the Gaylord said, as a result of that. Plus all the people who had traveled there for whatever business they were doing. Plus all the people who clean the rooms. Plus all the people who provide services. Start to add up all those economics and you get the sense of what was going on in this situation. So as it turned out, WSSC did have to curtail water supplies. Ultimately, they didn't have to shut it down. And that was because, and I want to talk a little bit about innovation later, that was because they determined that this water main might break before it broke, using acoustic technology to understand that it looked like there was a weak spot in that 54-inch water main. Imagine what would have happened if they didn't have that technology and you turned on the news and they said, there are 100,000 people who are out of water and it's going to be that way for several days. So to me, that kind of paints a picture of what happens when water goes out. So many of you are probably aware of this, but I think many of our counterparts across the country are not. So how many public water systems are there in the United States? 150,000. More than 150,000 public water systems. Now what we often, and they range from, say, the District of Columbia, and I know George is going to be here later. I'm looking forward to hear from my friend George Hawkins. They range from DC Water or New York City Water to a truck stop in Alaska. They're all regulated under the Safe Drinking Water Act. How many community water systems are there in the United States? Those are what water systems that most of us typically think about. So what's the definition of a community water system in the Safe Drinking Water Act? A system that serves 25 customers or has 15 connections. Wow, that sounds pretty small to me. 25 customers or 15 connections. How many of those are there in the US? There are more than 50,000 community water systems. That sounds like an awful lot of water systems. that all have to meet all of the national primary drinking water standards every day throughout the year. So what are the size? What's the size of the water systems across the United States? Well, of those 50,000, more than half serve a population less than 500 people. 26,000 public water systems. Good morning, George. You can always tell when George has entered the room. You got that bright yellow jacket on, always. 26,000 community water systems serve less than 500 people. That's a lot of systems to be meeting all those drinking water standards. So one of the really important parts of the story that I'm going to be talking about today is that over 90% of those community water systems, those very small and those very large, over 90% meet all of our national primary drinking water standards. That's 90, more than 90 national primary drinking water standards all the time throughout the year. A tremendous success when you think about where we were over 40 years ago before we had the Safe Drinking Water Act, when we wouldn't be telling that kind of a story. So tremendous success. And it's a testament to the work that many of you do around the room, because all of you play an important role in providing safe drinking water, and is truly a testament to the work of the water utilities, large and small, across the U.S. So this requires a tremendous investment, right? A tremendous investment of funds, a tremendous investment of energy, tremendous investment of expertise. And that investment really must be ongoing. So George will perhaps correct me later, but one of the statistics that I particularly enjoy that I've heard before, and I think I have this right, is the median age of a water main in the District of Columbia. Median. So for those of you who maybe don't remember your basic statistics or never studied, the median is the number where half are above and half is below. It's not the average. Half are above and half are below. So in this case, in terms of median age, half are older and half are younger. What might that median age be in Washington, D.C.? How about 79 years? Does that sound about right, George? That's about right, he says. You're close. So roughly 80 years old. That means half of the water mains in the District of Columbia are older than 80 years old. Do you still have wooden water mains in service? No more wooden, but you did not that long ago. And the other thing that's kind of interesting is when you think about the median age of a water system operator, sometimes I'm thinking, well, it might not be that different from the median age of a water main. I mean, it's an aging workforce. And you've got to have infrastructure, and you've got to have qualified expert operators to make systems work. In any system where one of the two of those is failing, they're in trouble. In a system where they're both failing, the results are catastrophic. And we have seen that play out in the United States in the recent past. So, as I said, we do a tremendous job across the United States in terms of providing safe drinking water. We have among the finest drinking water quality of any country in the world. You can go to almost any town at almost any time in the U.S. and turn on the water and be sure you're going to get a safe drinking water coming out of that tap. But a lot of the news that I think many of you have heard over the last several years doesn't necessarily reflect that success, because there have been some very prominent failures for a number of different reasons. And I want to touch on those just a little bit here. So first, if you think about issues around extreme weather and the threats that extreme weather poses to water systems, think about Superstorm Sandy. Think about the state of New Jersey. Think about, I lived in New York City for 12 years. And I used to talk about Soho. I live north of Soho, and I walk through Soho every year. After Sandy, there was a new neighborhood that was named in New York City. It was called Sopo. That was people who lived south of Power, right? And that was bigger than Soho, right? So much of the city was underwater. In New Jersey, there were 30 35 community water systems that had to issue boil water orders, 362,000 people impacted. That was in 2012. In 2013, maybe a story you didn't hear as much about was Boulder, Colorado. So Colorado had been undergoing a long, extended drought, like many other parts of the West were in 2013. And then they got a forecast for a storm, you know, like you often get in Colorado. I was just in Colorado last week, and we got storms every afternoon. But in this case, Boulder got a 1,000-year storm, a 1,000-year rain event, which knocked out water services for dozens of communities, small communities. Knocked out roads, knocked out water mains. So here's a 1,000-year flood that happened in the middle of an extended drought. That's a pretty tough circumstance for a water system to manage through. And then I know that all of you are familiar with the drought in California, the extended drought in California. You're probably thinking, drought in California? There's not a drought in California. Well, why is there not a drought in California? Because 2017 was one of the wettest years in record in California. What's the stories you hear about California this year? Floods. How they're trying to manage floods. After having farms that went out of business, individual private wells that went dry, broad water restrictions put on cities across the state. Tremendous challenges in terms of managing those issues. And then when we think about issues like Charleston, West Virginia, one that you probably heard about in January of 2014, when they had a spill of a chemical with the abbreviation MCHM, which pretty much no one even knew existed or didn't know anything about, that leaked from a tank about a mile upstream of the West Virginia American water intake for Charleston. You remember that? Freedom Industries, failure of the tank. The tank was right on the Elk River, a mile upstream, almost no warning at all, and there you had about 300,000 people who lost water for about 5 days. And the issues related to that are still ongoing in terms of the courts in West Virginia. Governor estimated a cost of over $70 million for that event. And then you probably heard about Toledo, Ohio, in August of the same year, the first week of August. That wasn't a chemical spill. That was a naturally occurring event. That was harmful algal bloom in western Lake Erie that settled right over the intake for Toledo, Ohio. That led to don't drink advisory for Toledo for 3 days. And ultimately, the estimated cost for that event was also in the same range, $65 million. Huge, huge deal. In the middle of the summer again. And both Charleston and Toledo, you saw the National Guard brought in to provide water to the population. And then I think all of you have heard and read extensively about Flint, Michigan, and the challenges in Flint, Michigan. And I know you're going to have the mayor from Flint here in this event later today, and it'll be very interesting to hear her perspectives in terms of that event. In terms of aging infrastructure and the challenges with aging infrastructure, we estimate a 20-year need for infrastructure that can be funded through the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund of about $385 billion over 20 years. We're going to complete another needs survey soon. We expect that number to go up. A tremendous amount of money. The biggest component for the needs survey is pipe. Pipe that needs to be replaced. What's the assumption in the needs survey for the amount of pipe that needs to be replaced? Well, it's the ongoing average across the U.S. How frequently do we replace pipe, transmission pipes for drinking water systems in the U.S.? I don't know. What about 0.5% per year on average across the U.S.? 0.5%. Well, what does that equate to? That means a pipe that you put in the ground now will last 200 years. Right within George's range in terms of what he's got in the District of Columbia. And how much pipe is that anyway? 0.5%. Well, that's enough to circle the globe at the equator 6 times. That's with the assumption of a replacement rate of 0.5%, which most of us would probably say, well, that's probably not enough. Maybe reason why you see so many water mains breaking across the United States every day. throughout the year. All of you, I don't care where you live. I know that there's a time when you see on the news, well, this block is closed for water repairs. A significant challenge. I mentioned we have the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund that supports communities of all sizes, water systems of all sizes in terms of infrastructure investments. We are working with partners, states and local communities across the United States on the issues that are going to help to prevent the events like what occurred in Boulder, help systems become more resilient to major storms like Katrina or Sandy, help systems to develop a better sense of what the threats to their sources are, like what impacted Charleston, and helping communities like Toledo deal with natural events like harmful algal blooms. Those are things that many of you in various ways are involved in helping to advance these efforts. And in terms of resilience, we are thinking about all hazards at EPA, not just weather hazards, not just contamination events, but also things like cybersecurity and how to help systems become more resilient to cyber threats. Last year, we trained at EPA above more than 5,000 professionals from water systems across the U.S. in terms of resiliency. And we have to stay focused not just on replacing infrastructure, we have to stay focused on training up the next generation of operators for systems. Tremendously important to make sure that water systems have the capacity to manage the infrastructure they have, both the old infrastructure and the new. And I appreciated, Bruce and Sheila, that a lot of the comments that you made focused on partnerships and how important it is to get a community of folks working together. And that is a major focus at EPA as well. Thinking about, in particular, how among those 50,000 community water systems, how we promote partnerships, communities helping one another to strengthen their ability to reliably provide safe drinking water. We might have a chance to talk a little bit more of that in just a few minutes. So when I say partnerships, one thing that I do want to emphasize is a lot of people, when they hear partnerships, might think, well, he's talking about consolidation. He's talking about linking systems pipe to pipe. Well, there's a lot of different forms that partnerships can take. And I'll talk about some of those, I think, in a few minutes here. But whatever solution that's formed for water systems to help one another, it has to be locally driven. It is not going to work for the federal government, and there's going to be a challenge even at the state level, for government to come in and say, well, you systems have to get together. It's going to be this way. You know, it doesn't necessarily work very well that way, and we really need to focus on what do communities need, what are the best opportunities for them to help one another, and how do we support that. The last thing I want to make sure that I am very clear about is innovation. So when we think about investments in water systems across the United States, and I talk about replacing pipe, there's an opportunity for us to say, well, let's just replace that thing that we have. Let's just I need another one of those. Let me get another one of the same pump. Let me get another one of the same type of pipe. Let me get another one of the same meter. And we need to find a way in government to create space for local utilities and for states to innovate, to say there are better ways to do things. There are new sensors. There are more efficient tools that we can use, whether they be pumps or more efficient ways to implement our regulations. We have to create space for that. And so that's going to be an important focus for us going forward. So I so appreciate the opportunity to be here to talk with all of you today. And Amanda, I think we might have an opportunity to chat a little bit more. So thank you.
Pick a chair, any chair. There we go. Thank you. Hashtag sharing water. Dr. Gravatt, we know your schedule's tight today, so we want to thank you for taking the time to speak to us and then to speak to me here. We just want to ask you a few questions about the opportunities that you really see in these types of partnerships, and then also the challenges around sharing water and water in general across the United States. So thank you. You know, I think we all know that a lot of folks have jobs and a lot of folks have careers, and then there are people who have passions. And so I want to start with a bit of a personal question for you. How did you get here? And that's not an Uber question. That's where did your interest in the water sector really begin?
Thank you so much. I appreciate the question. And I mean, it's an interesting thought for everyone who's in the room. For me personally, so I can't help when I'm with George. He's got a lot of buttons on his jacket, doesn't he? I can't help when I'm with George thinking about where did this start for me. And so George Hawkins and I were classmates in elementary school. We started the same kindergarten year together in the same elementary school in Cleveland Heights, Ohio. And so when I think about where did this start for me, I've heard George talk about the Cuyahoga River burning and what it meant to be a child of, say, a little bit less than 10 years old, when in your hometown you would see that. Or when we would drive towards the city and go down the hill, Cedar Hill, you couldn't actually see the city a lot of the days because of the depth of the smog. Those are really pretty important, influential factors for me. I've been at EPA for almost 30 years in a number of different programs, and I have to say that I think there is no program that is more personal to the American public than drinking water. We're talking about what happens, someone turns on the tap and what comes out of that tap and what they give their children to drink. And so for me, it's tremendously important. And from a public health standpoint, if you look back to the turn of the last century, around the 1900s, and you track the incidence of disease, things like typhoid and cholera in the United States, and you see how dramatically those disease incidents went down, and what were they most aligned with treatment of water. So it's, from a public health standpoint, it's tremendously important, and for me, it's a great privilege to be able to work on drinking water issues.
Your office works with communities, rural and urban, all across this country to help build sustainable water programs. What are some of the top trends that you and your teams are seeing as you engage around affordability issues?
Yeah, thank you. It's a really important question. And so when you all hear me talk about infrastructure investment, and I throw out a number like $384 billion, and I say, actually, the number is likely to go up in the next needs survey. So all of us, I think, can say, that's a heck of a lot of money. Mm-hmm. We must need to find ways to raise a lot of money for water systems to make the investments that are going to allow them to continue to provide the protections for public health in their communities. But when you look at communities across the United States, you see that there are tremendous disparities in income. So I mentioned I lived in New York City. So if one looks at Greenwich, Connecticut, typically one of the most wealthy cities in the United States, and you think not so very far away is the South Bronx. And you think about the ability of individual families to pay for water services and how different they are in those communities. So we, on the one hand, need to find a way to raise the resources to maintain water systems, and we also have to recognize that there are very real challenges for people in terms of their ability to pay. You'll probably hear some of that from the mayor of Flint later today and what she has experienced in her community in terms of ability to pay. One of the things that we did in conjunction with a number of collaborators earlier this year is we put together a report that identifies approaches that individual water systems have taken to try and address this issue. This is both private water systems and public water systems. So where you have a large community with income disparities within the community, there are ways to spread that cost and find ways for, say, an elderly family who's on a fixed, elderly resident who's on a fixed income, maybe to get some help because they may not be able to pay the same amount. Or for a lower income family who's on public assistance to get some help with their bills. Like, we cannot be in a situation where people are put in the position of deciding, am I going to buy my medicine? Am I going to buy the water that I need to drink, even to take that medicine? And so there's important things that are happening, certainly here in DC Water, but I mentioned also in terms of private water companies. So there are private water companies that operate in states, in a number of states across the US, and many of them operate small systems. Some of those companies have negotiated statewide rates that allow them to help absorb the cost for helping to rehabilitate a failing system and spread that across the larger community. These are really, really important issues for us to stay focused on.
On a national level, let's talk about the EPA working with some of those communities. As you look across the country, where are the biggest opportunities that you see for the EPA to be working on both the national and a local level to help with those issues?
Right, really important question. And we work with a number of technical assistance providers at the EPA. And one of the things that they do, and I mentioned the large number of very small systems, EPA can't be out there trying to visit these small systems. And frankly, when the government shows up at people's doors, sometimes they're not necessarily welcomed in for the conversation. But one of the things that's an important opportunity, as I mentioned, is partnerships. And to put a little bit more of a flavor on this, there's one example we have of 5 communities in the state of Maine who got together. Asset management, some of you have probably heard the term asset management. It's really about water systems understanding what their assets are, how much pipe they have, what's the condition of their treatment systems. These 5 communities got together and said, let's develop asset management plans together. Let's figure out what our strengths are and what our weaknesses are. So a number of those communities then said, all right, one of the things we can do is buy equipment together, increase the volume of purchases we're making, get the cost to go down. Another thing we can do is when we have to do tank cleaning, let's find a single vendor that we want to work with and get them come out at the same time so we're not paying for that price for them to come to the communities, their neighboring communities. Another thing they said is, well, if we have a problem where our water system fails, can one of the neighbors enter a contract with us that says, you'll provide water services for us as a backup, an emergency backup? They did that as well. Those are the kind of opportunities that are really important. And as I said, when you're thinking about more than 26,000 community water systems serving populations less than 500, those sorts of partnerships are really important. But the thing was, those 5 communities did not get together because EPA showed up and said, you 5 should get together. They got together because they said, look, here's an opportunity we can help each other. We provided some technical assistance through a third party to help navigate that for them. And I think that's a really important opportunity for us to continue.
And then is it incumbent upon the EPA to help replicate that type of partnership in other places and point back to their success?
Well, certainly I'll be talking about these sorts of successes in a lot of different forums where I go. And it's important really to show examples of what works. EPA should not, when we're talking about partnerships, be out there saying, you should.
Right.
It's important for us to say, here's something these folks did. Here's an important opportunity. We'll be glad to point you to someone who can help you understand better kind of how they worked it out.
Do you think that's welcomed?
I think if it's done right, it's welcomed. And so it's very important for us to focus on, this is not a regulatory thing we're talking about. This is, how do we make sure that we're facilitating without somehow having that, I mean, almost the worst thing that EPA could do, almost the worst thing that I could do, is show up in a small community. Having grown up in Cleveland, Ohio, as I said, for me to show up in a small community and presume that I know better than they do how to run their system would just be silly. It's important for us to be able to say, we can point you to folks who've done this. And I think folks are very receptive when we take that approach.
Dr. Wright, let's talk about infrastructure. You mentioned it a couple of times in your remarks. We all know it's aging, cost pressures are rising, which leads to concerns regarding challenges on water quality and reliability across the country. What are some of the most effective solutions that you've seen so far across the country?
Right, thanks. So infrastructure and infrastructure investment, that's something you hear an awful lot of talk about in Washington these days. And we're looking forward to seeing what proposals come from the President and Congress in terms of infrastructure investment. We're expecting some big things to come. But I mentioned the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund, which over its history, there are 51 separate drinking water SRFs that are run by the states. EPA provides grants to the states, and the states decide where that money goes. Over the history of the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund, there has been over $32 billion of assistance provided to local communities. And these are over 10,000 assistance agreements that have been put in place. We also have a component of the State Revolving Loan Fund that allows states to take a part of the fund, what we call a set aside, to fund things like technical assistance providers, to help small systems and large work on source water protection initiatives, to help train operators. It's a really important program, but the Drinking Water SRF is not enough on its own. It's just one program. Big utilities oftentimes get their funding through the bond market. In fact, most big utilities get their funding through the bond market. But we're very excited with another new program we're just getting off the ground. It's called WIFIA. And WIFIA, we just launched this year. And some of you know that what we did in the beginning of the year is sent out a request for letters of interest for utilities across the United States. We had a response that was far beyond our greatest hopes of what we might see. We had over 40 letters of interest for funding over $6 billion, far beyond what we have available. And for us, this is a sign that there is a hunger for other opportunities to provide funding. And importantly, one of the things I didn't mention about the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund is that the interest rates that the SRF provides are consistently far below market rates, particularly important for small systems. WIFIA is also going to provide a rate that's below the bond market rate that most can get. So these are, I think, very exciting opportunities.
One of the things that you touched on is innovation. And as we're talking about infrastructure and replacing pipes and that sort of thing, how best can we let communities know what's out there as far as new trends, new things that have been created around the innovation space?
Right, it's a really, really important question. And so I talked very briefly about the Toledo incident. I think many of you remember that. It was really pretty traumatic. And what I didn't say about Toledo is that while this was in 2014, in the summer of 2014, Congress, really led by the House Energy and Commerce Committee and their engagement on issues around Toledo, said, EPA, we need you to develop tools to help local communities to deal with these issues of harmful algal blooms. We need you to develop a health advisory. We need you to develop recommendations that systems can use to respond to these sorts of challenges. And we need you to do this before the next harmful algal bloom season in Lake Erie, which we did. And one of the stories that I think most of us have heard less about was that in 2015, the next year, there was a record harmful algal bloom on the Ohio River that covered hundreds of miles on the Ohio River, impacted over 15 drinking water utilities on the Ohio River. Not a single one issued a drinking water health advisory during that event. They were all prepared for how to respond to that, in part because of the tools that we provided, in part because there was so much discussion about what are we going to do if this happens to us. But also when we talk about innovation, in terms of harmful algal blooms, EPA is partnering with NOAA and NASA to develop satellite imagery tools to help to be able to predict where we expect algal blooms to come, to give utilities advance warning. There's sensors that are being developed to deploy on buoys out in open water to be able to actually sample the presence of harmful algal blooms. There are new analytical techniques that are being put in place to help people get more rapid answers in terms of the presence of algal toxins. So the research part of this and putting it on the ground has been tremendously important. And as I said, 2014 in Toledo was the last time we heard about a big algal bloom issue impacting a drinking water system. And I would submit that that's not just coincidence. That's about people being prepared and starting to use the new tools that are available.
Really quickly, can you touch on some of the research and the programs that are underway to address some of the issues that we know are popping up?
Right. So, when I mentioned that remarkable experience that PG County had and the Gaylord. You know, I made reference to the fact that what WSSC was able to do was to anticipate a failure before it happened. And I mentioned some acoustic technology that actually can hear sounds that are related to water mains that are near failure. So they were able to anticipate that we think this is about to happen. Those kinds of tools are being deployed and can be deployed all across the country. And it's so important for us to find new ways to develop sensors to track in real time what's happening in our drinking water systems. So many of us, when we think about drinking water treatment, many of us think about what happens at a treatment plant, right? There's some kind of a treatment system that's put in there, and then the water goes through its pipes and comes out the tap. One of the most challenging issues to manage is what happens to that water after it leaves the treatment plant and before it comes out the tap in terms of distribution systems. All of you heard a lot about lead over the course of the last year. That's about corrosive water pulling lead from the pipes it passes through on the way to the tap. That's not about lead in source water. And so one of the important issues for us is how to better manage, how to better understand what's happening in our distribution systems in real time so we can adjust, systems can adjust to those issues. What kind of sensors are available to measure concentrations of lead in real time at taps? These are exciting opportunities. That research is happening, and I don't think we're technology limited at this point. I think it's much more that we need to find ways to get this technology deployed.
I can't let you go before we talk about sustainable development goals. Can you talk about your view on that as they relate to safe water access?
Right. So oftentimes we talk about these issues in terms of international issues and challenges outside the U.S. There is no question that there are communities within the U.S., many of them small, that continue to be very challenged with drinking water, and we have got to find ways to help those communities. I mentioned technical assistance and technical assistance providers. So much of what's important in these kinds of situations is having someone in the room, sitting down face to face, saying, let's talk about what's going on here, and let's talk about how we can help you out. We need to continue to find ways to get those technical assistance providers on the ground in communities with their neighbors, people they know, who they can help and work through these issues. It's going to be a very important part of our work going forward.
I'm being given a wrap, but I want to go back to sort of end on a personal note where we started. Can you give me sort of your personal viewpoint and assessment on what's the most important step a partnership like this could take over the next decade to get to our goals?
Right, thank you. I think, really where I started, everyone in this room has an important role to play in providing safe drinking water to communities. It might be the kinds of things that Bruce has been doing with Coca-Cola across the country in terms of saying, all right, you have at Coke, you have your own reasons why you've developed your sustainability goals and your no net water, I'm going to put this in the wrong terms, but not using more water than you provide back to the watershed. But that benefits the watershed. That makes a big difference to communities. Whether it's the private sector, whether it's World Wildlife Fund, whether it's the Nature Conservancy, whether it's regulatory agencies, large and small, or whether it's just you working within your own community and caring about what's going on in terms of your source water, every one of you, every one of us has an opportunity to make a big difference in terms of drinking water. And as I said, from a public health standpoint and from a personal standpoint, there's almost nothing that government does in the environmental space that impacts people more than drinking water. And so for me, it's a great privilege to be able to work in this area, and it's a great privilege really to be able to work with all of you as well. So thank you very much.
Dr. Peter Gravatt, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are limited on time today, and I know that Dr. Gravatt, I don't want to speak for you, but he's going to stick around for one more segment. So if you have an individual question you'd like to ask him, you can do that unilaterally with him. I got that right? You're sticking around? Okay. one of the key emerging themes that we do want to focus on today, it's money. It always goes back to the money, right? Funding and often lack of investment in infrastructure. And to kick things off on this topic, I would like to welcome the CEO and General Manager of DC Water, George Hawkins. Has held executive positions in state and municipal governments, environmental and community groups, and the EPA. In his current role, George has implemented critical initiatives such as the $2.6 billion Clean Rivers project to eliminate combined sewer overflows. Please help me welcome George Hawkins.
I got the call on the bat phone. It was about 2 weeks ago on a Wednesday. I was in Massachusetts, outside of Boston, because like Peter so correctly said, the biggest challenge in the water industry is not ideas, it's not financial ideas, it's not technical ideas, it's their uptake in the tens of thousands of water utilities across the country. And DC Water has one sense of how to help solve that problem. We've created a nonprofit affiliate called Blue Drop. So if you go online and look at bluedrop.co, you will see our new affiliate, and this is what I call P2s. I love P3s, but you can't get to P3s until a utility understands that there's a project that is relevant to them, that has a payback that they understand, that they can then invest in, which is after a whole series of steps that most people don't see that precede that point. And Blue Drop is designed to help small utilities. As Peter said, they're smart, good people. They're just small. DC Water has so much capacity given our scale that we want to help our brethren. So we've created a nonprofit affiliate to do it. We've already have customers in New Jersey. We have customers in Pennsylvania and outside of Toronto, Massachusetts. I'll be in Indiana later this week. The demand is tremendous for P2s, public to public support, utility to utility. You want to get through that first door of walking to utility. Utility people talk and know each other. But I was in Boston making the call, and I got the call on the phone just as I was on the podium. I didn't answer it right then. I got back. We had a water main break on MacArthur Boulevard. Most of you probably from Washington, D.C. know MacArthur Boulevard and know this water main break. It was pretty substantial. Water was running down the street, probably this deep. The road had kicked up. It was cutting off right in front of Prince Georgetown Day School, going down the hill, getting in people's basements. So I literally finished my speech, talked to a few people, got my Uber, went to the airport, flew back, and I was on MacArthur Boulevard by late that day, talking to the press, talking to the neighbors, figuring out what was happening. We have 5 water mains under MacArthur Boulevard, because if you stand at that place and look to your right, we have the Georgetown Reservoir and the aqueduct to the north. That's where all the drinking water for the entire city flows to the rest of the city. So that is the transmission point. The water main that had broken was a 30-inch cast iron water main, 2.5 inches thick on either end. This was built to last, put in place by Captain Meigs, the famous Captain Meigs, who became Colonel and then General Meigs in the Civil War. And he installed this water main in 1860. And it is still there under MacArthur Boulevard, pumping water to the rest of the city. We did get it fixed. We had to actually, ironically, I'd been in Boston. We have this whole network that we had to get a coupling that could handle an 1860 pipe. What other city would have that? Boston. Got to go to an old city, so they sent it to us over that evening. It was flown in by special flight so we could get that coupling in place and get the pipes connected. Why do I start with that story? Well, there is just no way to describe until you're in the seat the extraordinary needs of water infrastructure. And it's extraordinary to think that in water infrastructure, I always say this, many of you have probably heard me say it, how many jobs do we support? All of them. How many lives do we support? All of them. Nobody else can say that in what they deliver. Every single job depends on us. You don't have water in this building, it's evacuated. You don't have water that's clean, every organism is at risk, not just people. And to have infrastructure that is old and is depleted for something that's essential to everything else is sort of mind-boggling. I came into DC Water 9 years ago and was shocked, panicked, and horrified. I never worked for a utility, scared the heck out of me, because I was presented with from my CFO of a financial picture of a $3.9 billion capital program that starting in 2009 at about $250 million a year was going to rise by $100 million per year for 4 straight years. Public or private, imagine taking that to your, $100 million more and mandated, by the way. This is not optional. I have no choices in the matter. 100 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. On top of what we were called at the time, D.C. WASA, probably the least like government agency in Washington, D.C., and that's saying something. And that's if anybody knew us. Most people had no idea who delivered their water or did the work. And so it totally panicked me. How can you deliver water? So here's my 7 points. That's the challenge to a very distinguished panel that is coming right after me. This challenge of an enormous system, 79 years is right, but we have 1/10 of our water infrastructure that was put in place before 1900 in this city, some before the Civil War, as you heard. James Buchanan was president. I understand the worst president, well, I don't know. In recorded history, I can't go there, can I? No, okay, all right. We serve everybody. We don't care who they are. But the scale of the need is so great. Number one is a relationship with the customer. Won't spend a lot of time on it. People tell me there's a survey. People don't want to pay more for water. I'm saying, of course they don't. I want to pay more for Coke? No. Do I want to pay more for a boot? No. Do I want to pay more for coffee? No. I don't want to pay more for anything unless I have a relationship with who's selling it to me and I can understand why the price is going up. So if you don't have a relationship with your customer who is ultimately going to foot the bill, no matter whether it's public or private, you've got to they have to understand it, feel it, understand it. My view is if I ask the customer for $10 more a month, I want them to say, Mr. Hawkins, how about 20? Never going to happen. I have 2 policemen that accompany me to the 90 public events I've done on our rates in the last 9 years. But our relationship first was with a customer. We have to have them know and understand who we are before we make anything else happen. And that's a topic for another time, but it's our biggest program. When I ask our team to compare our media, it is with Coca-Cola, it is with Nike, it's with World Wildlife Fund. We want to be compared to the best at their game in how we communicate with our customer. And that's what the standard we put ourselves to. Second is how to handle low income. Ultimately, you're going to have to raise rates. When I came in, an average single-family bill in Washington, D.C. was $42 a month. Many of you are my customers, and I'm sorry to report that next year it will go over 100. So we've gone from 42 to over 100. Again, that will never happen if you don't have a relationship with your customer to explain why. But second, that will never happen if you're cutting off low-income customers from service. That is a value issue that matters. It is also a business issue that matters, because that's the first thing we would hear at a rate hearing. So we have an enormously successful program to support low-income customers. Again, I won't go into the details, but that is an issue you have to cover if you're going to finance or do any of the interesting instruments. You have to be able to know how you're going to handle your low-income customers, and we have a whole system. Third, you have to have a rate structure that's thoughtful and designed to support the institution of a water utility. One of the key issues, for example, is more than half of the cost of our enterprise to serve this building and all of you who are in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region are fixed. They do not go up and down with how much water you use. Those pipes out on the street and the fire hydrants and the pump stations and all that equipment have to be at the ready no matter whether you use a little bit of water or a lot of water. So those costs are fixed. And just like in the power industry, we have adopted a pretty complex rate structure, although it's straightforward on your bill, but have decoupled a lot of our revenues from volume. Again, it is hard to do revenue raising, rate increasing. People use less, no surprise, as prices go up. But if they use less and your costs are going up, like mine are, $100 million a year, you're in trouble unless some of those revenues are fixed to a fixed cost. And I could explain all those pieces too, but you've got to be able to have a thoughtful revenue structure. 4 is you need to be able to support conservation. So when you have fixed income, fixed revenue rates, so there's a part of your bill that will not change by how much volume of water you use, your customer's immediate response is, well, if a part of my bill doesn't change with my water use, why would I want to conserve? Good question, and an issue, again, you have to solve in the financial sort of waterfall of issues. So we've created a lifeline rate that creates an incentive on the volumetric side to always use less, even as revenue is being raised on the fixed side. So that's 4. 5 is the financial tools. Once you get those pieces in place, and it took us many years, it's amazing, and you're going to hear all about it in the panel that's about to come up. of the financial tools that are out there. DC Water has done the first certified green bond in the United States. Not that other green bonds, we had it certified. We also had a second green bond that was certified under Moody's new green bond certification program. We've done a century bond, the first in the United States. We did one of my favorite, a low denomination bond that we advertised on WTOP, so our residents could buy, not just the big institutional investors. We want them invested in us. We did the first environmental impact bond just this past spring, which you're going to hear about, I suspect, on this panel. The number of financial instruments that are out there when you get that structure is actually very broad and very helpful to an enterprise and incredibly creative. 5, actually I'm on 6, I didn't lose my place, is business tools. Public agencies are changing fast. I know DC Water is. Again, I won't go into too much detail because it would take too long. But DC Water has 12 patents. We are now interacting and have contracts to do work in China. We are talking in India and Chile and Australia. We are partnering with Suez and Xylem. We will highlight a product we co-created next week at the American Water Works conference in Philadelphia for a drinking water fountain that has real-time drinking water monitoring in the fountain that will beam it to your phone so you can see before you use the fountain what's the water quality in it. It will also tell you the status of the filter used in the fountain. Everyone says they want to correct drinking water problems. Well, you put in a filter, but then the problem becomes the filter. Do you know when it needs, well, this is all going to be told to you. That's going to be a product we've helped create. There is no reason why a public agency, I've got an incredible research and development arm, I've got incredible technology. We use it every day, so we have the practical implementation skill along with what the ideas are, that we're putting these on the market, we're generating revenue, that supports our ratepayers, and we invest it right back into the system. But that means changing the mindset and the business model of a public agency. You're damn right we're on the market. I'm generating revenue. I want to generate more. And for those of you who are customers, I want to do that in part to take all that pressure off of you. And last but not least, on my 7, is the networks that we put together to help smaller utilities. I totally agree with Dr. Gravatt, my Cleveland Heights mate. Yes, and I did visit the Cuyahoga River in 1969. It was not the week it burned, but I wrote a letter. And you remember the big manila paper with the big pencils? I don't know if they use it. I don't know if kids learn to write anymore. But I wrote a letter to President Nixon. I hadn't been really an environmental kid. I was an outdoors kid. But you couldn't be in that era and go down to Cleveland and not become an environmentalist. It just came with the territory. I didn't even know what that was. I just wrote to President Nixon, clean the air, clean the water. And what's going on? Yeah. That's why I'm here. It's why Peter, it's why all of us, I suspect, have a story like that as to why we're here. But all the smaller utilities in the country are great people. Like I said, I'll be out in Indiana later this week. Everyone I meet, they're such good people, but they're so stressed. There's like 10 of them. I've got 1,200. I've got a $560 million operating budget and a $3 billion capital program, a huge research office. How can I deploy resources that we not only have ideas on, but implementation knowledge? The uptake challenge is someone doesn't know how to use it or what it is or whether it's relevant to them. And a peer-to-peer network, which is what Blue Drop is, or anything like it, is about as good an idea. And I see Eileen, we did a stormwater network with them, which is one of the great ideas we've had in the country, a certification for green infrastructure employment that DC Water fronted the cost, worked with Water Environment, brought 15 other cities in, and now we get some money back. All those cities get a system for lower cost. That's sharing costs and working together. It's a great story, just like the one Peter told. So everything is possible. The great news, in parallel to the scary news of in us it is 79 years, but in other cities it's even older, and they don't have the capital programs we do. It's a really scary picture of what the reality is. But the good and incredibly optimistic news, which is why I love my job and love doing it every day no matter what the challenge may be, is that we have the technology. It's there. There's no need for new ideas. There's tons of them. We have the financial instruments. They're there. They're incredibly creative. You'll hear them, like I said, in a second. We have the ability to relate to our customer. DC Water used to be the least liked agency in the city. We're now one of the most liked agencies in the city and well known. We work at it, just like any of your firms would, for those of you who are in the industry. People like water. There's a natural reaction to it. So the agenda is there, it's before us, it's exciting, and I'm delighted that this panel right after me is going to really go into depth on some of those financial instruments. So thank you for drinking our water, and thanks for having me this morning.
I have to say, that is the best bling in town, by far. Thank you, George. Now please welcome our panel moderator, Greg Koch, and panelists Eric Letzinger, Jennifer Serra, and Kumar Ranganathan.
And hopefully, George, you can join.
George, you're coming back up, right? Okay.
That'd be great.
Right.
Thank
Switch
you,
places.
Amanda.
Absolutely.
While they put another chair up here, I'll start from the podium. Well, here it is. But I'll do that anyway. So my name is Greg Koch. I lead water stewardship for the Coca-Cola Company and our business system on a global basis. I've also had the honor for the last 10 years in managing our partnership with WWF. And so when I look back over the last 10 years, there's a lot of stories. And I thought, what story could I tell you that's related to this theme, sharing water? And one came clearly to mind. So it was about 2009, 2010, and we were in northern Thailand. And this was work on the Mekong River. And there was a riparian forest that was very important for the water quality, water quantity in the area. And people were cutting down teak trees, cutting down mahogany, all sorts of things. So the conservation tool that we employed is getting a Buddhist priest to come in and bless all of the trees, all of the hardwood trees, and tying a yellow prayer ribbon around them. So we have this wonderful picture where, I think, Karen, you've seen it, where all these trees in the forest are wrapped with a yellow ribbon. They were each individually blessed. And so I was sitting there, and the priest was talking about how we share water. We share water with the Mekong. We share water with the forest. We share water with each other. And went on to explain how the blessing of these trees is what's going to keep people from cutting them down, hopefully. And then he started talking about the ancient spirit house that was located in that forest. And if you've ever been to Thailand or a Buddhist country, if you know about spirit houses, they're very important. That's where you go to give offerings of incense and food and do your prayers if you're not going to a temple. So he was talking about how there was a spirit house in that forest that was hundreds of years old and was very important. Everyone knew about it. And I was feeling personally proud of the partnership and this innovation in using culture and religion in this case towards conservation. And I backed up and I crushed the spirit house. So that was awful. I said, oh, what's this? It's this tiny little wooden structure that I happened to just flatten. Had been there for a couple hundred years. I felt awful. I felt awful. So I'll never forget sharing water. So let me jump up here. And thanks, George, for joining the panel. So we're going to talk about finance, development. Well, you do have a lot of pens on your.
I do have Coca-Cola. I wanted to point out.
Do you have a Coca-Cola?
I sure do.
Let me see.
See the green?
Okay, great. Oh yeah, you got the plant bottle. So we're going to start with Jennifer Serra to my left, then go to Kumar, and then Eric. And George will skip you on this one, this opening question, because we've already heard from you. But just as we heard from the EPA, Dr. Gravatt, tell me about how you got started in the water business, the water area, a little bit about your role at the World Bank, and what your current passion is.
Okay, great. Well, we'll start with the passion is water. I actually started specific. I started working in water actually my sophomore year at college. When I was studying engineering, I met a woman in my hall, and she said, oh, we were encouraged to do classes outside the engineering school, and said, there's this really interesting class. It's called The Burden of Disease in Developing Countries. I said, okay. She said, why don't you come along with me? So we went to this class, and we hid in the back row, because it was in the medical school. And when the professor came in, he asked us all to introduce ourselves. So everyone said, I'm studying pre-med, I'm pre-med, pre-med. And Betsy and I sat in the back row and said, engineering, engineering. And I remember Professor Stanley Aronson stood up. He said, you know what? Out of everyone in the room, the only two people who can have any impact on burn disease in developing countries are you two in the back. So study engineering, study water, study sanitation. And then Betsy invited me. She had grown up actually on the Navajo reservation because her parents worked for the Indian Health Service. And she asked me to join her that summer to become an intern for the Indian Health Service. So sure enough, I did. I went out to Gallup, New Mexico. We drove cross country my first time. And I could not believe that there were people in the United States who did not have drinking water or sanitation. So I spent my summer doing topographical surveys and designing water systems. So when I went back to college, I finished my engineering degree and I became a Peace Corps volunteer and was sent off to Liberia. And I did my training in Liberia and went up to my village, and sure enough, the first thing I had to do, I realized I have to build myself a latrine. Everything I learned in engineering school was useless to build a latrine. And then I realized at the end of the day, I was joining all the women and girls, no men, walking down to the watering hole to fill our buckets of water, bring water up. And so my first job was also to get a water pump into the village. So fast forward 30 years, I live and breathe and sleep water. And I'm delighted. I've spent 30 years at the World Bank and now lead the global water practice. We have about 300 professionals who work in over 100 countries supporting governments, build institutions and infrastructure to manage water, to build water and sanitation facilities. We have a portfolio of about $25 billion. It's not the money, it's the partnerships and the knowledge and the innovation. And I'm just delighted to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. And I first met Jennifer a couple of weeks ago. We're doing some work with the World Bank Group on policy reform, the 2030 Water Resources Group. And we had a nice meeting to advance that work. So Kumar, same question. How did you get engaged in water? What are you currently doing at the Millennium Challenge Corporation, who we also partner with? And what's your passion? In the water space, specifically.
In the
you can't
water
just say water.
Yeah, well, I was going to go off topic. Thank you. My passion for water started recently when Millennium Challenge, as you may know, Millennium Challenge Corporation was created in 2004. It's a relatively recent institution compared to some of the other institutions. I was at the World Bank, then I was asked to set up the infrastructure department at Millennium Challenge Corporation. And then we divided into essentially 3 practices. And one of the practices is water sanitation and irrigation, anything to do with water and wastewater. And I was put in charge of developing that practice and to develop investment programs and implementation in that space. Mm-hmm. So that's how I got my feet wet, so to speak, into the sector. And it has been a challenging journey. Mm-hmm. I'm sure we will be talking today about some of the peculiar problems that the water sector or countries that are faced with developing water sector are facing. Different countries, different regions have different challenges. And the solutions are, there's no one solution. There are multitudes of solutions that are appropriate for each and every region and each and every challenge. So it has been a very interesting journey, and I'm glad to be here to discuss at least some of them.
Thank you, thank you. Eric, same question.
Well, similar to Kumar, I came to the water ballgame recently, but I came to it by way of sort of a social justice platform. I grew up in a family that was very direct service oriented, meaning my dining room table was full of prostitutes and heroin addicts and homeless people, and it was about mission in our family. And I've spent a career, about a third of my career in the public sector, a third of my career in the nonprofit sector, a third of my career in the private sector. None around water, right? So chief operating officer of the Baltimore City Public Schools, private sector, running our healthcare practices at IBM, and in the nonprofit sector, developing housing for homeless men and women, right? Not to water yet, right? I got really excited a couple years ago, and we'll talk about this today, about the pay for success model, which basically started to bring this new source of capital, which has everything to do with a lot of work that Kumar does. You know, essentially we're in the middle of the largest wealth transfer in the history of the country, right? So, and as baby boomers are passing down their wealth to Gen Xer and millennial kids, they've got wildly different values how they want to see their wealth put to work. right? So they're less enamored with the giving your money away, and they want to invest their money in social problems, health problems, environmental challenges, right? And so as that amount of capital grows, they're looking for ways to put that wealth on the field. The pay for success model is just one model to attract that capital to actually scale what works. All right, so I say all that as the background as we built Quantified Ventures, which is the company that I run, to actually scale what works in the healthcare sector and the education sector. And it wasn't until we ran into DC Water, frankly, quite randomly, that we realized we had an opportunity to bring that model to the water space. And it was through the transaction that we had the great fortune to do with DC Water and their great team, where we scaled green infrastructure by bringing in private investment and tying that investment to actually the outcomes of how that project actually performed, as opposed to just floating a standard municipal bond and having him spend and do the thing and end up with a desk full of receipts. Tying that financing to did that project actually work is a thrilling ballgame. And through that process, there is no way that you spend time with this guy and the people that he surrounds himself with that you can't get dragged into the deep end of the pool and become passionate about water. So I thank this man for my passion for water.
Wow, thank you. All right, so what are we going to do here? We're going to be looking, and this is a note to remind the panelists, in the questions and your response, give us your perspective on the United States, Canada, sort of the North America, if you have one, and internationally, or internationally, whatever you feel most comfortable with. So yes, we know, given your roles, except for George, that you have an international focus. So obviously being here in DC, we want to get that perspective, but we also don't want to lose sight of the United States. And I think it's important that several people so far have pointed out that we have a long way to go here in the United States with the SDGs. When you look at the Millennium Development Goals, everyone really focused on the developing world, but they really applied globally. Certainly the SDGs do, and if you look at SDG 6, which is the one around water, other than cooperation and sharing, the last one, the United States does not entirely meet any one of the SDG goals 100% in all locations. And that's not just safe water access and sanitation, but all the other goals around sustainable management of resources and what have you. So we're going to be taking a look at the United States, Canada, North America, as well as international, whatever you feel most comfortable talking about. The way we're going to do it, we're going to talk about challenges. I'm going to be asking everyone the top 2 or 3 challenges that they see. Then, once we've heard from everyone, I'm going to pause, and this is a note to the organizers. Instead of waiting for Q&A at the very end, we'll take questions from the audience if you have questions around challenges, something that you've heard. I ask if you can make a short comment, but really have questions and direct them to a specific panelist or a couple of them, but I'm going to try to avoid saying everyone answered the same question. Then we're going to get into solutions, and the same thing. We're going to talk about what you've seen work and could be exported or imported, or what you think might work, and then again pause and take a few questions, and then we're going to dive near the end into some specifics in the context of infrastructure development and financing on building public support, political support, and financial support, and then we'll close. Okay? So, Jennifer, let's start with challenges, and I know you're going to give us a big overview on the SDGs, but let's hear your top challenges for water infrastructure development and financing.
Okay, well, great. So I will speak a bit to the SDGs, but I do, and I appreciate the fact that we have a U.S. audience, and I think more and more as we look at looking for solutions around the world, we're learning from the United States, and I can later on give examples of that, and I think that's very, very important. So I appreciate being there. I think for us, what we do is we set ourselves out the objective of the dream of the water secure world for all, and very much guided, as we call ourselves, the implementation arm of SDG 6. So SDG 6 is the water SDG, and basically it's to deliver water to 660 million people who still don't have access to clean water, and over 2 billion people who don't have sanitation. But at the same time, the SDG 6 talks about ecosystem preservation. It talks about participation in the role of women. It talks also about being efficient. But beyond SDG 6, 15 out of the 17 SDGs need water to be delivered. So you need water for food, water for health, water for energy, water for urban development, for gender equity, for disaster risk reduction. So, I mean, we definitely have our challenge set up just with the SDGs. Throw on top of that the population growth in the world, the effects of climate change, urbanization, and changing diets. So let me share a few more numbers with you to set the challenges out. So we know that 80% of wastewater resulting from human activities is discharged into rivers and oceans without treatment around the world. That's threatening ecosystems and human health. Water scarcity affects 40% of the global population, and that's projected to rise. Almost 50% of the people in the world now live in water-scarce regions. And that's incredible if you also think of population growth rates are going to be much more in the arid regions of the world. The watersheds across the world have shrunk 20% in the last decade. And as we know, agriculture has always been the biggest consumer of water. I'm happy we discussed agriculture's raised this morning. But we now need to feed 9 to 10 billion people with adequate nutrition by 2050. But think about our changing diets. So FAO forecasts that feeding 30% more people is actually going to need 60% more food and use 20% more water. And finally, let me give a shout out to Carl, who's here in the Circle of Blue, because I wake up every morning, and as I read my coffee, I open up the Circle of Blue, and every single day we read about water extremes, either more droughts or more floods. It's just happening around us. We know water has no boundaries. There's the linkages between water scarcity, drought, and conflict and migration. And just the final number, in 2016, we had 411 million people were affected by disasters. 95% of those are drought affected. So as such, water has become scarcer, dirtier, and less predictable about the world. So for me, that's our big challenge. It's water, it's better managing water resources and making sure we deliver water-related services.
Now that's sobering, as is Circle of Blue's website. If you're ever feeling good and you don't want to, just open up Circle of Blue and read some of their choke point series. But before I go to Kumar, I'm going to caution. You know, when we look at people without access to safe drinking water, we as you did, often cite 663 million people. That's the MDG goal. So that's those amount of people without access to improved sources. Exactly. If you look at safe drinking water, reliable, WHO potability, affordable, what have you, there's not a JMP account of that, but it could be 2 to 4 billion people who don't have that. So the scale, and I think that's what you were getting at, is pretty immense.
I didn't want to put that on the table because if you say that, then everyone gets scared. So
yeah, it's like talking about climate change in Fahrenheit instead of Celsius. It looks a lot worse. So Kumar.
Thank you. MCC has a sort of a peculiar model where we don't have a long history with a country. We eligibilize those eligible countries to provide investment support in a 5-year period. So it does provide us with challenges in terms of, or limitations in terms of what we can do in that space. With regards to, there has been a lot of interest and requests from the countries who are eligibilized for support in water resources, water supply, sanitation, irrigation, river basin management, etc. What has been surprising for me is that while there is a dearth of statistics, and some of which were shared by Jennifer, every day we are presented with drastic data and stats. But you go to countries, I would say that without failure, I am surprised by how little attention governments and the, have for developing the water sector, a recognition of how the problems and the impact of those problems are addressing in social development and human development, and how little public finance being allocated on a year-to-year basis, which surprises me. They talk about statistics, they talk about people without access to water, they talk about natural water resources being polluted simply because of no sanitation, and chronic diseases are on the increase. But nevertheless, if you track the public investment into the sector, it is decreasing in real terms. For me, that's, I'm an engineer with finance background, I just find that illogical. Right? Let me just throw a couple of other things as challenges. There's no shortage of actors in trying to help a city or a country in the water space. For example, Lusaka, where Zambia is one of the eligible countries for MCC, where we have a single sector compact in water and sanitation and drainage. And it is focused in the capital city of Lusaka. Lusaka has 26 donors providing assistance to the city's water and sanitation space. Actually, the outcomes of the sector have decreased over the last 20 years. And that's not because people are not doing good stuff, they are. But they are doing projects as opposed to developing the sector. So there has to be coordination. There has to be, the country needs to own an investment master plan and crowd in people to subscribe to the investment master plan to develop the sector. The country has to take leadership in doing that. And the third one, I would say, a challenge is what Jennifer, I share your view with regards to the lack of any interest in developing wastewater systems. Wastewater systems and water systems are intimately connected, but nevertheless, because of, I suppose, because of the lumpy nature of the capital that is required to have wastewater systems, there is no interest. There is no interest, definitely no interest from the countries or governments, and also, unfortunately, little interest from donors simply because of the economics that lie behind looking at some of the appraisal issues related to wastewater systems. So let me stop there. There are many issues, obviously. Let me just stop on those things.
Thank you, Kumar. I'm glad you ended talking about wastewater, which we call sanitation. I was at Tufts University a few weeks ago, water diplomacy conference, and a gentleman talked about sanitation, about menstrual health, about fecal sludge management as being both unspeakable and in some cases even unhearable, right? Particularly in certain parts of the world when you look at governments, you know, it's the yuck factor, you don't want to talk about it, it's much harder to solve, and then the unhearable in terms of gender equity and the needs of females. So that's very important. Eric, same question on challenges.
Yeah, and just to remember, we're the people who do the weird thing, right? We do these pay-for-success transactions. So when I think about challenges, I think about, we look for challenges that have a wrong pocket problem, meaning the solution needs to be provided somewhere else and somebody downstream will benefit. So we look for things, and I'll give you a few sort of examples of challenges that we are actually working on now. But you know, hearing Bruce's comments about the the migration towards agricultural solutions, right? As we progress here from green infrastructure, if you think about, and this is a real transaction. So if you've got a water authority in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, or middle of the state in Minnesota, who is having to, and here's the cartoon picture story. So if that water authority is having to have a $1 billion capital expenditure to manage the phosphorus and nitrate runoff that's coming from upstream farms, 320 farms upstream, right? And that water authority's got a jurisdiction and a ratepayer base that's not upstream. You've got a wrong pocket problem, right? Because the interventions need to happen up there and the expense is being borne down here, right? And by applying that pay-for-success model, you've got the ability to then bring in this impact investment capital, which is wanting to bet on interventions that would solve that problem. They want to bet that way, right? And so then we would find that intervention, and that's with a Fortune 200 ag retailer who actually, there's good evidence in science that says These are the 5 best management practices that, if applied in those 320 upstream farms with this capital to incentivize those farmers and make sure to actually put in these best management practices and then follow up and make sure that they're done and let those investors bet that that will actually work and then measure the downstream flow of that phosphorus nitrate to answer the question, did that work? And if that worked, then that water authority is not facing that same billion-dollar expenditure that they were on the hook, that they were planning to build. So that you have a savings pool to actually then pay back those investors from. Does that make sense? So we look at, that's a strange way of reading the newspaper, but we look for wrong pocket problems, and we find the world is full of them.
Okay. George.
Good morning again. And I agree with everything that has come before, but I'll take a slightly different angle on it, which is the challenges that come from the enterprises that are charged with solving them. Yeah. And by the way, I actually talk about poo all the time, and I find audiences are fascinated. Although
Go right ahead.
We don't call it wastewater, we call it enriched water. The largest carbon reduction project in the Mid-Atlantic region is the power plant that we have at Blue Plains, the largest advanced wastewater treatment plant in the world, and it's all being generated by you. And it's turning into green power that's 24-hour a day, base load, going in. It's an incredible project. We'd love to have you come see it. How many of you have been to Blue Plains? See, a lot of you have been there. And isn't it a cool place to visit? It's really remarkable. And the rest of you, we'd love to have you. But the issue for me, and by the way, I've written about this. In fact, I just published a blog. I have a blog, georgehawkins.net. And if you go there, the very first top blog post will be Moonshot. Because I was asked to write what was called the moonshot of what might help solve the problem. And the first half of that article is what I think the problem is, coming from the side of the enterprises that are charged to solve it, public or private. Doesn't matter to me whether it's, by the way, I compete with anybody, anywhere, anytime. Doesn't mean we'll win, but I'll compete with public or private, doesn't matter. The challenge is in the water utility world, and I have one chart, if you put resources on one, there's a very small number of utilities like DC Water that are well resourced. And then there's tens of thousands that are not resourced. And then you look at the projects that are done, and we're doing a lot on the resource side, but they're not many because there's not many of us. And all the projects that aren't being done by the low is just an enormous quantity. Then and the next chart I point out is why not? And the reality, and I think this is international as well as in North America. And by the way, DC Water does have a big, I have a team right now in China as we speak who are working on, they're building treatment plants hand over fist. And they want to leapfrog to the highest technology, so they've come here to see Blue Plains, and they say, we want one of these. I'm like, well, for a fee, we can help you. But the notion is that for most utilities, not because they're not smart, dedicated people, their service is slowly going down because it's getting older and more decrepit and there are more challenges. And this is in an international context, it may be that the service is a woman carrying water, but they're going farther because of the drought. So it's going worse with costs going up. Any of you in the private sector or a nonprofit where you got to go to your foundations, who is going to support you if your service is going down and your price is going up? So with all these new ideas, and I absolutely agree that I have almost no ideas. When I brag on DC Water, none of them are mine. My whole job is finding them, finding the people. You're right, I'm surrounded by great people, and then enabling them to do amazing things. The ideas are out there. And when I get an email about this, which is almost every day, I've got some new idea. Your prices are going to go down and your service is going to go up. Why? And when you talk to entrepreneurs, they get so frustrated. Why doesn't any utility do that? Why wouldn't you want to have service go up and prices go down? Because if you look at the cost line, they're talking about at the end after full implementation. Before you get there, and I outline it so I won't do it in great detail, I outline 5 different costs that a utility, public or private, has to go through before they get to the point of recognizing any reduction in cost or improvement to service. And almost none of them have those resources up front in an investment sense. What public agency has money sitting around are ready to invest in research and evaluation, and there's 300 technologies. Which one should I use? Then I do a procurement. How do I select? When I do the procurement and select it, should I use design build or design bid build? An enormous superstructure of decisions that have to be done by the same group in the utility that's barely holding on. So to me, the challenge is not new ideas, new offerings. Great, I love your miss it, because we think we're doing lots of reductions here, and most of the pollutants are coming from the north of us in the Chesapeake Bay. Totally right. But the ideas are out there. The structures and organizations that are charged with implementing them have almost no capability of, even if there is, and I believe there is, those better, lower cost, better services outcomes up here, they have no chance under the current structure to get there. That's an organizational structural issue rather than an ideas question.
Yeah, it's excellent. I read the blog, and you also talk about the hurdle in training people. They've got to learn how to use and operate and service the new technology and the risk avoidance, because now you've got some new thing, but you still have to produce potable water and a reliable supply. So it's fascinating. All right, so we've heard about the challenges, and I know this room is full of experts in the space. We've got Sergio Campos, Water and Sanitation Director for Inter-American Development Bank. Ed Pinero's here, used to be Sustainability Director for Veolia. We've heard of scale, government interest, declining service, increased costs, and structural or organization challenges. We're going to pause now and take some questions or succinct comments, if you find them valid, from the audience. Okay, lady in the back, and then Ed. Wait for the mic, please, and please introduce yourself.
Okay.
Just name and organization. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Linda Lilienfeld, and I run a project called Let's Talk About Water. And the idea is linking film with water issues. And the question I have is actually for you, Greg. With companies like Coca-Cola and the other members of 2030 Water Resources Group, which are all in the water industry in a very large way, you all have marketing capabilities reaching to advertise your products. There's so much information in this sector that is not, as Kumar pointed out, being transferred. And the idea of linking the talent in the private sector, in the advertising and marketing world, to take the commonalities that exist in the information of all the meetings we all go to again and again and again, and we all talk to each other, and we like each other, and it's moving forward glacially, but moving. How can there be a bridge built between the finance and knowledge in the marketing sector of the companies that are on the board of 2030 Water Resources Group and us? And someone like George, who has so much personality, he wakes the room up, and everyone loves to see him, and everyone loves to hear him, and everything he says is brilliant. He motivates his team. And it's just like SDGs, Millennium Development Goals, everyone would fall asleep. Now we have little icons, number 6, that's us, water. Now we can make intelligent comments linking the things. These are media skills. And I beg you, can there be a forum where the idea of the products of the media, the platforms, the social media platforms, it's going through the roof. We need to harness the talent that you guys have and the money to be given to explain all the things that we sit around talking about and made exciting.
Thank you. Well, you know, we've got Warren Buffett on a can of cherry Coke in China, so maybe George Hawkins on a can of Coca-Cola in D.C.
I thought you would say can of poo. I'm like, yeah.
So expertise. I'm glad you asked the question about expertise. You asked about expertise and money. So expertise, we are more than willing to lend. We already collaborate with our partners, whether they be government, civil society, international government organizations. But that focuses mostly on communications, right? Not marketing. The challenge, and we can help on marketing, and we have, the challenge comes in scale. And so there comes money. And what you have to understand about companies is companies don't market, brands market. So the budget, however big it is for a company like ourselves or a Nike or whomever, that budget is owned by brand managers. And so for a brand to take the mantle of water or some other cause, it becomes part of that brand identity, unless you just want a one-off promotion type thing. And that's a hard hurdle to overcome, to get a brand to say, I'm going to be all the things I am to the people that I'm marketing to, and now I'm going to be about water or this aspect of water. And then, so that's hard. And then water is hard, right? Because it's not as clear-cut and objective unless you're talking about safe water access. So what is it you want to say about water? You want to talk about infrastructure, ecosystems, safe water access, sanitation, and it's a bit of a challenge. But let me go now to Ed, and then we'll take one more. Ed Pinero, right here.
Yeah, good morning. Ed Pinero, Pinero Group now, formerly Veolia. Can you comment on the challenge specifically dealing with economic growth and the resource limitations around water? I'm talking about specifically about GDP mapping across. I know you talked about population and these other related issues, but how do you see leveraging, or how do you see the challenge of this connection between GDP type growth, raw economic growth, and the demand on the water resource?
Okay. I think that's maybe to Jennifer and Kumar, yeah? Or did you have? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's actually, well, thanks for that question. In fact, when we were going to get to solutions, I was going to start with that. Because for a long time, when you know, it's very overwhelming. As you say, water is such a big space. And when we work in so many countries, the first thing we're doing now when you go to the countries is sitting with government and also now broader stakeholder groups to say, what are your water issues in the country? And before, as a development institution, we always looked at water and poverty and WASH poverty diagnostics. Who doesn't have water and sanitation? What are we going to do about it? And much, much more now, we're realizing if we talk about water in the economy, we get a lot more interest. And we also spread it out. So we're looking at water for agriculture, water for energy, water for even ecosystem preservation, and looking at water not just in the country, but water in relation to its neighboring countries and the surrounding water issues. So it's been very powerful to make that transition from talking about water and poverty to water in the economy, making sure it's an inclusive look at the economy. And one study we did last year was looking at the effects of climate change and water scarcity, mainly on the drought side, and we actually tried to quantify the impacts on GDP. And I think the number there, and don't quote me in case it's the wrong number, is something like 5 or 6% of a hidden GDP we're going to see across the world if we don't manage water properly. So there definitely is. That's a great way to get people's attention.
It's a great question that you're asking. It's a great question, and it's a perpetual problem. So as you know, we have to satisfy certain investment criteria prior to making a decision on providing funds to support projects. And one of the criteria is economic rate of return. We need to establish that this has got sufficient benefits, demonstrable benefits, and it surpasses certain hurdle rate. It is so obvious that you need water. It is so hard sometimes to justify that water is going to generate the sufficient kind of the rates of return that a project is going to be approved by the investment committee. And I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. A lot of work that's need to be done, not just by the academia, but also by the practitioners, how they compute. What is the methodology that is being used? How to quantify certain benefits. That's one of the biggest problems that we have. It's not that people don't agree that there is a value attached to clean river, for example, but it is how to value that and how to make that demonstrable in terms of benefit that is resulting. So whenever we find an investment project that has got a direct link to health outcomes or loss in productivity because of drainage issues or water issues, or wet industries being stimulated, those are easy ones to compute. And we can use those as to justify water investments or wastewater investments. But if you don't have those, and when the logic says water is important for the growth of this city and the people, and therefore the economy, sometimes we do find it very difficult to justify, to get that 10-15% ERR that is needed. So a lot of research needs to be done. We are collaborating with many people to try and do that, but that's an ongoing dialogue. As you know, economics is, unlike engineering, it's not, there are differences of views, right? It's sort of like lawyers. You know, you ask 10 different people, you get 10 different opinions. And ERRs is exactly the same.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. To me, it's the reason I'm actually in this job. I had been working, a lot of us here in the room had been worried about sprawl, mainly 70s, 80s, and 90s, of spreading out over the landscape. And the measure of that was water. How much land you were taking out that wasn't infiltrating water, what you were leaving behind in cities. And my view is on traffic, climate, taxes, almost everything. If you rebuild the city and stop pressing out into the hinterlands, all the numbers start going the right direction. And what was the biggest challenge for rebuilding in a city, in the United States anyways? It was old infrastructure. That is where you get all sorts of benefits. But I came originally when Mayor Fenty was here, run the Department of Environment, because my conviction was we can rebuild Washington and improve the environment and build the economy. And those are intimately together. There's no difference. And I can describe how many meetings I've had since where we're planning out the water infrastructure, all the new development you see on the wharf and everywhere else. That had to include massive improvements to infrastructure, fundamental to this enormous economic engine that the city has seen. The other element I would say that's a slightly different angle on the same question, but has resonated a lot, is the businesses and jobs that you create through the investment. It's different than just the return on the capital, but we have something called DC Water Works at DC Water. We track the residency and the opportunity of every single job on staff and every one of our contractors, as well as every company who works for us. And we report on local small, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses. In particular, every single potential job, we go through a network of 43 organizations in the city to prepare candidates. So someone who needs a job in the city can get one on the work, and it provides a whole nother, it's not that return, but if someone who's paying a bill says, I pay this $1, but I now have taken someone who was unemployed and on the dole, and now is becoming a member of society, is paying society, paying taxes, supporting their family, doing work in their own neighborhood, it's incredible the benefit you get from that then allows the support on the public side to make the investment in the first place. So we always make the economic issue, because to us it is part and parcel of the work.
Amazing. One more question on challenges. In the back, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Steve Senna. I'm with the USAID Washfin project. And this discussion that was just going on, the comment about urban sprawl and looking at water, and the prior about sort of what are their challenges. We just went through a kind of an exercise to develop a learning agenda for our project, where we looked at what are sort of the key drivers of lack of investment or lack of ability to finance infrastructure, water infrastructure in developing countries. So one of the questions that came to my mind and that we included as our key drivers was essentially all of what was discussed here: climate change, population growth, urbanization, but we also included sort of the status quo as a driver, because in developing countries, while you don't have you actually have kind of the reverse of the 70s in the US. You don't have suburbs that are growing. You have cities that are growing, but they don't have the existing infrastructure. So you're not only in the core cities have the old infrastructure. So they may have sewerage, they have piped water, but it's very old. So it needs both upgrading, but also expansion because of the growth of people coming into the cities. Mm-hmm. So it's more of a sort of, it's not a question, it's just sort of a comment that in developing countries, we're not only dealing with we're not dealing with one or the other, we're dealing with both at the same time. Mm-hmm. And it's just, how do we bridge that gap in terms of the status quo? And the status quo, I think also, in addition to public, spills over into the donor community, meaning we identified a driver as the lack of coordination, but also the opportunity costs of sort of misallocation of capital, where you could have used it as something that would crowd in private capital or other public capital, but instead it crowds it out. So when it comes back to finance, overcoming these big challenges, we're disincentivizing the solution in many cases, or at least we have been in the past. So it's more of a comment than a question. Thanks.
Could I add to that?
Please do.
Yeah.
I'd like
I just want to echo support to the comment that you made, is that we are finding as urbanization grows, and what is growing is actually not the core networked urban area, but it's the peri-urban area, the informal settlements. These are areas that are not planned. They ad hoc development. It is almost impossible to extend the network, whether it's a sanitation network or a water supply network, to those areas to provide services to the ever-expanding peri-urban areas. And it is extremely costly for the utility to therefore provide services to those peri-urban areas. So it's a double-edged sword in terms of the lack of urban planning to support a better infrastructure structure to be provided to those areas for the utility to be able to accommodate its expansion in those areas.
Can I have, sorry, a two-hander on that response? Because I think it's a fantastic response, and it's true. It's what we're seeing around many cities of the world is this urban sprawl. And I think what's really important for us, too, is we're doing a lot of work on non-pipe sewers or on-site sanitation. And in fact, we've been using this in the United States for many, many years. But so many utilities, they're just looking for pipe connections for water supply provision and for sanitation. And so that's an area for innovation. I think that's where we want to go in the future. If there's one thing, we had our Water Week, we invited some private sector companies, some innovators. And it was incredible. That was where people most asked for work on innovation. Can we find on-site solution? I mean, the flush toilet is one of the worst inventions that was ever made for the water community, the global water community. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to add that because I think even though there's urban sprawl, maybe you can't stop it, but then we need to adjust maybe how we look at service provision to respond to the urban sprawl. Thanks.
Absolutely. Okay, so now we're going to shift to solutions. So again, U.S., North America focus and or international focus. And these could be solutions that you have seen work, that are ongoing and you think they might work, or a wish, something you wish you had a solution for, and then in the Q&A we might hear the same. So why don't we start at the opposite end? You've got just a hotbed of innovation.
Well, and by the way, thanks for those of you who made a kind comment. Lots of audiences I'm in front of are swearing at me. So this is a very nice one. Just a few weeks ago on MacArthur Boulevard, in fact. But I've already sort of outlined what I think one of the key solutions is. By the way, I love coming to these conferences because every time I go, I get new ideas. I realize we do a fact sheet on every single procurement that we run through DC Water. We're running $600 million a year. I want to put on them an economic growth supported. It's not just an expense, and have that as a regular part of the reporting structure. Occurred to me just listening to this conversation, so thank you. For me, the challenge is uptake of new ideas in water utilities when the upfront costs are so great, international or domestic. And I always say, and you saw it in the article, it's not P3s, it's the 3 Ps. And what I mean by the 3 Ps is the first, I think we need to build an easy platform where lots of utilities, just like the story that you heard this morning about small utilities banding together. We did a huge CIS. In fact, we're in the middle of it now. We're replacing all of our meters. We're going to AMI. We've had AMR.
Define acronyms.
Automatic meter reading. So if you're a customer, you can go online and see our use. Where we're putting in the next generation. We can turn them on and off remotely. We have a huge new customer information system, a portal for our customers, all sorts of data that they could see. What we did not do when we went through a $20 million process that took 3 years to say, are there any other communities near us who'd like to do it at the same time? You contribute a little bit to our effort, it'll cut our costs. You'll get a full scale, what we would do with everyone in the room, but you don't have to pay all that cost. You just come in and join us. And then at the end, you can choose or not choose, but at a small marginal cost, you can come into a fully priced, fully vetted process to select all these things. And to me, one of the first of the 3 Ps is an easy platform that makes creating those combinations and sharing of knowledge and expense easy. The second P is what I've talked about is P2, which is public to public. There's a lot of good public agencies, most, or even private. It doesn't, although that's the third P, so it does come. But for a lot of public agencies, like it or not, and the vast bulk of water utilities in the United States are public, is concern when someone comes to your door. What's their motive? What do they want? And there's even a lot of concern by many of the public we serve that the private enterprise interest, there's some suspect to it. Whether it's rightful or not, it's just there. But if it's another public agency that you're working with, that's a partnership between someone just like you, who's in a job just like you, who faces the public just like you, and they try the same things that you want to do, and it was in our plant, and we could show you how we work, and the training manual, here's what it looks like, and here's what we did. So can we take, big or small, there's resourced utilities out there that could band together the smaller ones or less resourced utilities in their region and work with them. I call that P2. And that will generate P3s. Your enterprises, which are needed, come into the picture once a project is well defined, the technology is selected, we know what the return is, we know how we're going to implement it, we got to the point, then all of a sudden, well, there'll be a debate whether the return is enough, but we have gotten to that point. When it's there, the water industry, we have permanent customers. They're not going anywhere. Our revenue streams are strong. And so the opportunity for private money is great in the third of the P's, which is a P3. So it's a platform, P2s, and P3s is my sense of the solution.
Wow, that's at least the first two, that's how we work in the private sector, for Coca-Cola for sure. I mean, we have centralized procurement across most of our bottling partners as well as the company. And then we let our operations tell each other what works and what doesn't and not reinvent the wheel. So it's nice to see that replicated. Eric.
Yeah, I mean, we think about these puzzles because of the capital that we pursue, right? Remember the largest wealth transfer ever, and you got Gen Xers and millennials with different views on how they want to put their capital to work. They're less enamored with giving their money away. They want to bet on innovations that provide environmental and social and health outcomes, right? Meaning they want to invest in things, and they're fine with a lower financial return, but they want something in exchange, which is rigorously measured and validated health and environmental outcomes. Meaning, they're less inclined to want to give their money away and get that quarterly newsletter that makes them cry about how their money is being deployed, right? They want to see that randomized controlled trial, statistically significant evaluation that says that their money produced this outcome. That's a weird source of money, again, and there's lots of it, $17 billion sitting on the sidelines. So we don't have a capital problem, meaning there's plenty of it, right? What we have is we have an application or a use case challenge. And it's been, and I'm going to say a ball, right? It has just literally been a ball since working with DC Water. We issued the planet's first environmental impact bond, which is a pay-for-success transaction to scale green infrastructure, because it's been working with the World Wildlife Fund and other organizations in this room who are bringing use cases like the one we just talked about agricultural best management practices, or doing coastal restoration to scale interventions that we know are going to work to address the problem in Louisiana, or reclaiming urban wood from our landfills and scaling interventions that actually do that in Baltimore to get rid of the 16,000 vacant and abandoned properties in Baltimore and Detroit. The use cases aren't coming from, they're coming from you, right? Does that make sense? And so we have, I would say, we don't have a capital problem. That's the thing I would like to kind of say. And then number two, I think we just have the opportunity is to shoehorn these challenges into this model, figure out what the outcome is that you're going to finance around, and then source that capital to scale what works.
Can you give us a concrete example of that? I get the concept.
Yep.
You can take water and what you did with George, or this urban wood reclamation.
So here's, and I'll give you again the cartoon version of what we did with DC Water, right? So, and I think it's absurd that I'm telling this story.
No, go ahead.
So
hard work.
So here we go. So DC Water, combined sewer system, right? And it's been around for 4 billion years. And here comes the EPA and says 10 years ago, okay, you got to fix that, right? And there's been a lot of reasons it hadn't been fixed, but here you're going to fix it, right? And so, and then DC Water's fix prior to George was, we're going to do it's a $2.8 billion capital project to build 3 enormous tunnels underground. And in general, that will work, meaning that'll fix about 94% of the problem, and given the scale of the problem, that's awesome. That's awesome, right? And so it's Flash forward 10 years later, you've got DC Water on time and on budget building those 3 tunnels. Like, go government, go. On time and on budget on essentially a $3 billion capital project. Like, good on ya. And then here comes George wanting to get even more value out of it. And during that 10 years, the evidence or the efficacy that undergirds green infrastructure as an alternative to that 3rd tunnel, right? And let's unpack what green infrastructure does, right? It's just serving as a sponge, right? So if you put enough of it out and it rains and hits those maximum loads that the sewers can't handle, soaks it up for a day or two, holds on to it for a day or two, and then slowly trickles it into the sewer, right? So you don't have to, everybody get that? Enough? So that starts to become viable, right? So now you have green infrastructure. If we did hundreds of acres of green infrastructure, perhaps we wouldn't have to do that 3rd tunnel. $1 billion, about $100 million an acre, right? So there's a savings to tap into there. Working with the EPA, they reevaluated and reconstructed their consent decree to allow for this kind of creativity. And then the question becomes, how are you going to finance that, right? How are you going to pay for that, right? So classic, now he's excited, right? Because he can now talk to his ratepayers about a solution that you're actually going to see, right? As opposed to I'm going to bury the tunnel in the underground. You got the engineers who are thrilled to design 356 acres of green infrastructure because that's new and interesting and hard, right? And you got the CFO who can't sleep. And you got the CFO who can't sleep. Why? Because he's in that classic position that governments find themselves in, which is here's business as usual, i.e. the tunnel. We know that will work, right? And we know how to pay for that. And now we've got the crazy thing that might work, green infrastructure, innovation. Does that make sense? With all these wonderful positive health externalities, all these environmental externalities, the jobs are tremendous, meaning you got to maintain that stuff in perpetuity as opposed to the tunnel where you're just sending a guy down once a year. It looks pretty good, and then we're out. So the jobs are all to say, how do you like that version? That's all it is, right? Just look at it. My point is, you've got this solution, you've got that solution, and all we did was essentially make it a rational choice for a steward of public funds to actually do that choice. Does that make sense? By bringing in that impact investment that from humans who want to take that risk. They want entities like George's to move forward with green infrastructure, and they want to put their capital at risk so that George will move forward with that solution, the innovation, versus the business as usual.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Help me.
By the way, happiest day in a chief executive is when someone else talks about your stuff with that enthusiasm. That is a day.
Absolutely. We could all hope for that. Jennifer.
Oh, okay. So I wish it was that easy. Sometimes it sounds complicated what you're talking about, but it's so much easier than the world we work in. I mean, your 3 Ps, you talk about procurement. We get stuck on procurement, on the first contract of procurement in many of the countries we work in. So, but we actually talk about 3 Is rather than 3 Ps on how do we help find solutions, help governments find solutions to water issues. And we talk about the 3 Is because we talk about infrastructure, we talk about institutions, and then we talk about information systems. A lot of times the information's not there for water management. We could always throw in the 4th one if we wanted the incentives to all make that work properly. So for many times we used to always say our job was, just go fix the pipes. And then we realized, put in the infrastructure. Well, we need to fix the institutions that fix the pipes. And then now we're realizing that in itself is not enough. We need to make sure there's water in the pipes, and then we need to do something with the water that comes out the other end of the pipe. So just to give a practical example, for us, an easy, already a complicated project could be a city, let's say Nairobi. Going into Nairobi and trying to help the water utility deal with the urban center and the urban sprawl and other service providers to provide water and sanitation, right? So for a long time, we tried to work with the urban utility, invest in infrastructure. Then we realized we need to talk to the city government because let's talk about the tariffs, because if the tariffs are so low, there's no way that they're ever going to be able to have a sustainable service. And then now, all of a sudden, we also have to talk about to the county because there's going to be water reuse. And we'd love for them to come here and learn about what you're doing in DC. So wastewater reuse has all kinds of regulatory issues behind it, so we have to talk to the right authority for that. Now, it gets even more complicated because they don't have enough water and they need to go to the neighboring county and they need to look at water storage options. I mean, one day, hopefully, they'll also look at water pollution control as well. So our projects have become so much more complicated when you move in this space. The infrastructure side is probably the easier side. It's the institutional side, it's the partnership arrangement. So that's very important for us, and I think it's because it's the different way we look at water now. It's now the water SDG from the MDG, it's a bigger space of water. So that's a big way, the way that we frame the work that we do. We're learning a lot from the United States and other countries about trying to promote much better demand management. I mean, if you think about a lot of even the United States, I mean, a lot of the pipes that are leaking, if you think of cities, if you have 25 or 40, 50, 60% unaccounted for water, right? This is typical around the world. Mexico City, they're losing half their water. It's not just a problem that you're losing water in the city, and it's creating all kinds of problems of contamination as well as the aquifer, is that you're actually needing to bring a lot more water into the city to put water into leaking pipes. In Mexico is the case of Cusamala. They're actually pumping water up the mountain and piping it into the city, and then half gets lost, and a lot of people, they have intermittent service. So again, those are the issues that we're trying to look at solutions that are much broader on that. So again, looking at issues of much more demand management, it's fixing the leaks, it's setting the policy incentives to reduce the amount of water you use. Agriculture, of course, you have to look at efficiency of agriculture. It's a lot about behavior change. I'm glad there's someone who said, let's talk about water. Valuing water and behavior change is at the heart of anything we're going to do. Smile coming from the back of the room. I mean, sanitation. If you want to talk about sanitation and shit, it's about, yeah, you have to say it. You have to talk about it. In India, we're supporting Prime Minister Modi. If you want 800 million people in India still defecate in the open. If you want to do that, it's about behavior change. It's not just about going out and building latrines. So those are the issues that we have to look at, is on the demand management, understanding behaviors, and influencing and using pricing mechanisms to value water. We also have to look at the supply side. And I think that's where we can come and learn from a lot of these new ideas that you guys are coming up. I really want to come talk to both of you later on to see how do we take these ideas that we're doing in the United States and bring them overseas. The green infrastructure, the water reuse, other types of desal, water-saving devices, non-sewer options, I mentioned that before, and smart ICT applications. So there's a lot to do there. And finally, well, I guess we'll come back to this later, is about on the financial engineering solutions. And how do we use public finance to crowd in commercial finance? But I guess we'll come back to that.
Yeah, we will. But I want to pick up on that. You talked about the challenges, and I've seen them as well, institutional being a big one. I didn't hear you say money.
Yeah, I think that you guys are saying there's plenty of money out there. There's money sitting in pension funds all around the world, not just the United States, even in developing countries. There's a lot of money out there. They just need credit-worthy institutions. They need institutions to whom they can lend the money. I mean, you have customers, right? You say water people aren't going to go away, pipes aren't going to go away. So there's a client base there. If you don't have institutions that can operate a utility efficiently and charge the right tariffs, it's very difficult to crowd in money.
Right? I love this crowd in. but think about what you've said, and then Kumar, we're going to come to you. But you've got customers for life. You've got a steady source of income. You don't have a lack of solutions. Maybe you need a process to get them implemented, procured at a lower cost, and fix solutions. But you're not looking for a black box or a cure or a vaccine. And the fact that you're not looking for money, in the big sense, like there isn't enough capital to solve this problem, that's not the case. But you've got an innovative approach. I mean, MCC does, so let's hear about your solution.
Okay. So I'm going to give you a case study instead of giving you a list of potential solutions, just to illustrate what the problem was and what the solutions the case study actually brought. The case study that I'm going to talk about is Jordan, where we just completed a 5-year engagement program. And when Jordan was eligibilized as an MCC country, they went through a consultative process, and they identified the biggest issue facing the country is water, no surprise. It's the third poorest country in terms of water resources, and in particular, water availability in the second largest and the fastest growing city called Dhaka, which is very close to Amman. Dhaka was not only the seat of poverty, but also it was attracting a lot of industries, which couldn't go to Amman for cost reasons, but going to Dhaka and growing at a rate of 8% per year, which is phenomenal. So the problem that was brought to MCC to be funded through MCC agreement is how to provide more water to Zaka in a country there is no water. So we achieved that by two. When I say we, I mean the country with MCC money achieved more water, providing more water to Zaka to promote economic growth by two avenues. One is to fix the leaks in Zaka, 68% non-revenue water, put in new pipes, rehabilitate the network, put in a meter, improve the billing collection, strengthen the utilities so they can achieve, they're not, half of the water that they are wasting is now captured and distributed to the people. The second way that we achieved is to expand the collection, a wastewater collection network to other households that are not connected, increase the wastewater collection, and then we funded a wastewater treatment plant through a BOT, long-term concession. And the treated wastewater, which was treated to high quality or high effluent levels, took that to the Jordan Valley, where farmers were using fresh water, gave them the treated wastewater, took the fresh water that they are using and brought it back to Zaka and gave it to the people. So all of this was done without abstracting 1 cubic meter of new water or trying to find new water. So this is one way to solve a problem by basically capitalizing on what they already have.
Yeah.
And to bring in the private sector where private sector is willing to take that risk. We only provided viability gap financing simply to eliminate some of the risks for the private sector to be able to provide, to take on the risk of doing the wastewater treatment. Now, the flip side of that coin is that the country has to do its part in order to make this work. I think Jennifer mentioned already, pricing is a huge issue when it comes to water, especially in developing countries. Here is developing wastewater systems, developing treatment, developing recycling. Recycling is expensive, right? Mm-hmm. And it needs to be reflected in the price. If you leave it to the government to subsidize, the next time there is a political change, that's going to be eliminated. It becomes politicized, it's going to be eliminated. So people need to own that. They need to realize that this is the price of getting the water, and they can make that judgment as to how much water they can use if water is priced correctly. And the other flip side of that coin is institutions like utilities. They need to be strengthened. Ultimately, what do we want? We want the utility to be able to raise the funds to finance its own development and to attract finance. So utility strengthening in developing countries is a mammoth task. Most of them are departments or quasi-enterprises. They don't even operate on commercial terms. They are not thinking about the importance of revenue management, collection efficiencies, improving their balance sheet. So these are kind of basic commercialization that needs to be instilled in bringing that kind of a discipline and investment mentality into the utility.
Yeah, I always think of it, we always talk about charging for water. If we just flip that to water services,
that's right.
Yeah.
Right, and not the substance, because you buy substances like electrons and broadband capacity and gasoline. They're substances, but you never think about the substance. You think about the service.
That's right.
And putting it in that context. I've got a ton of more questions, but the big one was building public, political, and financial support for financing. So if someone wants to ask that, you can, because I'm going to turn over for the rest of the time we have here, another 10, 15 minutes, to the audience, leaving a little bit at the end for some closing comments. So questions, succinct comments. Yes, sir. Wait for the microphone, your name, organization.
Hi, Dan Scler from George Mason University. Actually, using the theme you just presented, I'm aware that Israel has had a transformation in its water infrastructure over the last decade, and without minimizing the equity issues that exist in that country and that region. I was wondering, are there some finance insights from that you could share with us or that you're aware of that would be useful and address some of the comments that our moderator was just bringing up?
Okay, let's take a couple more questions, and then so we've got Israel and financing solutions. There's certainly a lot of innovation. John Oldfield? Yes? Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. John Oldfield with Water 2017. Just let me jump into my second question, Greg, in response to your question about financing there. It seems to be there's plenty of political will, but perhaps what's lacking is bankability that's going to shake loose what Jennifer was talking about. There are the trillions of dollars sitting in pension funds and so on across the developing world. One solution I'd like to propose is USAID's Development Credit Authority that provides those credit risk guarantees of various flavors, limited U.S. taxpayer dollars that can shake loose 100x, 500x in local currencies. I'm not just talking about USAID, but Acumen Fund has pursued a similar innovative financial model and so on. So love to hear any more thoughts about that. Second, more of a comment, is our intelligence community has suggested that water will indeed continue to pose any number of security threats, famines, droughts, wash-related infectious diseases, and so on to the United States and our allies. So first of all, is that useful to your work up here in building the political will or leading conversations more towards bankability? And then the specific question is, we've heard a lot of stories this morning about, we do it pretty well in this country. Nobody, with very few exceptions, dies from preventable waterborne diarrheal disease. Nobody drinks shit in the water, for the most part. Thank you, George, and many others. So shouldn't we, or how could we do a better job of deploying U.S. expertise, both public and private? Are things like State Department's International Visitors Program helpful in this? So how can we be useful in deploying people like George on a global road show, which you're already doing to a certain extent? How can we make more of you more active overseas?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nice squeezing three in there when you had one. So the U.S. Water Partnership, lots of members in the room, designed to do exactly that. So let me table that one and go ahead to the panel. We have Israel, and we all know about their innovations and their success in a very arid area, financing solutions that you're aware of, as well as unlocking some of this capital, this trillions of dollars. So let's start, George, then Jennifer.
I was going to make a comment because I thought first, you're right about Israel on a lot of issues. I made 3 trips early in my tenure. The first was to Israel, the second was to Singapore, and the third was to Spain. But I went to Israel and Singapore first, as those areas are really good at water because they have to be. It's like Jordan, where you have a crisis, it's amazing how ingenious we get when we must be. And I don't remember the finance side from Israel. We learned a lot on the technology side. And in fact, we're deploying some of that technology, and we're very aware of the innovations coming out of that side of the world. On the finance side, what I like the best about what I just heard, and it's note to self, because DC Water, we're like in this business now. So I hear a good business model, I want a piece of it for my ratepayers to turn that return is non-revenue water. Where can you get a 10 to 15%? There's almost every community in the United States and the world. Think of Mexico City paying all that money. So this is money that's cash out already. To pump the water up to the top and bring it all the way down after it's treated, then it gets lost. There's a huge return in just saved expenses if you can put in a project like exactly what you've done in Jordan. And in our case, we're doing it with biosolids, where we call it Bloom, again, bloomsoil.com, products on the web. That is a case where most of the revenue that we're generating is not actual cash money, because you don't sell it for that much. Right. But it is costing us so much money to handle it the old way, and we save all of it. Yeah. So our return is much better than 10% for having created this new biosolid that is now usable as a product. We get a little bit of revenue, but we save an enormous amount of cost. And to the enterprise, that's the return. And while we did not do a performance bond or some sort with the private sector, we financed it ourselves. The economics have been great. It has returned money to our ratepayers. And that was a $500 million investment. So I think the lost water, or where there's biosolids, is everywhere. We're about to put on the street a huge solar project. I bet we'll be the biggest solar project in Mid-Atlantic. Why? Because we have a giant open treatment plant with no shade. Every treatment facility in the United States or across the world should be generating power, and that's revenue back. It's a project that is prone for private sector. I love this return-based notion, and I think there's a lot of opportunity.
Okay, Jennifer?
So I'll speak to the partnerships and then the bankability. So Israel, we do have a very small partnership with the Israeli government where we do study tours. And I mean, you're right, Israel is an amazing example of good water management, but also how they price water and they use every single drop and reuse every single drop. So, but let me just say a few more words about partnerships. We've also brought delegations from the Mekong, from Vietnam and Laos, Cambodia, and also from Brazil with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to visit the Mississippi, to go up to Columbia River, to look at issues on water management, water sharing with neighboring countries. We just last week or a couple of weeks ago in Marrakesh had brought in some water utilities. I think we had Tucson, Las Vegas, San Diego, came to share experiences on this initiative on water-scarce cities. And then we brought in representatives from Africa, South America, East Asia. So that was all very nice. These face-to-face exchanges are great because you need the context. You need to be able to look at each other face-to-face, but they're incredibly expensive. So I think what's also important for us is to look at ways of doing this kind of knowledge sharing and exchanging in a way that's more, I don't know how we can do it, more virtual, what it is, but I think that's a really big, important thing to put on the table. On the bankability of projects, I mean, very, very, very important. I mean, let's assume we have the institutions that work. We have two issues here. We always say, oh, the willingness to pay, these people are poor. I think the problem is the willingness to charge. So a lot of times the poor people are not connected to service right now. They're paying so much more, 5, 10, 20 times more to go and get water from other sources or sanitation provisions. So I think there's an issue there. And people in the World Bank, whenever we say private capital, we now call it commercial financing rather than private financing, we get attacked. We have people out on the street during our spring meetings handing out the anti-privatization campaign, Don't Privatize Water. And we're trying to say, look, bringing in private and commercial finance is not about privatizing utilities. Most utilities in the United States are publicly run, but they get private money. So that you can keep the public ownership and management. So I think even this global dialogue about what we mean by private finance is really, really important. It's not privatizing water and, making money from water with the poor, right? And I think so it's really upon all of us here to actually have a much better dialogue about the bankability of projects, what should be paid. There's 3 ways of paying for water, right? You can pay by user fees, taxes, or transfers, right? So whatever is something that the users can pay for, great. If there's a public good, and this awareness I think is really important of public officials, that there are things that are public goods that need taxes or transfers from MCC or the World Bank, these types of institutions, it's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the public subsidy as long as it's clear what it's for.
Yeah, and the pension funds, I'm glad a lot of people came back to that because I deal a lot with investors in our company and investors looking at water risk, and there are several very large, in fact, the largest pension funds that are heavily invested in water utilities around the world because of the reasons that you said. So, next question. We'll take 2 more. Yep. Up front here, and who's next so we can get ready? Oh, I'm sorry, there you go, yes.
Marina Janis, Ecopeace. So a large part of the watersheds are in border areas, which from our perspective provides a huge opportunity for indirect benefits in terms that if you can get these different countries or communities to cooperate and so on, then you have opportunities for economic, sustainable development, and maybe even also peace building. And I would like to ask a little bit about how that is incorporated in your models.
Okay, and one more question. Who wants that one?
So I'm Bill Dennison from University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science. We work with WWF on Healthy Rivers for All. We're kind of struck here by the fact that we've got Greg's water on our table. We've got Georgia's water up there. The different bottled water, which is a growth industry globally, and we see Singapore where they're marketing that water, the reverse osmosis water. So I'm wondering what you guys think about this trend of bottled water and what creative innovations financing could do to make that work for us.
I'm going to take that one first.
I think that was for you.
So it goes back to my comment earlier on, that all the panelists were hitting on water services versus water the substance. And when you look at packaged water, that's exactly it. The cost that you're paying is not water. You're not paying for water. And most, if not all, of what you pay for water at the tap is not the substance. You know, here it's the packaging, the convenience, the portability, the resealability, whatever the case may be. And there it's all that infrastructure and the services and the maintenance. And so that dialogue between substance versus service, I think that's what we want to say on water. But let's take the transboundary issue and water and any closing comments. We've got about 5-6 minutes.
Try a transborder thing.
Yeah, you want to try that? Yep.
Yeah.
Transborder thingy thing?
Yeah, transborder thingy thing. Yeah. So just go back to agricultural best management practices transaction we were talking about. So, you know, George has a geography, right? And he's got ratepayers within that geography, right? And so, and life is never as clean as his geography, right? So we run into that problem all the time in the sense that by aggregating the Georges, coming together, quantifying the outcomes and what's wanting to be achieved and packaging that all together to do what George did alone with DC Water, but by bringing together 5 or 6 Georges to solve one enormous problem that's affecting them all is something that can get done by these types of transactions that we live through.
Look, two things. I totally agree with that, and I make no comment about international, but the national challenges between states can be as difficult, and DC Water is probably the best example that you may not even know because you don't hear about it. You hear a lot of the regional institutions that fail, and here DC Water has a service area that goes out to Dulles Airport. We serve most of Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Fairfax, Loudoun, and a bit of Arlington. So we cross 2 state boundaries and the district, and you never hear about it. It's one of the best regions. Water has brought all of those warring communities together, war on everything else. They don't on water, because Blue Plains has half the national average treatment costs because of the economies of scale and the research and development we can do together. So it is a perfect example. I think your point, I don't know the international world as well, but water can draw people together. It certainly can cause conflict, but it can work on the other side when you can generate cost savings. On bottled water, my comment would be, is everyone knows we push the Drink Tap campaign for tap water. I don't have any problem with bottled water. I think it should be one of the choices. My view, and this is sort of like a marketing question, is that agencies that create tap water didn't market their own product. So my view is you need to know tap water is a good choice and what its cost is, so we advertise on all the sides of our trucks, because that's our product, that's how we generate revenue. So I have no trouble with anybody marketing whatever their product is. We're just going to market ours for why we think it's a good one, and then the consumers will choose, and they're both the right choice given whatever a particular need may be.
Thank you, George. Kumar.
We often encounter transboundary issues in terms of doing the project, developing the project, because there are legislation with regards to, you have to involve your neighboring countries if you are looking at a watershed or shared resources. So that in itself becomes part and parcel of sort of project development or project design in terms of trying to find what are the limitations in terms of the project. So if it's an agricultural project in Moldova, then to what extent you can develop irrigation on the Moldovan side, which is the MCC country, without impacting the neighboring countries, or with the permission of the neighboring countries, or within the legal framework that has been agreed of the neighboring countries. Often the projects, if they are done well, have got a positive benefit to the neighboring countries. So it's not a problem if you can quantify the benefits to the neighboring countries, that this is not a threat to you. Even if it is abstracting more water, it probably does purify the river, and that river is shared by the neighboring country. If that can be demonstrated as part and parcel of this project, we find it very easy to have that conversation.
Okay, I see the 1 minute, so I'm going to go rest. Echo Peace, you guys are doing great work, fantastic work. So really, this whole field of blue diplomacy is huge. It's going to be even more and more important. I know we're working with you in Jordan, Israel, and Palestine on this Red Sea, Dead Sea initiative. But I mean, the transboundary rivers, 80% of rivers in Africa are transboundary. If we look at the Nile Basin, you look at Central Asia, look at the Aral Sea, anywhere you go, you mentioned the Mekong. The Indus River Treaty between India and Pakistan is now being subject and questioned again. I mean, these are the hot issues of the future. And I think we come back to the 3 I's. The way the World Bank approaches this is, again, these are homegrown solutions. You have to get all the countries around the table with the same amount and level of information, the institutions and rules under which they want to allocate their resources, and the infrastructure that can be shared for their resources. We can't tell them what to do. We can give them exposure to how other countries have done it. It's very, very important. I see that's where a lot, again, we call it the blue diplomacy. That's where we're going in the future. Just my closing remarks. I really want to thank everyone. This is a fantastic opportunity. I know this is the lead up to the World Water Forum. I really want to highlight that for us, the most important thing is this initiative having a global awareness about valuing water. I think we have this heads of state panel. We don't have time now to talk about it, but the heads of state panel, that's our biggest initiative now in the next 9 months, is really, let's get the word out. Let's talk about what it means to value water for the environment, for social, and for economic uses. So thank you very much.
Nice way to end on valuing water and sharing water. I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed this. I learned a lot, and please join me in thanking our panel. All right, well, we'll sit here while you...
So lunch is ready, right outside these doors in the lobby. We're going to reconvene at 12. Okay, I'm going to start over. Lunch is ready right outside those doors. We're going to reconvene at 12:30 for a conversation with the current mayor of Flint, Mayor Karen Raver. Thank you again to our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Our program will resume in 5 minutes. And note we put extra chairs out on each table.
If everyone can take a seat, we are going to get started. We want to be cognizant of everyone's time this afternoon. And as John mentioned, there are extra chairs along the walls and in the back, if anyone didn't have a seat before. Come on in, welcome. If I had a xylophone, I would play it. Okay. All right, we're going to get started. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I did. Hope you got enough. As we continue our discussions today about North American water-related issues, we definitely want to move to a discussion about Flint. As most of us are well aware, the Flint water crisis began in 2014 when the Flint River became the drinking source for the city of Flint. And then 2 years later, in 2016, a federal state of emergency was declared after residents were potentially exposed to high levels of lead. And our next discussion is intended to focus on lessons that were learned from Flint and the progress underway right now to recover and move forward as we look to the future of sharing water together. Dr. Karen Weaver was elected mayor of Flint in November of 2015. Please help me welcome the Honorable Mayor Karen Weaver. Mayor Weaver, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. We want to begin with, let's talk about what the current landscape is with the water situation in Flint. And I know that you've mentioned a couple times that there are misunderstandings about where you stand right now.
And I'm glad you asked that, because one of the things we want to talk about is where we are now. And there have been some misunderstandings about where we are right now. People think that either everything is okay and we're through this, or nothing has happened because they hear that we're still on bottled and filtered water. And so what's up with that? And that's what they want to know. And we are still on bottled and filtered water, but one of the things I do want to say is it's been a year and a half, and in this year and a half, we've really worked hard to look at the water quality. And if you look at our test results now, our test results are coming back really, really good. But we're doing construction, and that's a good thing as well, because we got the federal funding and we got the state funding. And so we've really been working hard on the lead service and the galvanized line replacement.
And that's why you're on bottles.
And that's why, exactly. We're doing that in 10 areas of the city. And our goal for this year is to get 6,000 of those lead service lines replaced, and then 6,000 the next year, and then the following year. And so while we've made that progress, we have to stay on bottled and filtered water.
And what's been the reaction from communities in having to stay on bottled?
It's mixed. I mean, some people are really happy. When you go into the community and people have just gotten new service lines, they're really happy. And it's given people hope, and they see a light at the end of the tunnel. And so sometimes you get it. But it's been a long time. It's been a long time. And it's a hassle. It's a hassle to, be on the bottled and the filtered water when that's not how your way of life has been. And so we've been very I guess I would say proactive as far as going out and educating people about the appropriate use of, and maintenance of the filters and those kinds of things. But it's different. It's different, and I think because it's been 3 years now, people are ready to get back to their normal state of living.
And do you see the frustration when you go out, or is it?
I live the frustration as well when, because we're really looking at making sure we are recycling too, because we have so many plastic bottles now. So we're recycling, but it, it gets old after a while, so it's frustrating. But like I said, it's, we're so much further than we were a year and a half ago. So that's the good part. That's the good part. And we want people to know that we haven't just stayed in this crisis mode, that we're on the road to recovery. And that's the picture that we want people to know about Flint.
And you are moving the ball sort of down the track. Can you talk about sort of the current hurdles and then what you're looking at, say, 18 months, 2 years from now?
Well, some of the current hurdles are, like I said, really having people be patient. That's a hurdle. Just to be patient, we're getting to you, and they do know we're coming, but that's a tough one when you've been waiting. But one of the things that's also been there is people have recognized we've had a public health crisis, an infrastructure crisis, but we also had an economic development crisis, and that's been a hurdle, is to let people know here's where we are right now. Before the water crisis hit, we were making gains when you talk about economic development and really looking at how we were building up downtown and what was going on there. And then that stopped. It slowed down once the water crisis hit. So one of the hurdles has been to let people know that we have taken this issue seriously, that we are addressing the water, we're getting that fixed, and take another look at us and letting people know that Flint is worth the investment.
Besides your constituency, who would you say are we're talking a lot today about partnership, who are your most important stakeholders right now in Flint?
Some of the most important stakeholders in the city of Flint would be the business community. And it's interesting that you ask that because our Flint and Genesee Chamber has really taken a strong, active role in partnering and making sure we're able to roll this ball forward, as you say. So we've been partnering and doing some things. In fact, I think it was probably about a month ago, we had a development summit, and they brought developers to the city of Flint to show them not only have we and are we addressing this water issue and making that safe, but look at what Flint has to offer. And so we paired them up with people that own different areas of Flint and Genesee County to say, okay, here's property that's available, bring your business to Flint, and showing them the other assets that we have and the resources that we have. But we also just had a policy in Mackinac, the Policy Council conference, and it was looking at business and how we need to work together. But that's been one of the things we have been able to take advantage of when you talk about a crisis. If you don't make some opportunities happen, then you've missed the boat again. And one of the things we've been able to do is, even when it was something as simple as handing out water. When this first started, we had the National Guard come in, and they were distributing the water. And I thought, wow, we could use people right from our own community. They can hand out water and get paid. And that was one of the things we did. And that was really, really important for the community to feel like they were part of the process, this healing process. And putting money in their pockets as well. These were people that were unemployed.
And you mentioned opportunity. You've talked before about the opportunities that sort of arose in giving employment to this process.
Right. And to take that even a step further, we wanted to say you can do more than just hand out water and get paid, because we knew that we would be late, doing the lead service line replacements. And so we paired them up with some of the plumbers and the pipe fitters and had an apprenticeship program put in place. And so they could get an education and get paid while this is going on. Even when we talked about the contracts that were coming through for the construction companies, usually what happens, and this was people's fear, was that companies from the outside would come in and they would get the economic opportunities, and nobody from Flint and Genesee County would benefit. And so one of the nice things that I'm really excited about is the construction companies that are out there are Flint and Genesee County. And that was really, really important. And I think that's something that the people were happy about as well.
Take us back and talk about the importance of the partnership and what sort of input and help that you had from the business community and organizations in sort of getting you over some of those first hurdles.
Well, you know what, I have to talk about another partnership. Not only has the business community gotten heavily involved, but so has the philanthropic community. They've been right there by our sides as well, because one of the things that happened being under an emergency manager was staffing at City Hall was really decimated, and we did not have the capacity to be able to handle certain things, especially when you lay a water crisis on top of it. And so between the Mott Foundation and the Skillman Foundation and Ford and Kellogg, Kresge, they have really come forward to help us as far as building capacity. I remember when this issue first hit, people would say, we can't even get through to City Hall. I'm like, I know you can't. I know you can't, because we don't have enough people to answer the phones. And so they recognized that not only do you need those kinds of supports, but with everything else that's going to be coming through, you're going to need additional support. And so they're really helping us build capacity, and that's been great.
Can you talk a little bit about any one action in particular that this partnership, this coalition can learn from?
One action that
Any one thing that you did, any one action, a bringing together in the community that was so important?
I would have to say a couple of things that I think were really important, and one was really just declaring the emergency, because that was when it brought the community together because our voice was heard.
Speaking up.
Yeah, because our voice was heard, and people's voice had been taken, our democracy had been taken. And so when that action happened, it really brought us together because of that. And it brought really not only the state, but across the country, it brought people together. And I didn't recognize how much it brought us together because, you know, as I would go out, people would say to me that you all have made a difference for our community because you brought us together as we've come to get water to send to you or filters to send to you. So that really brought us together. I think something else that's been interesting was the ability to work with the governor. The ability to work with the governor because people were angry, and justifiably so. We were angry with government about what happened, but I knew that I wasn't elected to be angry because I could have sat there and name-called and done all of those negative things, but I had to recognize that we were going to get more accomplished if we were going to be able to put some of those things behind us and say what are goals we can agree on. And it's really brought a lot to the city of Flint. And I'm not saying it hasn't brought what we don't deserve. We deserve it. But sometimes, you know, just because you deserve something, I mean, everybody deserves clean, affordable water. It doesn't mean you have it. So just because you deserve something doesn't mean you always get it. And so to be able to make that happen and put those less important things on the back burner and say, I'm not the judge here about anything, but let's see what we can do together to get the people of the city of Flint the resources and the services and supports that we deserve and make that happen. And so I made that my mission.
You have a lower income gap and a shifting population and infrastructure needs. Can you talk about the nexus of those and how you're tackling that?
You know, that's been one of the issues. I think earlier I heard people talking about communities expanding, populations getting bigger, and in Flint we had the total opposite with General Motors not being there the way it used to be. And so our infrastructure, you know, we used to be a city of about 200,000 and now we're about 100,000. And so the infrastructure was built on a city that was expanding. And now, you know, we're half that size and we've got this old infrastructure. I know you were talking about water loss, and we have a lot of that. And so we have an opportunity now, actually. I keep talking about opportunities, but we have an opportunity now to right-size our infrastructure and get state-of-the-art. And I heard you talking about meters and those kinds of things. So we're looking at the opportunity to not only remove those lead service lines, but it's our chance to really redo the infrastructure in the city of Flint.
I want to touch on one thing. You're a licensed clinical psychologist by trade.
Yes.
What insight?
I keep telling people I'm the other P, not a politician, a psychologist.
Talk to us about best practices for It's the importance of people in the areas where we operate, right? And interacting, the importance of touching these communities and interacting with the communities around water issues as you improve things.
Well, I'll tell you, it comes in handy because when you look at what happened in Flint, we have been emotionally bruised. So it is about relationships. And I remember even a town hall meeting we were at, and actually, you know, we had water bottles. We had bottled water, and people would crinkle their bottles anytime somebody from the state would talk, or anytime somebody from EPA or MD, they would just start crinkling. And so finally I said, you know what? I said, I get it. We're angry. I said, but we've got to let them talk, and we've got to let them say what they need to say and be on the record for that. Because if we don't let them get on the record, how do we know if we've got to hold people accountable, and we can't do that if we don't let them talk. And so it was, and they were really surprised. I said, well, we've got to acknowledge people's anger. You know, I've been in the room. I've been able to fuss and have those kinds of discussions with the other people. But the average citizen hadn't been able to do that. And so I said, let's just stop. Let's acknowledge these feelings because they're real feelings. And until we can do that and get through those, we can't get to the next step. And so those were some of the things that it was really helpful for me, because as a, you know, I did child and family is systems. And that's what it is. You're looking at systems and how they interact and how they've been maybe hurt or unheard, those kinds of things. And so bringing that to the forefront and letting people know it's okay.
As this event is in preparation for the 8th World Water Forum next year. As we get ready for that, what advice would you give to this coalition? What advice would you give to other partnerships that are out there?
To pay attention to Flint. I have said that water is a basic human right. Clean, affordable water is a basic human right. And I think because we are in the United States, we've taken for granted our water quality, and we've taken for granted even infrastructure kinds of issues. And we can't do that. And I'm sorry about what happened to Flint. I hate what happened to Flint, and it shouldn't happen to another community. But things happen for a reason, and I think Flint was a wake-up call for the entire nation to pay attention to and start demanding higher water quality standards and learning the importance of maintaining and investing in infrastructure. And if you don't learn, I mean, if people miss that, if they don't get that lesson from Flint, then I believe that we failed twice.
Yeah. We're going to take just a few minutes and take some questions from the audience, and then we'll circle back and you and I will finish up. So if we have do we have our microphone wranglers nearby? And there they are. I love it. I say it here and it comes out there. Okay, let's start with a few questions from the floor. Anybody want to tee up a conversation? You in the blue shirt. We will bring you a microphone right behind you, Alexander.
Hi, I'm Michael Rollins from George Mason University. On behalf of the PREC study that we're going to be doing, we're kind of broadening our knowledge on some of the water issues in the area. And we're curious on what some of the best ways you've been able to keep in touch with the public. Because outreach is probably one of the biggest things that we're going to be struggling with as we develop our research, is getting that out to them.
That was something we struggled with also, and that was an area where I believe that some mistakes were made even, because it's difficult when you're in a crisis mode to make sure you're communicating with everybody. And we were doing some things in the traditional way, and a lot has been with social media nowadays, but we missed some people, and you have to make sure that you don't forget those kinds of grassroots efforts as well. We have a large undocumented population, and so we were missing them. They would not come to the door for fear that something would happen. And so it was sitting down and saying, how do we engage with this community and make sure they're getting the information? we have a large deaf and hearing impaired community, and making sure we were getting the information to them. We've been able to now sit down and say, as we continue to go through this, how do we make sure we use technology, but we use the other methods as well to communicate with people? And that was something that was difficult when really you're just putting out fires. And so we're being more proactive now, but it's making sure we have all of the groups represented at the table when we're saying, how do we get this information out? And we weren't doing that initially. So I think making sure you do those things is just really, really crucial.
Somebody else had a question? So the importance
really
of proactive
right, the
versus
communication, right. It really is. It makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference. And it was also nice when we were able to, like I said, I appreciate having the National Guard come in because we had to get this jump started. We had to get water to people. But it's so much nicer now when we have, it's the community outreach team going door to door. And those are people from those neighborhoods, from those areas. And so they know them and they're looking for them and they feel much more comfortable opening their doors. And it wasn't just an undocumented community that didn't want to open their doors. We had seniors that were nervous about opening their doors. And so now it's like, oh, I know this person, you know, I've seen this person. And they're residents, you know, in our community and of this city. And so that was really important, is making sure you have the right people getting the message out.
Okay, yes, sir, right here in the suit, Alexander? Yes.
My name is Chris Holmes. I work with the Boston Consulting Group. I was curious, how do you measure the long-term impact of these blood lead levels on children in particular, and whether or not the government, the federal level, is giving you any support to do that kind of long-term monitoring?
You know what, that's a good question, because that was one of the issues, was we know that the levels didn't remain in the blood for a long period of time. I think it was about 30 days. And so it's really important to educate parents and caretakers on what to look for in their children. Making sure we had more school nurses and mental health providers in the schools, because one of the things you need to know is looking at developmental milestones in your children, and are they reaching them? And you know, if your child is supposed to do this at 18 months of age or 2 years of age, or by the time they're in first grade, has it happened? And if it's not, letting someone know, go to your healthcare provider and letting them know. Or was your child doing something and now you've noticed there's some delays there? Those are the kinds of things, but we have to educate parents and caretakers about that. And then once you do that, making sure you have those kinds of services and supports in the schools. That was one of the things we were able to do with the state, because we only had a school nurse in our schools, and now we have school nurses for the schools. And like I said, making sure we get those mental health supports, because we know it's going to show up in the areas of mental health or special education. And making sure now that we have some of those, that money available, and we got the Medicaid expansion, saying please go for the services, because then you'll get all of those other wraparounds, and we want people to take advantage of that. And so it was letting them know you have to do that so we can maintain the reason that we need those services and supports.
Other questions? Greg?
Yeah, Greg Koch from Coca-Cola. Thanks for coming. And I love the quote, "You weren't elected to be angry." I think it was amazing. And what you ended on, that we should all learn from this. And so are we learning from it? Are people approaching you? Are other mayors approaching you? What can we do? There's a lot of firepower, if you will, or brain power in this room, from the EPA to other utilities. Are we documenting and learning enough from what you've been through and the journey that you're going on to try to avoid this elsewhere and build support for municipal infrastructure in water and sewer?
Well, I certainly hope so, and I've seen evidence of that, at least from other mayors for sure, because in fact, once this happened, other mayors, in fact, it was the Conference of Mayors, they came right to Flint, and they have really been involved and made water quality and infrastructure part of the conference, as part of the conversations since this has taken place. And we continue to do that. And they've made sure that I've been in front of certain audiences so they can hear this story. But that's why I said it's so important for us to keep Flint out there, because there are so many other Flints across the country, and they may not have the same issue. It may not result in that kind of crisis, but we know we're not alone. And so, like I said, we've been the poster child, so it's important that we keep this story out there. People need to see how this story is going to end, because there will be a different ending to this story. We said there will be a part 2 to this. And so, you know, it's been interesting because people have said, we get it that there was a crisis. We want to see how you get through it. And we want to hear the great things that are going to come as a result. And it's a chance for us to really be a model for so many other places, and for people to learn from us, and for us to provide technical assistance and say, here's what we did, or here's what we didn't do, and keep that going. So I certainly hope so. But that's what's important. People have been scared that this story would die, and we can't let it die. So if we can keep, we just need to keep it alive.
Let's take one more
Thank
question
you.
from the floor. Great question, Greg. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Diana Foster, also from GMU. Something that I've paid attention to, and it's kind of slowly showing itself in the environmental circles, is the idea of inclusion. And you mentioned this earlier, how your community is truly healed from this crisis is including all of the different stakeholders in the conversation. Aside from the direct outreach, one-on-one, going door-to-door with community people, what other methods have you found to be particularly effective in shifting the conversation and being able to have everybody who is affected, both financially, socially, culturally, you know, downstream and upstream, involved in these conversations, both with your rebuilding, but what have you found to be truly effective through this process?
One of the things is when we have brought all of these different partners to the table is making sure we're all on the same page and giving people the same information and letting them know where we're going. That's been really, really helpful, because we can't be in all places, and we need other advocates or ambassadors out there telling the story. And sometimes a different person can tell it better. Sometimes they need to hear it from the medical community. Sometimes they need to hear it from the business community. Sometimes they need to hear it from their neighbor. And so we've been having different kinds of meetings or getting it out different ways, whether it's through town hall meetings, whether it's been conversations on the radio, whether it's been through social media, whether it's been going to block clubs. You know, all of those kinds of things is what we've been doing, but pulling those stakeholders together so when they go out, they know what to say as well. And that's what we've had to do. That's what we've had to do.
I have one question of my own that I'd like to end on. I know that you want everyone to remember Flint.
Yes.
What do you want them to know about Flint right now?
I want them to know that Flint is full of strong people, and that we're resilient people. And we don't call ourselves Flintstones for nothing. And we don't. There's a reason, because it's a strong, strong rock, and it was used for, you know, it could be a weapon. And that we are optimistic, and we see promise, and we see hope, and we're not going to let this get us down. And we're going to take this challenge and make something great happen. And I keep saying I want people to stay tuned, because it's not going to just be a crisis. We're going to rise out of this crisis. So I'd like people to come to Flint and see us firsthand.
A 2.0. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I thought that was great. Our next topic turns to the humanitarian needs that exist and the opportunities to strengthen communities when there's a lack of access to safe drinking water. Our next speaker is the CEO of International Development Enterprise. which is investing in entrepreneurial ideas to help change the lives of people living in rural areas. Please help me welcome Tim Pruitt. Thank you. I'll trade places with you here.
Thanks very much. It's really nice to be back and to see you all. And I want to provide a few remarks in advance of a very distinguished panel we have coming next. So allow me to take a few minutes and just frame some of those issues up. A quick introduction. So I'm the CEO of International Development Enterprises, and we're a not-for-profit organization. We're 34 years old, and we work on water solutions in 11 countries and in some of the poorest countries of the world. In fact, our mission is to reach the world's poor. Our defining characteristic is a commitment to leveraging business solutions in service of the world's poor. So we own and operate businesses, we create and strengthen smaller businesses, and then we develop market systems to serve literally millions around the world. But let me do just a few things to set the stage for this afternoon's panel. I'd like to make a few comments about the SDGs, and particularly as they relate to the MDGs and the developing world. The SDGs present interrelated challenges, and water is absolutely key to advancing on nearly every one of them. Secondly, I want to highlight some solutions that we found at IDE to reach millions of people with water. And finally, I'll close by suggesting there are some new forces, economic, social, and technological, which make it an even more attractive environment for investors and donors to make impact. Indulge me in a personal story. I want to briefly recall the first time that I felt the urgency of global water scarcity. It was when I saw the Oral Sea. It's a textbook example. Many of you know it. First of all, it's not a sea, it's a lake. And not so long ago, it was the 4th largest lake in the world. It's one of those lakes that's so large that they called it a sea, much to the frustration of map makers, geographies, and basically anybody with a dictionary. So I was traveling with 2 colleagues in Uzbekistan. And after a several-hour drive, we came to the edge of the sea. Only the sea wasn't there. It was simply a vast expanse of emptiness, and it stretched as far as we could see. We got out of the car in silence and just looked across the landscape. And my colleague explained to me where the shore once was. Now, satellite maps of the Aral Sea, which show before and after, are often used to show, classic environmental degradation. It really is a textbook example of what can go wrong. But I can assure you it's even more shocking when you see it at the ground level. And I'll never forget it, seeing the horrible, irreversible loss of a once beautiful ecosystem. This was 15 years ago. So how did the planet's 4th largest lake dry up in a matter of a few decades? Well, in the 1960s, water from the Oral Sea was diverted for commercial cotton growers. And with the loss of the water, the lake began to recede, and the salinity levels began to rise, and then fertilizer and chemical runoff contaminated the lake bed. The lake bed became exposed, winds blew the contaminated soil onto the surrounding crops, and that meant they needed even more water to grow crops. 15 years later, it's gotten even worse. The cycle has been impossible to reverse, and there's hardly anything left. It's now only 10% of its original size. So that water was overdrawn for agriculture is the simple example, and we can actually see that in so many other parts of the globe. Lake Chad in West Africa, Lake Popo in Bolivia, the Colorado River. We could go on and talk about some of those examples. Now for us here, us water wonks, right? It's really easy to criticize agriculture. About 70% of the world's freshwater discharge goes to agriculture. And competition for the freshwater resources is very real. But we need to keep in mind that among sustainable development goals, along with the remarkable commitment to water and sanitation, you will also find goals for poverty reduction and hunger. Indeed, if we were having a conference on food production, then the scene-setting presentation would start with a different startling statistic, that we need to double food production by 2050 to feed our growing population. And still more of the sustainable development goals have this urgency, and we need to address them with increasingly innovative solutions. And of course, today we're here to discuss the 6th Sustainable Development Goal, which I believe stands out, is absolutely unique, ensuring the availability and sustainable management of water for all. We simply must find a way to make water and sanitation reach the world's poorest people on the planet. So why is it unique? Well, without access to clean water and sanitation, then we simply cannot make progress on the other 16 goals, including reducing hunger. Our global development goals have become much more interrelated and complex. There were 8 Millennium Development Goals, and now we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals to go beyond the symptoms of poverty, to address peace, stability, human rights, good governance. And this will undoubtedly make mobilization more difficult, but I think everyone would agree that the complexity of Sustainable Development Goals was not fully represented by the MDGs. Look at the first goal, ending poverty. We made tremendous progress in that very single goal over the last 50 years. Or the third goal, improvements in health. Or goal 16, promoting peaceful, inclusive societies for all. Communities and individuals simply won't make progress on any of these without first gaining access to clean water. And then there's the other way around. Donors and investors must consider the other 16 goals when we invest in number 6. So there are many lessons from the Oral Sea. One is that it's impossible to address sustainable water without also considering the economic, social, and political forces in play. Post-MDGs, we need to think even harder about the integrated aspects of our work, particularly in how they affect the world's poor. The good news is we have a lot more solutions at hand since those MDGs were launched. The group I represent, IDEs, made remarkable progress with a very small amount of investment in grant capital. And we aren't alone. Corporations, governments, and nonprofits have all developed solutions at a very rapid pace. Moreover, the financing to make progress on SDG 6 is better than ever. 15 years ago, a country like Honduras or Ethiopia would have a huge percentage of its GDP dependent upon foreign aid, but not anymore. In both of those countries, foreign direct aid accounts for a fraction of the economy, with new strength from remittances, foreign direct investment, exports, and internal growth. The developing world is frankly seeing a tremendous and very badly needed shift away from donor dependency and toward market-based solution, coming from both public and private sources. So allow me to share just a few solutions from IDE. A water filter factory, sales of 500,000 latrines, and drip irrigation kits from Vietnam to Nicaragua. Let me also put a disclaimer here. We've had a bit of a head start on private sector solutions for the developing world. Our very first social enterprise, which we actually called a business back then, was in Somalia in 1984. And in the 80s and 90s, solutions to development challenges were basically handouts. Rich countries would dig wells or give latrines to the rural poor. And now we're very proud to say that several other groups are now using very similar strategies to reach the poor with products and services. So let me start with the water filters. 10 years ago, we built the first water filter factory in Cambodia, producing simple clay filtration units at a radically affordable price. So our first iteration was a really simple design, very, very low cost, and we knew we could expand production capacity to reach millions of people. But the product didn't sell. In spite of our best design and sales effort, nobody wanted to buy this product. Even though it was less than $20 and it would clean water for 3 years, nobody bought it. We then approached it from the consumer perspective. The customer is always right. Why would they buy a water filter? Knowing how valuable clean water is, we assumed there was enough incentive to buy a low-cost filter. The answer was much more complex than we thought. Even though they earn less than $2 a day, rural poor consumers in South Asia prefer modern, attractive products that represent their aspirational value of providing a better life for their kids. Hardly surprising, I guess. Took a lot of research to figure that out, though. packaging the filter in a new, sleek, purple, plastic white vessel with a tap and a logo. Sales took off, and at first was in the tens of thousands, then in the hundreds of thousands, and the factory earned gold standard carbon credits for its ability to reduce emissions. This is with some of the poorest people in the world. We've sold 500,000 units, we sell more than $5,000 a month, and there's no donor money involved. With the profits, we continue to provide water filters for many years to come, and we're now planning a second factory in a neighboring country. Another commercial solution we've developed is latrines for the poor, again with significant insight as to the consumer behavior and the product development. 6 years ago, our team of engineers and product designers took to researching the rural consumers in 4 countries. What we found, rural consumers want a positive health impact for sure, but more importantly, they prize quality and quick installation. And what's more, they want a product that's easy to clean and care for. Working with small concrete businesses, we designed the Easy Latrine, which offers quick installation and an attractive design. The process took 3 years. We essentially re-engineered the supply chain, incorporating microfinance, and we trained an extensive sales network. So we sold more than 250,000 latrines. In South Asia and Bangladesh, we've sold 200,000. We've also launched similar products in Ghana, Nepal, and Ethiopia. And we're looking forward to selling our 1 millionth unit in the coming year. And in Cambodia especially, we've seen national sanitation coverage rates increase from 1.5% per annum to 6.4%. We're making progress towards that goal of 100% sanitation coverage in Cambodia. One more example, if you'll indulge me, water-efficient technology to rural farmers, drip irrigation. We've sold more than 100,000 smallholder farmers, and they have grown more crops with less water and less commercial fertilizers using this very simple product. Here again, consumer behavior drives our work with the goal of more sustainable farming practices. For poor farmers in rural areas, that need to produce food every year or risk hunger or malnutrition, risk management is everything. And new technology must first maintain the production levels, mitigating the risk of loss. So the question becomes, what is the challenge of the last mile? How do you educate consumers on the benefits of new technology where there's no Home Depot? Now for us at IDE, exposing farmers to the effective use of this simple drip technology has been absolutely critical to sales. So we designed a system for commission-based sales based in the most rural parts of Zambia, Burkina, Honduras, and elsewhere. These sales agents spend their time educating their neighbors on the benefits of climate-smart technologies, such as drip irrigation, and they earn a commission on every unit they sell. Today, hundreds of sales agents are selling products like drip irrigation to use water more effectively and grow more food. So as you can imagine, our return on investment for these things is very high. For every dollar we receive in investment donor support, we generate more than $14 in livelihood and economic return for our customers at the base of the pyramid. But this is the impact of just IDE. This is just one group, right? I should add there's an estimated 10 million international NGOs registered worldwide. Fortunately, many groups like IDE are tapping into market forces or working on some other unique non-market-based approaches for solving water challenges. And the poverty associated with water scarcity is becoming less and less. So as we consider making progress on Sustainable Development Goal 6, we need to bring our best, most effective technologies, people, and processes. We need to be smart. We need to generate return on investment for both grant and investment capital. And we need to create new solutions that not only contribute to SDG 6, but also address the other SDGs, issues such as poverty, sustainability, and inclusiveness. And with that, I'd love to turn it over to this very distinguished panel, many of whom have done some remarkable work in this very area. So we get to hear from the Inter-American Development Bank, from a representative from USAID, and some others here about the way forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. Now please welcome the moderator of our next discussion, Carl Ganter. Carl is co-founder and director of Circle of Blue. Circle of Blue is the internationally recognized Center for Reporting, Research, and Analysis on Resource Issues. Carl joins panelists Sergio Campos, Eileen O'Neill, James Peters, and Serena Probasi on stage. Please give them a nice round of applause.
Great. Well, what a great honor to be here with so many friends and so many incredibly talented storytellers today. So I was told, or maybe I told myself, that I could take moderator's prerogative. We know everyone here. We know their bios. We just had a quick introduction. So I thought I'd introduce us to a little bit more to ourselves. Who are these people? Who is we that we're talking about? Now, I was a photographer at one time for Time and National Geographic, and so in our Circle of Blue journeys, I try to peel back these layers and give us some faces of who we are. So I thought I'd start with a selfie. I didn't take that. But, you know, our water planet. Now, yes, we are all, quote, water buffaloes, and we carry that honor, we carry that name with honor, I think, I hope, inside, but we always have to take a step back. And if we can go to the next one, I'll just do a little thing here. Take a step back. And a good friend who's become a good friend now, there's nobody who has a better orbital perspective than an astronaut who had to manage their water basically by recycling their sweat and urine in space, looking down again on another spaceship. And so Jerry Lininger, when he was looking down on our spaceship here, he could see the systems changing. He could see a dust storm in Inner Mongolia blowing to Beijing over on the right and blowing around the corner, so to speak, all the way to Los Angeles. So Jerry and his little spaceship looking down on the planet and seeing the systems, the systems at play. And I think that's something also that we're understanding more in the water spaces, where we're starting to talk more about systems rather than silos. So next one. So this is Jerry's little space station, and so I'm, you know, as many of you know, if somebody points me in a direction, I'll go there. And so I wondered what would happen if Jerry dropped a golf ball out of his space station. Where would it land? It'd probably hurt somebody, but where would it land? And so I literally went to find out. And that ball would have landed in Inner Mongolia, a little town named Shilinghat, Inner Mongolia, where some of the largest coal mines in the world are located. So who are these people who are in this water space, in the water and people equation here? Well, next one. So we would find that golf ball would land right at the feet of Wu Yun. She's the daughter of a Inner Mongolian shepherd. And on either side of her, you'll see there's a coal mine, some of the world's largest coal mine. There's another coal mine. Her well has gone dry because of this thirsty energy equation, this nexus that we're hearing more and more about as far as researching how the water interplay. So here you have a person in the middle of this big story that's caught up in the water energy side of the water and people equation, because now they have to drive 15 kilometers every couple of days to bring water back for their sheep. Okay, next one. And of course, we talk about water and pollution. If water's polluted, it's hard to count within the water access model. So we dare not drink the underground water. The water's polluted, what little water is still there. Next one. And so around the world, this is in Mexico near Tehuacan, we find people at the front lines of this water and people story. People like this woman who literally every day goes down to basically the livestock feeding pond called a yagüe to get water to carry back home. And then you find children like this one near Tehuacan who every day have to traverse basically a raw sewage canal. So we're talking about the water and sanitation challenge here, kind of in the metaphorical sense, but every day he has to cross this really putrid pond. Next one here. And then in India, in Delhi, you have neighborhoods that rely on water trucks. Some are provided by the city, and some they have to pay a lot. But you can imagine the stress as they wait for that water truck to come. On this day, it was 115 degrees in Delhi, India. That's hot. Next one. And then at the other side of this too, is we mentioned open defecation earlier here. Well, you have to walk through basically the world's toilet to get to some of the world's wells. And this again is an undocumented well in Delhi. There are women on the back, at the end of the pipe there, filling their buckets in the evening. The water runs twice a day because that's all the well can support. Next one. But then you also have hearts and souls. We talked about this earlier in Flint. And around the world, you have hearts and souls and dreams and hopes and missions and aspirations. This young woman, literally there's a sewage pond behind me. The water is flowing from that pipe that you just saw a moment ago. She says, I want to be a businesswoman. I want to run my own business. And she's 18 years old. Go, girl. Next one. And then you have, in Rajasthan, you have severe drought and you have water scarcity. So I stayed with this family. That's my cot right over there. So staying with them every day, they have to go get water. And you can imagine the stress of being also at the lowest level of a social caste when your well is the farthest away. Not only do you have to walk for your water, but you have to walk farther than anyone else to get the water. Next one. And so you have a hard life. You of course have to have water to also for your animals like the goats here. Next one. And then you have the other social structure and the other just generally tragic moments. So this is Ganwar. His brother had died 2 weeks before I visited. His brother had gotten lost on his way to the well, came across another well, was afraid that he did not have social license to access that well. He died of dehydration next to the well, is where they found him. Next one. But then also, if you can afford it, then you can have a water truck come deliver your water. And this is one of Ganwar's neighbors who can actually afford to have water delivered. Next one. And we also mentioned Flint. I'm from Traverse City, Michigan, so I'm a little north of Flint. So we went down, I took some interns down to when the story was starting to unfold and talk about, I was so heartened to hear the organized approach now that's emerged from Flint. It's really exciting because I think it can be applied to so many other places because, next slide, because you can just imagine the stress, and it's a little hard to see here, but you can imagine the stress in this young man, this young father's eyes at the heart of the crisis. He doesn't know if his child will forever be stunted because of an unseen contaminant in his water. Imagine that as a parent, imagine that stress. Next one. So we also talked about water and access also in the United States, the unconnected, this community in the Imperial Valley, some undocumented workers, but most who work in the fields picking lettuce and strawberries, they didn't have actually safe drinking water until a year or two ago from this processing plant that pulls the basically contaminated water, pesticides, arsenic, et cetera, and filters it. They still have to use bottled water for drinking, but at least now they can shower. Next one. But then we have positive stories. I'm sorry, these are all pretty negative stories, but we have positive, really powerful stories of resilience. She's showing me her most prized room in her house. Actually, it's the only room. The rest is basically a couple of sheets and a makeshift roof. What's in that room? It's the toilet, right? So she was so proud to show me the toilet. This is in Cartagena, Colombia, and where the communities where you apply to build a toilet. And it's a whole social structure process you go through and a level of pride and excess. Next one. But behind every toilet or every well or every success story, there are really, really strong characters like this woman in Cartagena. She's kind of a matriarch of the community. You have to identify these leaders. When I was set to stay with her, she'd negotiated with the local gangs that they wouldn't bother me. But she's the one everybody goes to for guidance and protection. She's one of these anchors of community. Next one. So what happens when you bring water to a community? The transformation is hard to imagine unless you actually see it. This is in Manila. This is in a community called Cuatro, which one of the undocumented communities, many of us have been there. Really, really rough situation, but there are these little thin blue pipes coming to the community where now rather than having water delivered by the water mafia or the water trucks where you're paying 20, 30, sometimes 40% of your income for water, now that's pennies on the dollar. They still pay for it, but they get a water supply. What happens when you get a water supply? The children can bathe. They're healthier. They can go to school, right? What happens when you get a water supply? Children like Omar here, instead of going into Manila every day, hitching on the back of a bus, isn't begging for money to actually buy water with his family. He's working for the fish seller in the morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, selling fish, and then going off to school. So he's making a little bit of money. There's a whole new economy that's built from those unwasted dollars, reallocated dollars that are staying in the community. Next slide. So what's happening? How do we bring this whole idea of water value? We've been talking about water value and pricing and finance and delivery. How do we bring that together with values, which is the heart and soul side? So we tried a little experiment. On World Water Day, we hosted an event at the Vatican. It was opened by Pope Francis, who gave us some sage words. And really we think that one of the first times we are starting to bring or bend these two ideas together. In a sense, it's the left side and the right side of the spreadsheet or the mind of water value and water values. And I think that's a big trend and something that we can leverage fully. And so with Pope Francis's words and building on the encyclical on climate change, I think we have these inflection points, these moments on the road to Brasilia and beyond to really leverage our great work in the space. So next slide. Because at the heart of, these are the young women, they let me walk with them to go get water in that community, that Marasi, a little small community in Rajasthan. Because behind every number and every statistic that we're talking about here today, there are young women and young men that all have dreams and aspirations. And next slide. So one of our biggest points here too, and this is a quote from the former chairman of Ogilvy and Mather, one of the biggest, most respected branding and communications firms in the world, is design. So he's talking about how do you get people to do things, design, advertising, et cetera. His whole mantra for the company is hope made visible. So that's something when we're talking about people, we're talking about communications. I think that's a mantra that we can apply. And next slide, and next slide. So here we are. So thank you very much for indulging me on a little tour of my itinerary of the last couple of years. So we're here with some amazing heroes of mine. We already mentioned we have Sergio Campos here, and we have Eileen O'Neill here, and we have Serena Prabasi, CEO of WaterAid, there as well, and James Peters here. And so what I wanted to do is pick up on a theme that we started earlier today. So I told a couple of water stories, and I think we're all human, we're all water buffaloes in the space. I hope nobody's offended by that. Is what got you either started, or what's the thing that keeps you moving? Because these are big challenges. What's that values side perhaps that's driving you forward? Against all odds, and some days it probably feels like. And we'll start down at the end with Sergio.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation, and thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. We work in development, and as mentioned by Tim earlier on, water is essential for almost everything. There's water everything. Even in a bottle of water, in order to build a bottle of water, you need 1.4 liters of water. And in Latin America and in the Caribbean, we're very privileged in terms of fresh water. We have 1/3 of the freshwater resources, 1/8 of the population. Most of our agriculture depends on abundant sources of water and reliable water for soybeans, for beef, etc. 70% of our electricity comes from hydropower generation. Yet at the same time, in Latin America, we have 30 more billion people that don't have access to safe water. We have more than 106 million people that don't have access to sanitation. And there are 19 people that are still practicing open defecation. So, what motivates us to be in this sector is that, is to try and find the right balance between the food, the water, and energy nexus, as you mentioned, but also people, because behind every statistics, as you mentioned, behind every number, there's a someone. And in that someone, most of the time in water and sanitation, it's a female. I visited many countries, and in many countries I've heard so many women saying, my life has been passed carrying water for cooking, carrying water for bathing, carrying water for taking care of a family. And no wonder when the Joint Monitoring Program released its 25th annual report, he had in the cover a picture of two women 3 generations apart because they have been responsible for bringing water to their families. So I think that, and it's very difficult to think of a sustainable city or or social justice if there's no universal coverage. If we talk about our environment and we're not treating our wastewater, what are we talking about? No? And in Latin America, less than 13% of the water that we generate is treated. No? So I think it's water. It's important for life. It's important for our individuals. It's important for our society, not only for the economic development of our region, but also for the well-being of our population.
Great. So, Serena, tell us a little bit of your story. What motivates you? And we're in an era of passion, and we hear from young people also an emerging era of purpose.
So I come from a multi-sector background. I didn't start in water. And when I applied for my first water job, I remember thinking, this might be boring. It's a single sector. It's not all these other things I'd been working on. Turned out it really wasn't boring because, as you all know, and I didn't yet know, it linked to everything that I had ever cared about. It linked to gender issues, it linked to social justice, as you just said, it linked to poverty reduction, it linked to education, it linked to every single other issue that I had worked on and felt passionate about. And it was a place where all these issues could somehow come together and be connected. At the same time, so that first water job was in Ethiopia, where I became the country director for WaterAid. And I really had the privilege to see, the faces and the stories and the real lives behind the statistics that we speak about. Also the privilege to see the very tangible and sometimes very rapid impact that when access to safe water is available, when people have access to water, what happens and how quickly things can happen. And so that was very motivating and inspiring because it's a challenging area, but there are many challenging areas that you could work on where you can't see the impacts as quickly and you can't hear directly from people about how their lives are changing. And as Sergio said, many of the lives that are changing are women and girls and families. Everybody is affected in essence, but the burden has really been much more on women and girls. And also, I think partly one of the things that has kept me here is because I feel like the water is easier to talk about. Sanitation, slightly less easy to talk about. When you come to hygiene and personal hygiene and menstrual health, those things are harder to talk about. So there's a lot of complexity even within the sector, and I think within our work at WaterAid, there's been plenty of scope to also lead with water, but then be able to talk about and introduce people to these areas that are perhaps not first thing on people's minds, or maybe not the thing that they want to be having their dinner conversation about, over. So there's plenty to work on, and I find that motivating.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, Eileen.
Well, I'm not a hero. I don't go out there and make a difference in water every day, but the members of my organization do. I work for perhaps the oldest organization here on the panel, the Water Environment Federation. We are the professionals who do that other end, the wastewater end mostly, industrial, municipal, water quality, stormwater, and we're a very diverse group. The biggest components of our membership either work for municipalities. George Hawkins Guy, who's out there in China right now, is one of our active members and leaders. One of our past presidents, Paul Friedman, founder of Limnotech, is here in the audience. Our immediate past president works with Greg Koch at Coca-Cola. Our current president works for municipality out in Reno and is very passionate about water reuse. He works the drinking water and the wastewater side. Paul Bowen, by the way, is really passionate about metrics and measuring progress and not just stories, as someone said. But our professionals mostly work in the US, but from the beginning, our organization has been internationally connected. And over the time I've been with it, I would say, in thinking about this, coming together for this conversation, so much more in common between countries with so-called developed water infrastructure and those that have less developed water infrastructure. Some of the challenges we face in terms of climate change, movement of people to water-stressed areas or vulnerable areas, urbanization, those sorts of issues have been great levelers between what's on the mind of a water manager here in the US and overseas. But, and I feel qualified to do this, to tell my members, I tell them water people are different. I'm an environmental scientist, and you can't be an environmental scientist without thinking about water, but the people who are immersed in it and who feel the burden as well as the privilege of providing those essential services bring so much passion. They're not all like George Hawkins, but you know, you can see also, while there are all these challenges out there, we have, I would say this is no better time to be in water, because I think, and whether in the developed world or the developing world, we are on the edge of a revolution in terms of thinking about water and managing it more holistically, and thinking about the area that we don't like to talk about and thinking about it as a resource. So I think it's that passion, that opportunity, as well as the challenges that keep me excited.
Well, that's great. On the edge of a revolution, I think that's another thing we really want to come back to too, because what's the message we want to take to Brasilia and beyond, and move people figuratively or literally to the streets. And so James.
Well, first of all, Carl, I'd like to thank you for showing those pictures. Gave me a chance to think about who are some of the folks that, the individuals that I've encountered through my career at USAID, where I've spent most of my career. The people I mostly think about are basically Flint's counterparts everywhere around the world, because as much as we rightfully applaud the new community activism of Flint, that's taking place in hundreds of thousands of villages all over the world. And those are the real heroes. There's the folks that have to live their lives, but then there's the folks that are actually dedicating their lives to their communities. So those are the folks I think about. I also think about a lot of the people in this room, actually. I'm pretty new to this space, or in fact, I'm very new to this space of water. I guess I didn't realize I could call myself a water buffalo, but I like that. But one of the things that when I was first taking on this portfolio, one of the things that I learned is that there's a very active and vocal and diverse stakeholder community out there. Many of you are in the audience. And I really appreciate being with you, and I really appreciate the energy that you bring to this. My colleagues up here, I really appreciate the passion that you have for this, and that's what motivates me, and I hope that's what motivates my agency as well.
Great. Well, water people certainly are different. I think if you hang around them enough too, I'm proposing to right here that in Brasilia, we start off the first session as a session on water puns. I think we can pun in the face of evil. Anyway, I want to go back, and maybe Serena, you can take us back, and anybody chime in here. The water sanitation wash, this kind of, in a sense, almost a nexus, or this system approach has really transformed over the last 10 years. And maybe you can take us up to that. We've heard a little earlier that median point, on that journey of that the transcension, so to speak, and where we came from. Because 10 years ago, we were just starting to, at least those of us on the outside, and a journalist is generally equally ignorant in all fields, is that started moving forward. And where did that, was there a starting point, or has it just been a momentum?
I don't know that I can speak to a starting point, but certainly the journey in terms of an organization that or those of us that focus on water and people and water for domestic use. You know, the journey started with very much of a focus on the technical, with an engineering mindset, all very important skills, but along the way, sort of realizations that the technical solutions by themselves were not working, or we sometimes didn't know why things were not working, even though they should, from an engineering perspective, they were working, from a social and other perspective, they were not working. And then as others have sort of intimated, you know, this greater acknowledgement of some of these dimensions that now we talk about when we talk about a systems approach, but I think that we're not part of the lexicon in a meeting like this of things like power and voice and inclusion and political will and even the role of business in the sector, the role of business. I mean, the way we're talking about the role of business today is so different than 20 years ago, let's say. So I think, you know, even within this room, there's a lot of diversity, and people are coming from different parts of this water world. And the part of the water world that I'm coming from, our journey has really been from this engineering and water focus to really thinking much more about sanitation and hygiene, as I mentioned, thinking much more about the social dynamics of change, behavior change. What really does it take to get things done? And I think the mayor from Flint spoke so well about some of the challenges and some of the solutions of how we're thinking about these problems now, quite differently than we would have been years ago. But I'm sure there are other.
Yeah, because it just seems like there's, again, me watching from the outside and then slowly seeping into the story. It used to be that you could send a check and drill a well and you felt good, you felt the problem was solved. I'm trying to figure out when that actually started to change and when we started to see this a little bit more of a systems approach. And then there, you know, any other thoughts about that? Were there, you know, Sergio, did you see much more of a systemic approach when, you know, there's no one well or one pipe fits all?
Sure. I mean, I think that universal access is definitely not only an engineering problem. You know, you can bring water. If you bring water and you don't have sanitation, the health problem it's exponential. No? So you have to bring water, and then you have to bring sanitation. It could be on site, and it could be in different ways. No? But what we found in Latin America is access does not translate in efficient use. We've seen so many latrines being used as a storage for grains or for other purposes, just because there's not been a social component in the engineering. When you compare water to electricity, to transport, and to telecom, I mean, in water you don't only have to bring water from a reliable source, but you also have to take the sanitation and then treat it somewhere else. No? In energy, you can generate in one end of the country and distribute. It's just you only need a sort of a cable to do it. In sanitation, it's more complex, and the social component of water and sanitation it's really important. Those that don't take that into account are most likely going to invest large amounts of money without being an efficient use. No? We've tried training them in our own language without acknowledging that they may have a different ways of communication. We've tried to train them or sort of provide them capacity, usually at night at school when they've been working all day, and because most of the people in the rural area, that's when wash is most effective, they work in the fields, and it's just not been effective. No? So I mean, I think that instead of talking about institutional strengthening to achieve behavioral change, I think we need to mainstream behavioral change into the culture in order to reach institutional strengthening. I think that's what I see the shift. That nowadays, and I think that the MTGs have been fantastic in terms of that, no? In making us and make the people that work in development understand that water is essential, and that if you want to move forward in poverty, in education, in health, and in gender, you need to address the water issue. We talked about urbanization too. I mean, our cities are being urbanized. Why are they urbanized? Because in the rural areas, there's no education, there's no health, there's no water.
Wow, that's fantastic. The social component. So does anybody have an example of what's been really effective, or maybe an example that we can learn from on that social side?
Well, let me just interject. I think as we were preparing, my folks back at the office and I were preparing for this, we were coming up with all positive examples. And I said, we're doing all this monitoring and evaluation. That's one of our focuses. And we ought to have more than just positive examples. We need to have the negative examples as well. Otherwise, we're not learning the lessons of the monitoring and evaluation that we're doing. One that I thought was very interesting is in Madagascar. We've been monitoring latrine usage, investment there, and we've noticed there's slippage in the latrine usage. I'm sure it's based on the same factors that you've previously discussed, except for one thing. One contra part of that trend was in female heads of households. And what I think we need to do is go back and look at that. Not that every household should aspire to be headed by a female, but what are the lessons out of that we need to key on for our future programming? One of the things that we've talked about, I think briefly amongst us up here, is the role of gender. And we've recently launched USAID in partnership with The Gap, the apparel company. We've launched a partnership. And it's aimed right now at South Asia and in apparel factory communities surrounding apparel factories in that region. And part of it is to address the fact that women spend the majority of their waking hours collecting water, storing water, and so forth. So alleviating that burden is part of it, but the other part of it is now how do we empower those women economically for other purposes? And the other part of that is to empower them in management positions in the factories where they're members of those communities. So it's those kinds of things that not only to recognize what the social impact is, but also to harness that for good going forward.
Eileen, you wanted to chime in?
Well, one thing I've seen over my time with the Federation, I've been with the organization about 25 years, is this understanding that the technology is not always the biggest problem. While we're not working mostly in underdeveloped countries, we are working with some tough issues in terms of reuse of the treated solids that come out from wastewater treatment, and the opportunity to reuse water, to think about water differently, to think about what we used to think as a waste, as a resource. There's more energy in wastewater than it takes to actually treat it. That's why George is operating a green power plant over there at DC Water, and I know the Gates Foundation is looking into some of these issues as they seek to reinvent the toilet. But to do that, you really have to engage with the public. I think about what happened in San Diego when they first tried to introduce water reuse. And as I understand it, there was a public education campaign, but it was, God bless us engineers, we're taught to provide solutions. So what was led with was the solution. Here's a great idea, folks. We're going to treat this stuff, and then you're all going to drink it. And that didn't go over so well. So I now see my members, who would have thought, 25 years ago, and I've been the only woman in a room with a bunch of wonderful male engineers. I now enter rooms, and people are talking about trust and partnerships and relationships. Because, you know, just coming up with the solution, and as I understand what they learned in San Diego is you can talk to people all you like, but unless they believe they have the ability to influence the outcome, then you're wasting your time. And George is a fantastic example of that. You can imagine the first time he came into one of our events, he was relatively new, and he came in and he said, I'm investing in communication huge, because he literally says that a lot, huge, I'm gonna invest in communication huge, because the issues are so complex, the amounts of money are so enormous, we're gonna have to be so innovative, and if people don't understand and trust us, we're not going to be able to do it. So that's one of my lessons learned as we seek to revolutionize the way we think about water and what George would call enriched water. If you're going to be able to take that to its full potential, the public has to trust you and they have to understand.
The trust part and the branding part too. I mean, I'll admit the toilet to tap probably isn't the best thing to put on. No, I'm a visual person.
But amazingly, I was recently in San Diego, and you know now the environmental community is pushing for that as a sustainable approach. And my cab driver knew all about wastewater treatment and how it mimics natural processes. So if people are, you know, the information and the options are shared with them, they'll make, I think, a more informed decision.
So just, again, a question for everybody too, and coming back to the value side. You know, the wash space has been for so long driven by values. You know, it's a problem over there, neighbor, or wherever. But on the value side, you know, we probably all know in this room, but maybe there's a case to be made more widely and more clearly of the value and the return of investing in water and people and sanitation and wash. Is that a challenge? Is that message, and are the left brain and right brain side aligning on that? Open it up to anybody who wants to jump in on that.
I mean, I think that there are economic analysis and studies done, and the return on the investment in water is 1 to 5, 1 to 8. I don't think the problem is in the return, but in the complexity of the project. As Steve was mentioning, it's a social thing. We work in rural communities. From the moment we go to the moment the water comes, there's usually 2 years between you do the engineering, you do the social consultation, you approve the loan, you do the tendering, and then the water comes in. You know? Can you live without safe water for 3 years? I mean, if you drink a glass of unsafe water, unclean water, next day you know it. You know? and it has a cost. It has a cost in health, it has a cost in your productivity, in your education, it has a cost in your family. So it's the complexity of the sector, no? Not only bringing water, finding water, treating water, but also purifying it. No? So I think that it is the complexity of the sector sometimes does not make the financing so easy. No?
Maybe to add to that, I think one of the things that we found really, really important in all of our work is just having, you were asking for examples, but sort of having the evidence from on-the-ground evidence that can actually inform policymakers or those who are deciding on budgets or those who are making decisions on anything. And I think one big lesson that we really take to heart is how much this is about creating change through policy and advocacy, both at sort of advocating and influencing towards large sort of who you would think as decision makers, governments, multilaterals, large businesses, but also that sort of the community and citizens engagement side of things that we were talking about earlier, and that was demonstrated also in the example of Flint, that you know, it is in the end it is about people also demanding for change, and that's when change will happen. And if all of the pieces aren't working together, and I think that's where I see sort of hope now is in the work that we're doing, where governments are involved, where the business voice, and I think especially now more than ever, business leadership in making change is going to be really important. And then citizens' voices and people you had a very powerful example of somebody who is socially excluded to the point where they will not drink from that well, even though the water is there, and what it would take to change that. So it's really the sort of confluence of all of that, and from my perspective, the policy advocacy, the citizens' action, the engagement is so important, because that's how change will happen, on whether it's about water, whether it's about something else. That is how change has happened in other countries in the world. That's how I think it will happen in terms of universal access and these large, very ambitious goals that we have for ourselves.
Always set high goals too, and I thought, one of the mantras too is always ask better questions, and so maybe we'll take two seconds, just plant that with the audience. So start coming up with your questions. We'll maybe go one more question here, and then we can go to the audience. But so we've talked all about, we have the tools, right? And so we're talking about this road to Brasilia. What about the road coming out of Brasilia? What do we want to take in to Brasilia, we collectively in the water world, in the water and people world? How can we go from, because there is always a sense, many of those on the outside, that there's, particularly those of us who go to the conferences, there's a sense of either incrementalism, yes, we're making progress with a little p or a big P. What's transformational, or is that possible? Is there something we should be piecing together now as part of that bigger puzzle, going in and coming out? We've talked about citizen engagement and these other pieces. Is that a larger campaign? Is that bringing in other voices from outside, and the PR, the messaging pieces, other technical approaches, other economic approaches?
I think that as the mayor from Flint indicated, you don't take things for granted. And then you can be a developed economy, but things like what happened in Flint are likely to happen, because in the complexity of our sector, we need to put infrastructure underground, and to be able to monitor its quality, its maintenance. It's very complex. And it's not only water and sanitation service provision. Look what happened in California, 4-year drought. And businesses abstracting water without sometimes knowing how much water reserve there is. It's literally like going into your savings account without knowing for how long. And Sao Paulo, a city of 20 million people with a terrible drought. So I think that things like droughts, floods, hurricanes are more common, are going to happen, and don't take things for granted. I think that should come out of Brasilia and moving forward, whether you're developed or undeveloped. And droughts, floods, and hurricanes are going to affect significantly the well-being of our population. And I think that everybody talks about the resilience of infrastructure. Well, what does it mean? Do I change the codes of construction? How about the cost for that? And then all the planning of that infrastructure, I think, will probably need to be adjusted, but we don't really know how.
Right, great. Chime in.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that even assuming, and I'm speaking on behalf of the U.S. government, who's been one of the largest donors in this area, even assuming among all the donors their sustained level of contributions, it's not going to get us to the goals. It's not going to get us to the objectives. We've got to look to other means for that. There's things that we're already thinking about at USAID, credit guarantees, mobilizing credit, financing, engaging the business community, both locally and here back in the US, and assuring that there's viable market opportunities for those businesses. I don't think, and I don't want to speak on behalf of my colleagues at Coca-Cola, who we have a very long relationship with, and also my colleagues from the GAP. It's no accident that they're involved in this. Coca-Cola has contributed significantly to many of our goals. But we need to be able to tell those stories and continue to mobilize the business community, and to the extent that we're working with host governments, assuring that there's a business environment in those local economies that will permit sustained approaches here.
And set some audacious goals. Yeah.
Some audacious goals, and maybe think about alignment in our messaging. One thing with our sector is we are very fragmented in terms of our terminology. So one thing we've tried to work on, at least within North America, is more consistent and aligned messaging, rather than trying to get attention for water or wastewater. Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it be great? We're talking about the inflection points that we know are coming, whether it's an inflection point in politics or a system shock, so to speak. I mean, wouldn't it be ideal if we actually had that slide deck, so to speak, the go-to manual to say, okay, if Flint happens here, here's what we do. Here's the checklist, here's who we call. It's not all filled in, but at least it has some of the, if you want to say in the internet world, the common SEO. So when we're using the same terminology. So I think let's, any questions? Yes, we have a question back here, and a microphone is coming to you in about 3 seconds.
David Mickle with the Stimson Center. Recognizing that technology does not offer the entirety of the solution, and emphasizing, as you have, the importance of the social, my question is, given that the social is often contextual, how can we, as we are advancing over the edge of this revolution, how can we draw lessons as we are accomplishing our monitoring and evaluation, to borrow a term? How can we draw lessons, ideas, best practices from one social context to another when the explanations for successes and obstacles and failures may be distinguished by the social, the local, the contextual?
Oh, good question.
You want to start?
Sure. No, I think that I always joke that in rural water and sanitation or in WASH, there are not lessons learned, there are lessons not learned because we've known them for ages. And in fact, I think that technology is going to be a game changer in the water and sanitation sector. Pipe bursting, pipe jacking, microtunneling are really changing the sector. No? You can do unaccounted for water sectorization, automatic metering, as it was mentioned, without disruption of businesses, without opening streets. So I think that technology, it's going to be there. No? You can do monitoring of water quality. I mean, there's this technology that with your cell phone you can monitor certain parameters. No, I think that, and so I think that through technology we'll be able to get to rural communities and to the urban areas much easier. The other lessons learned from communities to communities is you have to go there. You have to stick to the package. You have to see, you have to talk to them. You have to tell them how much it's going to cost the infrastructure that you're going to provide so that they can decide whether they want that level of infrastructure or not. Affordability, it's a very important issue. Most of the infrastructure that is not operated and maintained adequately is because the affordability question was not placed at the right moment and to the right people. No?
Maybe just to add to that, I'm going to borrow your phrase. I think I think programs and approaches will look different in different places, but I think what should be the lessons learned is asking the better questions and being aware of the questions to ask. And like, for example, if we know that there are people who are invisible in a society or overlooked or not included, which groups those might be and who they might be will differ society to society. But making, having approaches that where you're consciously looking for who those people are or who might be excluded, I think that's something that you can take from place to place. It's something that you can have in a sort of checklisty way, but how the solutions manifest, how citizens and community voices are reflected, I think that will there has to be customization across. It can't be the same. It won't reflect the same way in all places, but and that's challenging. That's challenging when what everybody wants is solutions at scale. And so solutions at scale. Well, it's really hard to have customized solutions at scale. And I think this is one of those dilemmas and one of those dichotomies when we say we have to be more socially aware, well, then it's a type of scale maybe, or a certain extent of scale, but how much scale can you get to, and yet still be contextually appropriate? I think that's a great question, and it's not one that we probably have answers to, but
we'll keep asking it. I just want to chime in on that. Other questions? Yes, right there right in the middle. Oh, microphone's coming to you in just a second.
Hi, I'm Patty Hall with H2O for Life, and we engage youth to learn about the global water crisis and then take both local and global actions that make a difference. And as a stakeholder, I think oftentimes youth are overlooked, and they are half of our world population. So there's a big opportunity through the education piece in schools, to get kids engaged in all of these issues. So I see them as stakeholders, and I see them as leaders in behavior change. Because what we find with working with youth is they bring the stories they hear at school back home to their parents. So it's a huge educational thing. So love the work that you're doing at your college. And also Maryland's doing some great work. So just wanted to mention that as a stakeholder that should not be overlooked at the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let me just
Not
mention
really a question.
that at USAID we have a global youth coordinator who my staff and myself have been working with just for those purposes, and also just for the purposes of development writ large, and the importance of youth, that youth play in that. So thank you.
Yeah, and chiming in on that too, on World Water Day at the Vatican, we launched something called, it was #MyWaterStory. It was focused at the connected youth, those who are online, but because they all have stories. And also something to keep an eye on is the Pope did mention the desire and the drive of a 5-year education initiative, all faith initiative, focused on youth. So I'd put that in our quiver of tools that may take some time to develop, but you can imagine that's the audience and the immediate engagement possible there. We want to chime in anything you're doing on the youth and the youth.
And a small example maybe in our work in Cambodia, where we've launched a national competition among youth on WASH advocacy. And so really trying to bring in, as you say, youth are one of the groups that are often have a lot of energy and there's a lot of momentum, but they are overlooked. So trying to bring them into being part of developing the solutions and being part of voicing how they see the future in their own communities and in their own societies.
Yeah, I always think of Omar, the young man that you saw here, just months before. He has a foot problem, and so he can't walk, and so he would limp with a crutch and go beg, and water literally transformed his entire life, and now he has an education and is an entrepreneur. So yeah, another question back here.
I'd like to extend that conversation just a little bit from youth to young adults, from our college students. So I mean, I'm from Worcester Polytechnic Institute, Science and Engineering School, and the New England Water Innovation Network, which works with colleges and universities. I see my colleagues here at George Mason University and colleagues down the road at Tufts. And here it is, you have hundreds of thousands of beautifully eager minds that really want to make a difference in the world. And I just see the potential that they have in this field. And yet I don't see like a real coordinated effort to try to link them as an equal with you. And I kind of mean that sincerely, is that they should be there with you as your equal, because the potential that they have and the strength that they have as the future, we need to put them on the table. We need to get them with you. So I guess it's kind of like a hope that the very next time I'm at one of these meetings that I'm going to see a college student who talks about the kind of work that they're doing is going to be right there as an equal with you.
Absolutely, I think that's a great idea.
Sounds like an action item for Brasilia.
I think that's an action. I think that's an action item for
Thank you.
Brasilia. And a quick note too is a few years ago, and we were just at the beginning of it, and I'd love to do it again. We did something called Designing Water's Future, and we engaged not the water buffalo crowd or the engineering crowd. We engaged the designer crowd, about 10,000 communication design students around the world. It was an awesome, awesome competition, and the winning teams actually got to go to Copenhagen and to the Index Awards, which is the biggest design competition. So we have this, and I would encourage very multidisciplinary as well, and I think that's a huge action item.
Actually, that's a very good point. And I don't know much about the United States because I spend most of my time in Latin America. But in Latin America, we have a real crisis of engineers liking or wanting to be in the sector. Mostly because most of the engineers would go to telecom, electricity, or some other area. Public utilities don't pay well. They're bankrupt, many of them. And so whenever we're having a recruitment effort, we really have a hard time recruiting good engineers, too.
We run, obviously, we've got a vested interest in reaching out to youth, getting them engaged in the profession, and we run a competition where young people are designing water solutions. Sounds a bit like what you did on the communication side. So it's great to think about engaging young people with a different perspective. Just one sort of other side of the coin on attracting people into engineering careers. I read something a little while ago about the number of women going into environmental engineering and sanitation-related engineering being the highest than any other sector of engineering because it's a cause. I really believe it is a cause. And just to sort of on the other side, whenever we talk about gender issues, I think about my career in water and how the young people working in the sector are at least 50% or more women, which was, the reverse. So we're talking about women as leaders in communities. I see them coming up as leaders within the profession.
I think we have a call to action for Brasilia right out the gate. Sure.
Thank you. One thing I don't hear talked about very much is the borders between our nations and how that's affecting water. We know that there's more water in Lake Baikal than the entire civilization uses in quite a number of years. And even within two countries, looking at, for example, Matamoros, Mexico, and Brownsville, Texas, the price of water in Texas is $1 a liter. In Matamoros, it's several dollars a liter. And those sorts of borders are obviously not just tangible, political, but they have these very deep effects on poverty, on injustices that roll from them. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how World Water Forum 8, and having been at World Water Forum 3 with hundreds of thousands of people, not seeing that much difference with respect to this issue in the intervening 15 years, how this forum could help address some of the migration and border issues that affect us. Thank you.
Chime in on that?
I mean, there's a program that the U.S. have, which is, I think, the Triangle, which is precisely trying to promote support, especially in the Honduras, El Salvador, and some other countries, to provide them access to safe water and sanitation as a way of building more equitable societies with a long-term vision to provide them migration. No? There are efforts. It could be interesting to talk about it in the forum. I think it would have even more relevance in other parts of the world than in Latin America, but I think it would certainly be relevant for Latin America.
Well, I think it's a great point too, because we talk about the connection, and we talk about, water it's not just water, but it's emotions, it's sentiment, it's trust, and also we do have an inflection point. We have a major moment on the planet where we have people migrating, and how do we contextualize that story, and how do we make that a water and people? How do we make that a water and people and equity story? And dignity story. We have this moment. Is there a way that we can use that?
I think drought is the main issue, right? I mean, because when it floods, people don't usually move, but when there's a drought, people move. And then management of drought. We've done studies, and for Latin America and the Caribbean, over the next 90 years, the biggest problem is not going to come through water availability. We're probably going to have the same amount of water. It's going to come through urbanization, and it's going to be more water in fewer months, and shorter and longer drought areas. So the ability to storage that water, and able to pass through the difficult times is going to be the key issue. So that's resilience. But water and immigration is drought, and we should be able to tackle that.
And then more to the question too, how do we break down? There's the real metaphorical barriers even between countries. We're seeing great examples of cooperation, but then you have these disparities. At what level? How do we break that down? Is that a part of a corporate conversation? Is that part of a government and diplomacy? How do we use water and people for positive diplomacy and relations?
I think one issue is we're all facing similar challenges that even where we have a developed infrastructure, we suffer from floods and droughts. We have people in vulnerable locations, and of course it's dwarfed the risk we're at least in the short term. Long term, who knows, with all those assets built in flood-prone areas. But when you think about areas like Bangladesh, but in terms of the challenges that we're facing, there's so many commonalities that perhaps it's an opportunity to open up, kind of a lessons learned, and how can we, what are some of the common best practices here? But I think the water challenges we face are surprisingly, that the solutions may be different, but many of the challenges are surprisingly similar.
I think also the questions that you're posing raise bigger, more difficult issues, right? They raise questions of the fact that there's incoherence among the various policies that we're pursuing globally, that there's an intrinsic connection between water and peace. And without peace, in addition to drought and famine, without peace, there's going to continue to be migration. So I think it opens up some of the biggest geopolitical issues of our time, and water is connected to all of that. It's connected very much to diplomacy and foreign policy and emergency response. And we deal with these very separately still, even though we are, I think, in certain contexts, moving towards much more of a systems approach and systems thinking. That systems thinking applies to stable contexts. It applies to places that are not affected by war or that aren't undergoing extreme stress. It's very hard to think about systems in famine or in other extreme situations. So I think, the bigger picture of water is the bigger picture of the world. And these are some of these questions they're thorny and they're difficult.
The exciting session.
Yeah, I just say that in terms of the diplomacy and the transboundary issues, that would be the domain of my colleagues at the Department of State. But I will tell you that, speaking from the U.S. government, I will tell you that those are strategic conversations that we have alongside those colleagues. And of course, for us, it's from the development perspective, and making sure the development perspective understands what those strategic perspectives are.
Great. Time for a few more questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Shannon Quinn from Procter & Gamble. So I think, as evidenced by the language in SDG number 6, that the social and the environmental sides of water are intimately intertwined. So I was just wondering how your organizations are ensuring that the environmental side is taken into consideration when implementing WASH projects, just to ensure that there aren't any trade-offs that occur when you're implementing WASH projects.
Good question.
I can start. I mean, in terms of direct WASH projects that we're implementing, they tend to be smaller. They're not large infrastructure projects. There are environmental studies, there's assessments, and in each country that we work, there are different laws and regulations. But so there's the sort of the basic environmental assessment and regulation side of things. But there's also, we also try to look at and assess, influence, advocate for better policies for the larger players. Like, for example, the national governments may be investing in very large infrastructure projects that have more possible environmental, where you have to weigh the pros and cons of the larger projects. So in that sense, our involvement tends to be more in terms of assessment and technical advice in some cases. But in terms of our own work, it tends to be sort of the more practical, smaller scale, community-based work.
Anybody else want to take that?
Yeah, well, I'll just tell you, within USAID, the folks that work on the environment work in the same bureau as the water office. I'll also tell you that the very first issue that I had to confront when I took on this position was a conflict between folks in the field trying to implement the project as quickly as they could, with the objection at the time of the environmental officer. And it was a hard stop. We had to reconcile the two, but it's easy to get caught up in in the implementation, and that's why we have the environment side to put the brakes on sometimes.
And there's just exciting work being done too, is what is the value of an ecosystem? What's the value of a watershed? What's the value of recharging that watershed and protecting it? So there's actually, with Coca-Cola and WWF and others have found ways to do that and to give, in a sense, the ecosystem and the watershed a voice at that conversation, so to speak.
Sure. I mean, for us, there's no water project without a sanitation component. If there's a water project and a sanitation component, it's an environmental project by default. So the environmental aspects are crucial from the beginning to the end. But with WWF and with Coca-Cola, we have two very interesting initiatives. One of them is in water reserves, and the other one is the creation of water funds. Basically, we start from the assumption that there's a market failure, that the government was not able to regulate the quality and the quantity of water usage. The private sector is seeing that the water resource that they use as a raw material is being threatened. They'd like to fund infrastructure or inject resources, but if they do it on their own, they realize that the impact is much less. So what we're trying to do is trying to create a financing vehicle, which is a public-private vehicle by which we create a water fund within a basin where science goes first in order to say what's the type of investment that needs to be done, when and how. And through that, we start creating governance, awareness, and a vehicle that whenever the government would come with a much stronger or much stable solution, this can be a component for that. No? That's just to mention the two projects that we're carrying in the region.
Great. We're maybe really quick question back there from John Oldfield.
Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask for a quick question, Carl. No,
Wow,
actually,
that's
just teeing off of your values versus value of water, which is such an interesting thing to lose sleep over, and trying to respond to your challenge of asking better questions. The best question, one of the best questions that's been asked today was this morning in this: do we have a willingness to pay problem, or do we have a willingness to charge problem? And it gets to some of what Sergio was just saying about sort of the inequities associated with the poorest of the poor, and I think a number of others of you. What's the answer to that? What's the answer to the pricing of water question, particularly with regards to the bottom billion? Can you tell a couple of stories about that? Thanks.
Great question.
I can go for hours on that.
It's a long road to Brazil.
And I have a very unorthodox response. I think that you cannot charge for a water or you cannot charge for a bad service. And then I think that in Latin America, I'm talking about Latin America, we need to fix unaccounted for water. We need to make institutions better suited and provide adequate service before we talked about charging water. Because I mean, at the end of the day, the one who doesn't have access to water is not responsible for not having access to water. So if you wanna make the public utility financially sustainable through charging for an inefficient water, you're penalizing to the one that doesn't have access to water, which is the least responsible for not having access to water. I think that the government, water is a human right. Universal coverage is a human right. Water is essential for other sectors. And then I think that governments need to step up, as well as the private sector, as well as the societies and the communities. And I think that we usually look at the issue of tariffs in with a very short-term view. I think that we need to first assess what's the value of water. I mean, what's the value of the infrastructure that we have. And so I would look at the financial and the tariff aspects in a long-term view. And first, let's fix the problem. Let's make sure everybody has access to water and sanitation. We'll deal with the equation later on.
I like the unorthodox view. I would just add to that to say that from the research that we've done, published, et cetera, it's clear that the poorest are already paying a very, very high price for water. So if there is a pricing problem, it's not at the bottom billion. It's at other levels of the pricing scenario. And people that have the least are paying the most. And you said in some cases up to 40% of income. We found that to be really true across many geographies, many countries. It's always the bottom percentage are paying the highest rates for water. So that is part of the problem on pricing.
Great, we have just probably about 2 minutes for some quick closing comments. So if you are in the room in Brazil, and have a call to action, and maybe you get two, what would it be? What are the one or two things that you could boil down to say, we need to do this right now, right today? Or, a call to action, maybe it can have a little bit longer tail to that. And go right down, perhaps right down the line here.
I would just say again what I said before, which is the credit, engaging the business community, innovation, and looking for sources to achieve these goals outside of the traditional donor framework. How do we expand this area rather than just rely on the donors?
I would hope we can all work together to make water more visible. We've heard that continually, whether in developed or developing country, and also look at the service holistically, the water and the sanitation, instead of looking at them as separate. I think we could achieve some things there.
It's hard. It gets harder as you go. So I would say tapping into people's energy. That this is really about creating change, and we need to tap into whether they're youth or somehow people who are not considered in the mainstream of coming up with solutions, and that there's a lot of energy out there that we could be mobilizing. towards solutions.
And mapping that, yeah. Sergio,
I mean,
you get the last.
for the bank, it's a complex sector. There's not an easy solution. Access should be priority number one. I mean, there's people. I mean, as I mentioned before, 34 million people don't have water, safe water. More than 160 don't have access to sanitation. 19 million people in Latin America defecate to the open. If we take the SDGs seriously, we need $107 billion to be able to bridge that gap. That financing needs to come from someone. If we're planning on doing this in 15 years, and we know that an infrastructure project takes 10 to 12 years to mature when it's ready, then we should be doing it right now. Financing is an important issue. Then governance. Most of our public utilities are very vulnerable to the political cycles. I mean, and then you cannot provide an adequate service if you are vulnerable to the political cycles. We need to strengthen our regulations, our policy institutions, and then technology for providing a better service. I mean, and I think that the private sector has a lot to contribute there in energy efficiency, commercial feasibility, viability. And finally, and probably the most important, is the environment. Water security. For Latin America, water security, it's a critical issue for the economic development and for the well-being of the population. If access wouldn't be that important, I think that water security should be the number one. But I think that it's the combination of those five.
Great. Well, thank you so much. Let's also thank Tim for his great setup here earlier today, and then also to our incredible panel, and also the two pieces. So I'd encourage us to ask better questions and also maybe even listen better too. So we'll find the solutions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, great discussion. Thank you so much. While they are clearing the stage, we want to talk about 2018. One of the primary focuses for this afternoon is to talk about forming the agenda for Brasilia in 2018 at the World Water Forum. And today, of course, we're focused on North American water-related issues and opportunities to have input into the agenda for next year. So to lead this discussion is Karen Kirchnock. Sorry, are you ready? Okay, great. Of the World Water Council. Come on up. Please help me welcome Karen. Clip her. Are they advancing for you? Maybe they are. Okay, all right. Okay, great.
Great, thank you. So I thought it would be useful because this event is for the North America regional process, but I thought it'd be good to give a flavor of what is the forum and all the other processes as well, because there are many different ways to engage. One is the regional process, but there are other processes as well. So if you bear with me, if we can go to the next slide. That's me, so don't, okay, so stop there. So I guess first question I wanted to ask is how many here were in Korea at the 7th World Water Forum? Okay. So this was just for those of you who are not there. The World Water Forum is held every 3 years, and it's done by the World Water Council, which I'll talk a little bit about, and also the host government. And so in this picture, you'll see it was the Korean government passing on to the Brazilian government the flag of going from one forum to the next. Because it really is a collaboration between the governments who've hosted forums. In the past, we've had Turkey, we've had France, we've had other governments hosting, and they do bring expertise to the other governments and start these collaborations. So it does foster quite a bit. Next slide. But so about the World Water Forum. So, the World Water Council was formed now over 20 years ago, 21 years ago. And the idea with the creation of the World Water Forum, quick question, was there anyone who was at the first World Water Forum in Marrakesh? No, okay. Sometimes you go places and there are people who've actually been at the first World Water Forum. But just to gather a sense, the idea is to gather all the stakeholders in one place. really kind of what you've seen emerging today in the discussions of all these different sectors coming together and really creating a political commitment for the longer term to tackle these water issues. You've heard all the panels previously talk about how complex water issues are. We have to fix that. It can't just stay complex. We have to somehow break it down. We have to create partnerships that make these political commitments that we can address these water issues. So by 2030, when the SDGs, we can say we've met SDG goal 6 plus, we can't just say, well, it was so complex we just couldn't do it, right? That's what I really don't want for my own daughter and future generations. I don't want to say, well, it was too complex, we just couldn't do it. So the idea with this is to create this platform. We can go to the next one, actually. And catalyze positive change. You'll see here, so the previous forums, the 7th forum, and then this transformation process that happens through these forums. So the forum is an event, yes, it's a week-long event, but it's also the process that leads into the forum, and as Carl said, the road out of Brasilia. But the road into Brasilia is also really important because it's done through a multi-stakeholder process where you try to get all the different actors together to try and shape an agenda together. Next slide. And so in the World Water Forum, the idea is to bring all these different actors together. And I will admit this is going to be my, I think, 5th or 6th forum, which probably I sound way too old. I keep telling my husband I'm not old, but if I count the forums I've been to, I guess I am old. But I have to say, over time, I've seen more and more different actors being more active than in the previous ones, if you go back several forums. And one we'll highlight is the business community, I think is really becoming much more active, and I think that's really great to see. But it's really the idea to bring all these groups together. Next slide. In the organizational structure, I'm not going to go into detail on this, but just for those who have not been to a forum, thank you. To just be familiar, there is an International Steering Committee. It's comprised, half of the International Steering Committee is World Water Council members, and half of the International Steering Committee is Brazilian government representatives. So it really is from both working together hand in hand. There's a secretariat that is based in Brazil. It's at ANA, at the Brazilian Water Agency, but also working with Abdib and a number of Brazilian organizations. And then these different processes that come together to shape the World Water Forum. One thing I'll mention, so Carl raised this question of kind of the road out of Brasilia. And so there is this question of like what comes out of the forum. In the 7th World Water Forum, there was this creation of these implementation roadmaps with the idea of could you bring together different institutions around particular issues and really forge a process forward. Other things that have come out of through this process, I will say, is the OECD's effort around water governance initiative has grown out of the forum process. Water is Climate also has grown out of the forum process. If those of you who were in Istanbul at the Turkish Istanbul Water Forum, local governments came forward with commitments. So there are other processes that come out of the World Water Forum. Right now is a really good discussion point, and so I'm glad that each of the panels are starting to think about what are the kind of key action items or things that could come out of the forum. We had an International Steering Committee meeting this past Thursday, and one of the discussion points is what are those key things that will come out of this next forum. So I'm really glad that this process is really starting to think about those elements. In terms of the opportunities to input into the process, so we are today in the regional process, and I'm going to hit on each one of these, the thematic, political, sustainability, and citizens forum, because I think it's important to think about how you and your institutions or your partners can engage in any one of these processes. The first one, though, is the thematic. So you'll see in our program today, we picked several themes. And the World Water Forum in Brazil has focused on these themes around climate, people, development, urban, ecosystems, and finance, but also 3 cross-cutting themes of sharing, capacity, and governance. And we actually did a bit of a mixture today on the agenda of picking ones that were the 6, but also a cross-cutting around sharing. And each of the regional processes are picking different parts of these thematic areas to highlight and bring forward in terms of input. For These, I'm not going to go into detail on these, and they're all on the 8th World Water Forum website, but for each of the thematics, there are sub-themes and topics. And so you'll see just here in terms of some of the topics, so under people, we just covered people. There's one around safe water for all, integrated sanitation for all, and water and public health. And the idea today was to try and come at that broader theme around people, but there are topics where all of the issues discussed today will come and give input into the process, and hopefully you'll stay engaged in that process as well. The other thing I want to highlight is that with each of these, you'll see there's a link. So you'll see the SDGs, you'll see the COP, Sendai, disaster risk reduction. And this is something that out of the last World Water Forum, and I think going into the future for all World Water Forums, is this link to existing targets and commitments. So there's been already discussion this morning around the Sustainable Development Goals, much less discussion perhaps around COP and the Sendai Agreement, but just knowing that with each of these, there's a link into these targets and how can our organizations collectively contribute to these. So again, I'm not going to go through each one, but you'll see again all of the aspects that are included under each one of these. Let me just come through there so I can come, and then under the cross-cutting ones as well, and governance. So in the thematic process, just to be aware, each of these themes has coordinators, which are organizations. So the World Bank is there, OECD, many other institutions are there in a thematic coordination level. And there are 45 thematic organizations that are working together to shape these themes. They have now about 120 topic coordination organizations. So those subtopics that I showed on those slides, they're organizations that are coming together to help shape those topics. And what's coming next is actually the sessions themselves. So in the World Water Forum, there will be probably about 100 or so sessions. We've actually, in this forum, have decided to try and keep it a manageable number so that we don't have too many competing sessions against each other. And so there will be a call for proposals if you want to be a speaker, if you want to host a session, if you want to bring a topic forward, and that'll be coming forward in a process in the next month or so. I do want to add that ANA, the Brazilian Water Agency, one of the things that they've been really proactive on is trying to engage people as broadly as possible, even those people who may not be able to come to the forum itself, which will be in Brasilia in March of next year. And so they actually created this platform called Your Voice, which was a way for people to start giving input into the forum process online. And I have to say it's been really active. You'll see here more than 20,000 visitors, more than 35,000 online debates. And the hope is that we can continue this because, again, obviously not everyone will be able to go to Brasilia next March, but we want to make sure that people can be engaged, even the woman who brought up the youth, of how can we get them involved. They may not be able to come, but can we find a way for them to be engaged? So this is something that I think ANA has done a great job on, and we're hoping we can contribute and support to this. In the process, there have been 2 stakeholder meetings in Brasilia. There was one last year, and there was one this year in April. And again, it's a multi-stakeholder platform, so the process itself can be complex, but the idea is to bring stakeholders together to shape the agenda. And this is how these themes have developed and how the topics have developed. So you'll see there was this, a second stakeholder consultation that was held in Brasilia in April. It brought together all of these different processes that I will walk through and give you a little bit of an update of where they are today. One thing I will just flag on the second stakeholder consultation, there was, in terms of gender participation, you'll see it was pretty close in terms of men and women. And then you'll see in terms of 51 countries participating in the second stakeholder meeting. And there were 60 countries in the kickoff meeting. So trying to get as broad representation from developed and developing countries engaged as possible. So the regional process. So today, this event is part of the regional process. And the regions are Africa, if I should have to look at my list, I always can't ever remember. Africa, Arab region, Americas, which is what we're part of, Europe, Mediterranean, and Asia Pacific. So each of these regions have their own set of events similar to this. And the idea, again, is different stakeholders to come together to shape the events. Each one has had a kickoff meeting. They have sub-regional events like this one. So the Americas includes Northern America and the South America. The idea is through this event to try and kind of identify also particular topics, things that have been emerging in terms of where this region of the globe can bring its expertise, its case studies, its success stories, its failures too, and bring that to light in terms of the forum process. One thing that is planned for this 8th World Water Forum that is a bit different from the previous ones is we want to have interregional dialogues. So the idea is not just the region to speak to other people in the same region, but to get regions across the globe to start speaking to each other around similar issues. So this process is actually to identify some of the key issues for the North America region, which we will then use to try to identify other regions of the globe who have similar interests, and then that can be used in the World Water Forum process for some of this interregional dialogue. Again, this is very much integrated with the themes. The idea is not to have these processes off in different orbits of the globe, but really to bring together, and that's why you'll see these regional processes structured around the themes. And why the themes that you have in today's agenda are not something completely different. They're linked in with the forum itself. And again, as I said, to bring these success stories, but I didn't put on there failures, but I think it's also maybe not failures, but where there have been challenges. And I think the mayor of Flint was very well spoken in terms of trying to bring some of these issues to light and carry them over into the forum. The political process, so the World Water Forum, for those who have not been to a forum, it very much is a political process. The World Water Council, which I said was founded over 20 years ago, is very much a political organization. It's based in Marseille, but it includes members from across the globe. It has a board of governors that includes representation across the globe. And the idea is to try and insert into the political debate on how do we address water challenges. So you'll see in the political process, the idea at the World Water Forum is there's always a ministerial, which is so all the ministers of the world who are either covering water or environment come. And so the national government is very much represented there. But one of the other two are the local governments and parliamentarians. And so in the previous World Water Forum, there have been a lot of engagement from local governments and also from parliamentarians. I actually invited the mayor of Flint to come to Brasilia. I'm hoping she can come because the idea is to get mayors and local governments talking with each other how they can share their experiences. The one new thing that's coming out of the 8th World Water Forum, I will say, is judges and prosecutors. So the Brazilians have a very active judicial system on the environment and on water, which as my background as a lawyer, I am thrilled about. I actually also think because there have been a few countries that have now designated or given a legal voice to rivers. I think it'll be interesting on what does this mean in terms of kind of the legal processes if you're giving a legal voice to rivers. So the judges and prosecutors will also be very active in this World Water Forum, and it's the very first time that's happening, and I really think it'll be a great contribution. There will be a big focus on the SDGs, on the Sustainable Development Goals, especially as the high-level panel for review will happen in next summer, so after the World Water Forum. So the idea is the World Water Forum is a good time to kind of restock and see where we are on SDGs and input into this high-level panel review that will happen next summer in New York. The separate, though, is the link to the high-level panel on water, and this is something that Jennifer Serra brought up. So the high-level panel on water is the Secretariat is the World Bank and the UN. It is the President of Mexico and the President of Mauritius with a number of other heads of state that are working on this high-level panel on water to bring forward some aspects and conclusions around issues that need to be addressed. I know valuing water is one of the issues they're taking very seriously, data, information, agriculture. And so the thought is to bring in this high-level panel on water into the World Water Forum process as well. As I mentioned, the ministers come to meet. There is a plan to have a ministerial declaration. I can tell you from the Brazilian government, They're trying to make sure that it is as much of reinforcing of already what's been done. So not to create some long new declaration, but really to reinforce what's out there and to see what this forum can contribute. And then the last will be, there will be high-level panels. So I mentioned how about 100, 120 sessions. There will also be high-level panels at the forum and ministerial dialogues. And this will be a chance for ministers, CEOs of companies, and civil society to come together and talk about these issues around the different themes. So this is the political process in a nutshell. The sustainability, so each World Water Forum, each government gets to pick what they want their kind of key contribution to be to each forum. It makes it their own, right? Because the political process is in every forum, the regional process is in every forum, the thematic process is in every forum, and the citizens process in every forum. But each government gets to kind of pick what their thing will be. And the Brazilian government actually picked sustainability as for the 8th World Water Forum. And so there's a sustainability group that's looking at this. A few things that are coming out was this idea, there is a concept paper that the sustainability group has drafted to start kind of developing what are key messages around sustainability. And the group has decided on this, it's calling it SDG 6+, with the idea, and I think Jennifer mentioned it, 15 or so of the SDGs depend on water. And so if you don't get water, you're going to not get the other SDGs. And we talked about it actually at the IWRA Congress last week of like, rather than having the SDGs all kind of 17 of them be equal, perhaps we should make water, or at least some of them kind of at the bottom, and like the rest of the pyramid depends on getting water, right? But we can have discussion on what that looks like. The other, I think, was brought up in the previous panel around sharing best practices. So in this forum, we want to see how we can share best practices across institutions. A water business forum. So at the second stakeholder meeting that I described that happened in Brasilia, the day before, the sustainability group actually had a water business forum. We had about 150 people representing all sorts of businesses come together. And the idea is to kind of give a platform for the private sector and the business community to be able to input and be involved in the forum. So it was very successful, and there is thought about maybe having a follow-on business forum later this year in preparation for the 8th World Water Forum. A sustainability commitment platform. So again, this links with the idea of the road out of Brasilia. So one of the things that we're discussing is there could be a sustainability commitment platform of which organizations would come together on to create commitments that would then contribute to the SDGs. It's still early stages of what that would look like, and we want to build on the 7th World Water Forum, but we want to see kind of, especially since the Brazilian government is so committed around the sustainability, could we create this sustainability commitment platform? The business community is also interested in if there could be a business commitment platform. So that's something that's also being discussed, and out of today, we could help provide input into that. And then there's the last part is, but I would say a very important part, is around greening the forum. So how do we make the forum in terms of, water access at the forum itself, carbon, offsets, all the different aspects in terms of making the forum itself a very green forum. And so that's something that the Sustainability Focus Group is very much looking into. Those of you who are in Korea, in Brasilia, in Korea, it was between two cities. In Brasilia, it'll be in one city. It'll be in Brasilia at the main convention center. And so we'll have one place with probably some other aspects around it, but it gives us one place that we can focus on greening the forum. And the Citizens Forum. So the Citizens Forum, right now, they're very much focused on this idea of mobilizing social leaders. And so this was the point that was brought up earlier in terms of the youth. The youth have been very much evolving in their involvement in the forum. I was involved in the Istanbul Water Forum because I was one of the co-chairs on the thematic around ecosystems, and the youth actually came up and asked could they take the stage and have a chance to speak. And we said, great, yes, take this chance, speak. And since then, we've been trying to find a way for them to be more active in the forum process itself and at the forum as well. So there is a youth parliament. There are youth organizations that are coming together to form kind of an agenda that will come into the forum. The other is the women. So there are a lot of organizations focused around gender and women's issues that are also creating input into the forum process. And then indigenous communities. So for the Citizens Forum, the Brazilian colleagues are very much focused on how they can bring the indigenous communities into the forum itself. There is a plan to have a film festival, which I think is really, really exciting. And I think Linda will be, especially who talks about Let's Talk About Water, will be really excited about as having a film festival. And the Brazilians are fabulous on films. And the plan is also to have a citizens village and a hydro cafe. And the idea, again, is to give a place where those people who may not be able to come into the forum itself, but a chance for people to engage in the forum process. It may be right outside of the forum. We're still trying to figure out what that looks like. But for those of people who may not just be able to come in and pay and take active part in the forum inside, but at least feel like they're part of the forum process. And so we're trying to see what that looks like, with the idea that no one is left behind. To find whether it's through these online platforms, through these spaces outside the forum process, can we get as many people involved in the forum as possible? So key steps from today, I'm running out of time here. One is, so out of today's event, there will be a summary document prepared that'll summarize this event. That summary will go into the North American summary, which will then go in as the regional process input into the forum process. As I mentioned, this will also help shape us in these interregional dialogues, because the idea is hopefully the North American region can have active participation with other regions at the forum itself. And then also this input into the political process. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil is starting to shape what that political process will look like. And hopefully even today's inputs can then be brought into that political process, whether it's the ministerial declaration or engagement of local governments like the Mayor of Flint or the CEO of DC Water or others who could bring in that local government perspective. We'll come back on the sustainability commitment platform and this business commitment platform. It is still being shaped, and we will share what that is evolving and looking like so that you can be brought into that process as well. So I just want to flag that. And then just encourage you to join the forum. So in the next few weeks, there will be a call out for the forum that will have information around registration, if you want to have a booth, different aspects of the forum itself. So just be on the lookout for that. We can also share that information electronically. But we hope to see you in Brasilia in March of 2018. I think today's event will be a key input into that process. And then I'll just add then on the end, on behalf of the World Water Council also, and also the Brazilian government as organizers, also to just flag that the World Water Forum, the next one in 2021, is going to be hosted by the government of Senegal. And they are actually very much looking for this to be an Africa-wide forum. And so they've been very much involved already now in the planning of this 8th World Water Forum. And so I just want to flag that in terms of the continuity between these forums. So any outputs that come out of today are going into the 8th World Water Forum, but we won't lose it there. The idea is to then bring it also to Senegal in 2021. So another just call out for you to stay involved and engaged. And I think I've run out of time. So just again, thanks for all of the organizers for the 8th World Water Forum. They're putting in a lot of hard work. We're less than a year away, and we're really impressed with their dedication to pull this forum together next year. Knowing, of course, Brazil's having its challenges politically, but it's the Brazilian government is very much behind this, and we're really looking forward to a successful forum and your involvement in that forum. Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break. Coffee and snacks are right outside the door. We're going to reconvene in about 30 minutes for our final discussion of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please move to the main room. The program will resume in 5 minutes.
Mauricio Chavarria from Coca-Cola.
From Coca, yes.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Great. Enjoying this conversation today.
It's exciting to see this. I've been at all the water forums except the first one, so it's important to get input. I don't think we got enough input from everybody yet today, but maybe I'll invite some input. They can
Go for it. Yeah.
What they think is important or not.
No, I think.
But it's nice to see the people here. It's nice to see for Coke and WWF how many people showed up and how competent they are and serious about the topic and all, you know. So that's great. Thank you. Why don't we get started now?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Our final discussion of the day and our last session focuses on the intersection of water needs, from growing populations to wildlife to political interests. It is the overarching theme of the Water Forum for next year, sharing water across people, business, government, and ecosystems. So please help me welcome our stage setter and moderator. He is double hatting for us today. Thank you, Al. Al Duda is a retired senior advisor to the World Bank Group. And he's going to lead a discussion. He's going to give you his own comments, but lead a discussion with our panelists, who are Stefan Hansen, Greg Koch, Karen Kirchnock, and Dr. Aaron Salzberg. And Al's going to call you all to the stage when he's finished. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? You still here? Yeah. Wonderful, wonderful. It's a pleasure for me to be here today and serve as moderator of our upcoming panel. But I was also asked to first set the stage for this session this afternoon. So perhaps I can give a few introductory remarks, which is really hard to do in a few minutes when you spent 40 years dealing with the subject. It's hard to focus. But I can't think of any more controversial yet more important subject on water than the processes for sharing water resources, including for aquifers, for water quality, for water ecosystems, and especially the valuable wetlands. From businesses to indigenous communities, growing municipalities to those disappearing ecosystems, we all need access to water of appropriate quality and timing. Often that water resources crosses borders, from counties to states and regions and countries. So there are various scales at which there need to be institutions for sharing water and trying to balance competing demands. And this sharing just hasn't been very easy, with communal dependence having the potential to bring competitive users together, or when one sector just dominates too much, leading to conflict among basin and aquifer users. In fact, when water sharing fails, social and political unrest develops, and the failures do lead to security concerns. So this is an important topic. It's not just water, it's not just environment. It's about security. And the world community has consistently used the term integrated water resources management to express how to balance these conflicting and competing uses of water resources. It's been widely used for decades and incorporated in political commitments from Agenda 21 to those new Sustainable Development Goals that you've heard about that were adopted by heads of state in 2015. And these SDGs represent the crux of the water sharing problem. And Tim mentioned this earlier this afternoon. Heads of state committed to meeting many of these water-using SDGs related to food, energy, water supply, environment, poverty reduction, all at the same time in the same place. So the temptation is for each sector to continue to grab its own water to meet its SDG, just like in the past, rather than operationalizing the intent of SDG 6, that this integrated water resources management is a tool, a place-based tool to balance wherever you are in your basin or aquifer. And that's the crux of the problem that has to be resolved. Now, there are mixed results on IWRM. Some have called it nirvana and impossible to achieve. Others have said they've used the concept, but they haven't applied it to basins or hydrologic units, and they didn't involve different sectors or stakeholders. They kept it in the water ministries. I'm convinced that insufficient involvement of agriculture interests, lack of skills for government officials to undertake participatory approaches, and too little political leadership have hindered the development of this integrated approach and needs to be addressed globally. It's just really complicated. Here in North America, there are various examples of successful integrated approaches that go back to the 1940s, 50s, and 60s. For example, when the Tennessee Valley Authority was formed and encouraged integrated land and water management practices together. They found that one doesn't succeed without the other, yet we forget that lesson, I guess you'd say. And even from water flow perspectives, the TVA had led the way in trying to balance multiple uses of water. Starting in the 1980s, as the Tennessee Valley changed, TVA incorporated environmental flows into all of its dozens of dams, the whole system-wide, to balance upstream and downstream new demands as times changed over the 1930s. And environmental flows were a key piece of that. And they could do that by generating benefits for all and sharing the water for all. So there are examples of this around. Beyond the United States, when I was in the World Bank in the early 1990s, I was part of a cross-sectoral team that facilitated the production of the World Bank's water resources management policy, adopted by the board in 1993. That's like 25 years ago. But this advocated such an integrated approach. So these approaches have been around a long time, and there are examples that can be used. The World Bank certainly has led the way, not only in dealing with sectors, the way we heard from Jennifer this morning, in the easy urban sector, but also in trying to deal across sectors more comprehensively in basins and aquifers, with participation of stakeholders at the center of this integrated approach. And of course, now with the earth warming so much, addressing repeated droughts and floods provides new opportunities for these integrated approaches. Stakeholder participation and water resources sharing, for sure, should be at the center of this. So to conclude in setting the stage, I think we do have experiences that we know about here in North America. And these experiences can help in sharing water to meet the multiple SDGs, even during the challenging times of a warming planet. And we want to hear about them today in two categories: both the institutional approaches for sharing water across different sectors in an area, as well as the actual sector actions, and we've heard a lot about the sector actions today, the on-the-ground solutions that can help reduce water use or improve its quality and sustainability. So we should focus now, I think, on the panel. Maybe I can call the panel up to begin. Our goal this afternoon is to examine in more detail the subject of sharing water resources. We want to stimulate discussion among the panelists with a series of questions. And then we want to keep half of the time for interactions with you, the participants. And we want to hear from you. What has worked for you? What do you think needs to go to the Water Forum? So if we can come on up, Aaron, come on up. We're pretty fortunate today to have 4 different perspectives, ranging from the business community and NGOs to the U.S. government and a development assistance organization based in North America. We have Greg Koch here, Senior Director of Global Water Stewardship for Coca-Cola, who you know quite well, and Karen Krichnick, Director of Fresh Water for WWF. Aaron Salzberg comes to us from the U.S. Department of State, where he's a Special Coordinator for Water Resources. And also here in Washington, we have Stefan Hansen, an environmental specialist who works with GEF's International Waters Focal Area. So again, let's welcome the panel, and we'll begin that. Maybe we should start off with hearing a little bit about each of the panelists and why they were interested in working on water. I want to start with a substantive question, but maybe we can have each of them as we go through talk about why did they get started in this, what interested them, and then they can move on, maybe 3 or 4 minutes each, to the substantive question that goes with it. And then we'll have a few more questions and then some back and forth. So first question for Greg. Again, share with us how you got into this business. But if you can also tell us about the role of the private sector in sharing water and why has Coca-Cola been so prominent globally on this?
Okay. Well, welcome out of retirement. I'm glad we got you out of your garden there to do some real work. I met Al at the, I don't know, 5th or 4th World Water Forum in Mexico City. It was the first time. And I thought, man, that's a cool name, Al Duda. Yeah. So I'm an engineer by training and education. Spent 3 years in engineering design, civil engineering, a lot of water work, drainage, storage, and then ended up in consulting for about 6-7 years and also did a lot of water work. And Coca-Cola was my big client near the end of that career, and I joined them August 6th, 1996, so almost 21 years ago. And I'd say I evolved, I matured along with the company in our understanding of water and our response to it. When I joined, the focus was water inside the 4 walls of the plant, and as I'll talk about in a minute, it's grown beyond that. And I've had myself and the team, Bruce, Serena, there's so many of us here, and of course our partners, chief among them WWF, but also WaterAid, you name it. It's been some of the most professionally and personally rewarding work. So the role of the private sector has certainly grown over the last 10 years. And I think it's been, I don't think it has been led by the food and beverage industry. I think because we're so much closer to the public's perception of our water use, and we're closest to that actual use, either in our supply chain or in our manufacturing, and in the case of a beverage company, the finished product itself. And so I think you've seen an explosion in water and the private sector even beyond that. And you see that in organizations like the CEO Water Mandate, WBCSD. Our now chairman, former CEO, wrote an op-ed on World Water Day, at the release of our water report and goal announcement last Stockholm World Water Week. And one of the key elements he had was, we had our wake-up call around water, and other business, if they haven't had one, they need to have one, otherwise they won't be around. I mean, it was that direct. So that's one thing on the role of the private sector, and of course they need to start in their direct operations and move outward. I do want to comment, because almost throughout the day when we talked about the SDGs, when people talked about there was the role of the private sector and what they can do. And I want to caution on the funding, and I'm not talking about private money, I'm talking about the private sector and their ability to solve some of the challenges. If you look at WASH, basic WASH access, you heard Sergio say it's $107 billion through cumulative 2030 just for Latin America. It's about $800 billion globally. And that's affordable. But when you look at the private sector industry like ours, you take Fortune 500 companies, their cumulative net profit is the same amount. So it's almost impossible to think I'm going to get the top 500 corporations in the world to pay for one aspect of SDG 6, which is one goal out of, or two goals out of 169 in the SDGs. Just to put it in perspective, there's a clear role for them, but it may not be paying for all of this because of the scale of the problem that's before us. So for us, in that evolution, that maturity, I've learned three things, and two I talk a lot about, but one I'll focus on here. The first two is I've learned to be much more patient, and I've learned to do a much better job of listening versus waiting to talk, because when you dive into contentious issues and you're looking to share water, that becomes two critical skill sets to have. But the last is sharing water, and it plays right into why we do the things we do at Coca-Cola. So we all know the water stress. We know how water stress is being amplified by things like population growth and economic development and income rise and, of course, climate change. And so we share that, we face that. That's not unique to us. Our business is a little bit unique in that we rely on close to $40 billion a year of agricultural ingredients. So think of water use there. We need water in the manufacturing process to keep things clean. And then, of course, our finished product, whether it's Coca-Cola or tea or coffee, is a liquid. So water is our lifeblood, but it also is easily understood and perceived by people that we use water. And because we're big and ubiquitous, they assume we use a lot of water, and that perception becomes reality. So the stresses are shared. The business is a little bit unique. The biggest driver for us, and it gets to this heart of sharing, is our business model. So we are not an export company. Roughly 1,000 plants across our business system, and by and large, they make product and sell it within a contiguous marketplace. And so what is driving the risks that we face, those stresses manifesting, and our response, inclusive of the partnership we have with WWF, is a recognition of that shared watershed. We built a plant, we want it to be there for decades. It only exists if that ecosystem and that community and industry, ours and others, even our competitors, are sharing that in a sustainable manner.
Great, great. Karen, maybe I can move to you and give kind of a similar question on role. Again, tell us a little bit about how you got interested in water and what dragged you here. And then if you can tell us a little bit about the role of NGOs in sharing water, and how can NGOs partner, I think Greg talked a little bit about that, with the business community toward balancing water uses.
Okay, so how I got here in the truncated version. So I was born in Czechoslovakia, in the Slovak part. No, and for me, the Danube River was part of life, right? And so the Danube River Basin is a river basin that cuts across so many countries. And it was something early on, like my family was in Austria, my family in Slovakia, Hungary, and it's like just understanding that you have this shared resource and how, you know, with families that didn't always get along, right? And so if your families don't get along, and how do you put that to the bigger families of these countries that need to try and get along? So it's something that I saw firsthand. And then kind of skip forward, okay, I'll skip forward. After I went to law school and was out, I had been focused on international environmental law, I was working in Slovakia, and my focus was on getting an integrated air, water, and waste permitting system and enforcement system. And it was the kind of eye-opener of, I don't want to say air issues and waste issues are simple, but compared to water, it was simpler. I mean, the air and waste we could tackle in terms of permitting and enforcement. And when it came to water, it was like all the institutions, all the players, all the issues that we've been talking about today. So that was very kind of hit home for me. Then fast forward to the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, and Aaron and I were just talking about this beforehand. So I was involved a lot because my colleague and I, was at Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, we were kind of the designees for the NGO Committee on Water. And when we went into the negotiation process in the first hand, I remember the very first text, there was not a single thing on water. And we were just like, how could this be? I mean, everything else was there, but water wasn't there. And so that led us down this kind of 2-year fight, working with everybody to try and make sure water was addressed. And so to me, it's kind of stayed with me. And that was the time when we were negotiating the target on integrated water resource management. And that was 2002. And now we are jumped forward to SDGs. And we have SDG 6 that includes a target around integrated water resource management. So to me, there's so much that still needs to be done on water, and it's kind of been in my heart from them of like, we tried to set something in place, progress is made, but it's still not enough, right? And that kind of ties then to the role of NGOs and civil society. So for me, staying kind of in the NGO civil society community is, I see it as kind of bringing a voice to the voiceless, right? And for me, it's particularly the environment, right? You know, whether it's species or just trees or lakes, rivers, streams, aquifer systems, or whatever it may be, you know, maybe now if rivers are getting legal rights, it might be different, but realistically, they don't have, you know, a chance to come up against and have a voice in how water is managed and how ecosystems are managed. So to me, I look at the NGOs, and my role specifically is to try and keep, until I die, being a voice for the voiceless. And that is in partnerships, in collaboration, but at least somehow saying, okay, you know, every fish counts. Every elephant that depends on water resources, every tiger, every panda, every species that depend on water resources have a right to be part of this community. And I think NGOs have that accountability and responsibility to be there at the table to discuss with all the actors how we address these water issues.
Great. That's good, good. Aaron, you and I go back a little ways. I think we were talking about meeting at the Second World Water Forum in The Hague many years ago. You've worked at the state for a good time now, and especially with transboundary water resources. Maybe after you tell us a little bit about how you got into the water business, maybe you could tell us a little bit about what do you look for? What signs are there that there might be a water conflict brewing, number one, and number two, you know, what key things have you learned based on your experiences in transboundary water resources?
Well, you know, no one's asked me about my path to the State Department before. And so I was making a little bit of a list, and I apologize, but I'll just run through the list. So I started as a car mechanic, then I worked on helicopters for a while, then I built rockets for a little bit, then I played baseball for a couple of years. Then I did cancer research for a little bit, I ran a nonprofit, and then I came to the Department of State, where I did not come to work on water. I have no background on water. I've learned a lot. In part, in fact, when I started my work on water, I created a list of 25 people I would have to meet to learn about water, and Al was on that list. And Karen got on the list when I expanded that list to 50. So it was really quite remarkable. You weren't there at the time. You weren't even in there at the first tranche, so it wasn't fair. But in any case, I think for me, I've been looking for hard problems and really hard problems. And at the time, I was trying to combine my interest in solving hard problems with my social conscience. And where could I work that would satisfy those interests? And water kind of found me. There was a gap, I think, in U.S. foreign policy around water issues. And there was a lot of interest internationally around this nexus of water in conflict, but access to safe drinking water and sanitation. And this is a wicked hard problem, as they say. And even when you look at rural water service supply, I mean, these are technical challenges, financial challenges, social, cultural, political challenges. How do you get all this to work? Under conditions where almost nothing works right. And so to me, these were incredibly hard problems. And if you could solve this problem, you were doing something good. You could save lives, you could have real meaning to your own life. And so that's why I started working on these issues. So it really found me. I didn't find it. In terms of the questions that you asked about what do we look for as to where the transboundary problems might be, and really, from a U.S. government perspective, there are three types of problems that we're working to try to solve. The first is that we do have a number of countries where there's a significant number of people who don't have access to safe drinking water and sanitation. And that contributes to disease, it contributes to overall insecurity and civil unrest, it contributes to migration, it contributes to terrorist recruitment. And so these are all things that are important to us, and that's one set of issues, is this drinking water and sanitation. The second is water security. We have a lot of countries that are water insecure, and if they can't manage the water equation right, they're going to be a greater risk at failure and fragility, and that's very important to us. And you can look across Northern Africa, across many places in Central Asia and into Asia, where that's going to be a very important problem. How do we get this IWRM problem, the management of water resources, right? And then the third problem that we look at is transboundary issues, as you mentioned, places where water might be a source of conflict, either between communities, between countries, and we can look across Africa into the Middle East, all the way out to the Mekong, where there are a number of regions where conflict over water resources, might be in our future, and that's something, of course, that we care quite a bit about. What are the things that we look for to see whether or not we have a country or region that might be at risk? The first is water stress, and I think you mentioned this at the beginning. It's not just per capita water availability, but it really is about demand and supply, and how that's we've got a lot of very water poor countries who do a very good job managing their water, a lot of very water rich countries who do a very poor job at meeting the basic needs of their people. So water stress is one part of this. I think a second is rapid changes. These could be rapid changes in the environment, rapid changes in governance, rapid changes in anything, often raise the stress level between countries, and that's something that we care about. Unilateral development, when we see development going on in a particular, over a shared waterway, where those decisions haven't been made collectively by all the different riparians, that gets our attention. The lack of institutions. I think if there are institutions that exist between governments that allow them to talk to each other, to solve shared problems, often, that's a good sign. That's a sign where we have faith that the governments themselves might be able to work through these types of challenges. But when those institutions don't exist, that gets our radar up. And then maybe the last thing that we'll look for are, existing animosities. I think any place in the world we have countries or communities that have long-standing grievances, historical grievances, and they share water, they're going to argue over water. And so, all those things combined give us a sense as to whether or not we might have a region that's at risk. We've been engaged in the State Department in these issues for quite some time, and there are some lessons that we've learned. The first is there really is no cookie-cutter approach. So this doesn't apply to every basin everywhere, and each basin is very, very unique. But some of these lessons that we've seen really do come out and emerge from basins that we've seen some success on. The first is capacity. We really do need to build the capacity of communities and countries, both technically, but also from a policy decision-making. How do you help the countries or the communities understand the costs and benefits of cooperation, what the real opportunities are that can be realized by working in an intersectoral way and with their neighboring partners. But even capacity to negotiate, capacity to frame a dialogue is very important. So capacity building is one part of that. Data is another part. Sound data is critical to sound decision making. And data is also very useful in developing a common understanding of what the opportunities and challenges are over managing a shared basin or a shared water resource. And so having data that all the parties is comfortable in is critically important in establishing a baseline. And we shouldn't overlook data as a process. And often the data collection process itself can be an important way of building bridges and building trust between different communities and countries. Investments are critically important. Nothing can incentivize cooperation better than investments on the ground where countries can get to work, they can realize shared benefits. Investments incentivize political commitment and political will, and that's the next thing. There has to be, the governments themselves, the communities themselves need to want to solve this problem. And so building political will among the riparians is often critically important in trying to solve a transboundary problem. And if that problem doesn't exist at the highest levels, if that political will doesn't exist, it's very, very challenging to solve any of these types of things. And then maybe the last thing is institutionalization. When you work on these types of issues, it really is about having the right people in the right place at the right time where you can make progress, and when you identify those opportunities. And when you have those opportunities, transboundary water is a Sisyphean task. You really are moving this huge boulder up a very tall mountain. And anytime you make progress and you can get that boulder up a foot, you got to chalk it up. You got to put a rock underneath it and hold it up. And then you move it another inch and you block it again. And you move it another inch and you block. That blocking process, institutionalizing cooperation, whether it's establishing a water user group, or a memorandum of understanding, or a commission, or a data sharing platform. There's all sorts of different shapes and forms that this can take, but you really want to institutionalize progress, incrementally as you push that big rock up the hill. That's critically important because on transboundary, these rocks can roll right back on you very, very quickly. And of course, the countries have to lead. It's a mistake that we often make, that we from the outside think we can come in and solve the problems for these countries, and that's just not true. The countries will always understand their problems better. They will always understand the context and the challenges much better than we will. Our job is to really support the countries in trying to solve these problems and work with them. They need to lead this process. Sorry,
Very good points.
Maybe more than you needed.
Good. Now, Stefan, you also work for an organization that deals with transboundary water resources. After you tell us a little bit about how you got interested in the GEF, maybe you can share with the group just a little bit about what the GEF is, and maybe a couple of the processes they use in their international waters focal area to try to get countries to agree on how to share water.
Thank you, Al. I think a lot have actually been said, especially just now in terms of the value of the GEF and how the GEF operates. But I'll start by explaining a little bit about my own past. I've got not nearly as much on the ground experience as this very impressive bunch of people here next to me. I am what's it called, an environmental geographer by education. I came out of the University of Copenhagen. I also have a bachelor's in political science, which I thought was a little bit boring, so I went into the natural sciences. I did a master thesis in something as nerdy as large-scale seaweed cultivation in nearshore areas for the purpose of energy and proteins, which is now being scaled up across different regions of the world. It has not got a lot to do with the GEF, International Waters focal area as such, and yet it has, because it has to do with blue economy, new investment opportunities, and you need governance. Without governance, you can't really facilitate any private sector investment. I did that. I was working as a consultant, then via something called the Junior Program Officer, or JPO program. I was hired in, basically paid for by the Danish government to sit within the World Bank. I ended up in the International Waters focal area, hired in by a guy that Al hired back in the day, another Danish guy. who flew into Copenhagen and facilitated that process. So that's a little bit about my background. I was born and raised on a large pig farm in Denmark. We used a lot of water. We spread a lot of manure, and there's a very tight legislation in terms of how you handle an enterprise like this. So from growing up, I've had a sort of a hands-on experience from the point of view of a more or less developed sort of industrialized system in terms of food delivery and energy. We had, biogas facilities on the farm, and we were supplying to, the value chain for me was quite clear from the beginning. But it's very different once you actually move out of that particular context to Africa, South America, Asia, what have you. So I entered into the international waters focal area. Now, GEF is a complicated beast. The GEF really was put into, it came to be as part of the Rio Conventions in the early 90s to sort of be a financial mechanism for some of the environmental conventions across biological diversity, climate, land degradation, and what have you. So monies chip in, there's a set of targets, there are conventions which guide the GEF in terms of how we invest, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. International waters has got no convention as such, yet it is extremely important, and it often underpins the success of a lot of our other engagements. We operate, we just had a very, I think, detailed presentation in terms of the value of collaboration, why it's needed, why the trust building, information sharing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is so important to help guide cross-sectoral investments that at the end of the day, if you can master this, it's very difficult, will limit tension, and by limiting tension and increasing complexity, you also decrease the likelihood of ending up in conflict on different levels. But the way the international waters focal area works is that we basically go in via methodology, which can look very different depending on the context within which you engage. Sometimes there are institutions at place, sometimes there's not. Sometimes there are institutions which don't function as well as they should. Sometimes you want to work a little bit on the sides, depending on what the countries want, to set something new in place. But this is all very different depending on the context you engage in. So we go in, do something which is called the TDA, Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis, which is basically bringing the countries together, making them realize that their water issues is not a national issue per se. There's aquifers, rivers, what have you, that inherently will, any national policies you set up, if you don't take into consideration the impact of your neighbors, either upstream or downstream, you're going to limit the economic growth, which is possible not only in the country, but across the basin, and thereby enhance risk. So what we do is facilitate the process where people come together, countries, which means government reps, but not only government reps, but the civil society, meaning NGOs, the scientific community, private sector. We should be much better at doing this, and we're doing our very best to do it because private sector needs a place within the watershed framework. We need to realize what are the risks of the private sector. How can we better cater our investments to limit, the different risk analysis, which any private sector entity would know way better than I will, but in collaboration with another larger range of stakeholders, you can, I hope, limit the reputational risk and what have you by actually engaging with, in this broader collaborative process. And, there are different types of risks. There's risks to, there's the money, the price of water might go up, or overall, we might run out of water, which would, return of investment of a particular plant or whatever would go down. But the reputational risk, which can be lowered by engaging in GEF, TDA, SAP sort of processes up front, is a potential entry point for the private sector, which is interesting for us. Historically, we've been perhaps a little bit better engaging the other range of stakeholders, but there's certainly room for all players in this process. So as the TDA sort of process unfolds, there's a set of more or less scientifically agreed targets, transboundary by nature, which are agreed. So the TDA, Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis, is more or less a technical products. Then there are a set of interministerial committees which are put in place to sort of vet these findings on more of a higher political level, which is a different beast altogether. because water is security. We all know this. So one thing is science, another thing is political realities. So by gaining buy-in from interministerial committees, you can also align your TDA with that of, across the Ministry of Agriculture, what long-term plans, investment plans are being sort of scaled up within plan, maybe a 5-year plan and what have you, Ministry of Energy, et cetera, et cetera. You can't operate in a vacuum. So these interministerial committees look at the products developed on national level in terms of what are the water issues, but seen from the perspective of the regional scale, because water cuts across boundaries. And then finally, the strategic action plan will be signed off on the ministerial level, often on big regional events. Making a splash is an accomplishment to actually agree on a regional level on a set of points, which has a great significance. From a transboundary level, just getting the countries to actually realize that their national actions has a profound impact for their neighbors and what have you. This strategic action plan sort of marks an agreement of a set of priorities which needs to be addressed, and you need to lift in a larger flock to sort of realize your overall, your most, your optimal economic development within the basin. So you have the strategic action plan. That plan, of course, amounts to your IWM plans on the national level. So you are informed by your regional goals and targets. They're translated into the national action plans, which are aligned with the Ministry of Planning, aligned with the Ministry of Energy, aligned with the Ministry of Agriculture, and what have you, not operating in a vacuum. As I said, this whole process is different depending on where you intervene. You could go to the LC Basin and you'll find your own set of problems, which is very, very, this is a case study of, how conflict can arise, what happens when you don't take action, lack of trust between countries, sectors which have been sort of incentivized during the Soviet era, the 50s and the 60s, and the difficulty of actually reversing some of that impact. Restoring an ecosystem, being the LOC in this case, which provides tremendous ecosystem services across a multitude of actually, we serve biodiversity, conventions, climate, what have you. There's a profound impact on the regional climate that comes from that sea. There's impact for human health and et cetera, et cetera. So there are good cases, and there are bad, cases where action is needed. Yeah.
Well, great, Stefan. Actually, the GF experience with these processes for getting countries to begin the sharing of process of water have been undertaken probably by 120 countries around the world. So there's a rich body of information out there. And I think I'm convinced that the same idea can work at any scale for beginning the process of sharing water for a small aquifer, a small river basin, and on. It's very simple. It's an analysis. Results of the analysis allow you a product so you can engage stakeholders. Stakeholders can understand, you can develop options. They put together the options in some action plan or program, and then you need to report on progress. So it's real simple, I think, but it's hard to do in reality. And I think one of the major shortfalls are in, again, the capacity for engagement of stakeholders. Maybe I can ask a question on that for all of you to respond, if you wish. And that relates to engaging stakeholders to take participative approaches and to engage with these difficult subjects that are life and death for some, and certainly profits and loss for others, are really difficult. What techniques have your type of organizations, the private sector, NGOs, national governments, or the GEF, what type of practices, processes, techniques do you use for engagement of stakeholders? And I'd let you go in any order that you want. Let us know who wants to start. Or maybe I should ask the NGOs to start,
Okay.
since that's your bread and butter.
Okay. So the points that you raised, and exactly it. I mean, you know, the idea, as we've heard from the day, is how do you get all the different stakeholders to communicate and dialogue in a watershed, whether that's at an international scale or a local watershed. And so one of the things that we did is when we were going through our own strategy review, looking at how can we make that happen. And so part of it was a partnership that we've built with the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Science, which is here. Our partners, Bill and Heath, in this Healthy Rivers for All. And the idea is actually, OMSES has been leading the way. We're kind of like tagging along, but we think there's a lot of there with this idea of developing river basin health report cards. And so the idea is, you know, you bring stakeholders together, they identify what are the values in the basin, what are the key issues, and then setting some sort of thresholds and in essence score for the basin. You know, is it in good health status? Is it is it bad health status? You know, it can be done different ways. It could be like our grading system, you know, F through A, or it could be, you know, red, yellow, and green. It could be different ways. But the idea is that you bring all the stakeholders together, the government agencies, the civil society, the private sector, the indigenous communities, the farmers, the fishermen, fisherwomen, everybody together to create that report card together, so which sets the baseline for that river basin health. And then collectively they own that into the future. And the idea with a report card, it's not a one-time static thing, it's repeated. And OMSES was leading the way with this on the Chesapeake Bay. And I have to say, in the recent report out on the Chesapeake Bay, with the one that was recently released, it's actually improving, right? Which is, you know, does a couple of things. One, it shows that, you know, you need all these stakeholders to come together to share that resource. It's a perfect example of sharing water, but also to prioritize investments and policies, right? Because we all go into basins doing different things, right? But then how do we know if collectively we're making any difference? And so with river basin report cards, as you set that baseline and then into the future, you can say, okay, if we're going to prioritize investments or policies, then we can track over time if they're making a difference. I hear an alarm, so I don't know if that's me telling me I should not stop.
Your wake-up alarm from retirement time.
Wake-up alarm.
And so we feel like, particularly, I always say, you know, when we were very active in the NGO community in the lead up to the SDGs. And one of the things that I always say is I wish when we were in that process of, with the collective community, helping input governments, of course it was agreed upon by governments, not civil society, but we were in part of that process. If we had a river basin health report card for every river basin of the world, I think it would have been a very different discussion in the SDGs, right? But I thank the governments for going out on a limb, because I think part of SDG Goal 6 is going out on the limb, right? You can measure how many, you know, water supply service delivery mechanisms you put in, or sanitation mechanisms. Integrated water resource management or protecting ecosystem health, you know, it's harder to measure. And I think part of why we went into this around with river basin report cards is to use a tool where you can set that baseline and then you can measure, as we've seen with the Chesapeake Bay, of like, okay, it has gone through its problems and so forth, but it's now, in some respects, healing. And now is when, especially, you don't want to reduce those investments or change those policies when that progress is being made. So that's just one tool, but I just highlight it because we're using that as a tool where you can bring stakeholders together in a non-confrontational way. Because obviously, I mean, Aaron and I have been, I mean, we were just talking about this before this started when we were going back to the Johannesburg Summit. We were not speaking very nicely to each other, if I go back then. If I can say it that way.
True?
Yeah, I can believe it or not, right? But we've come a long way, and part of that is this idea of collaboration and partnership where you realize you have to get governments and private sector and civil society working together if we're going to solve these issues.
Yeah, but I mean, this points out, I think, a challenging problem. You know, for government officials to stand in front of the public, to take very hard questions, it's a hard thing to do. I mean, it's terrifying. I mean, you guys, you know, I got to stand up here and see all of you, and you can ask me any question you want. I mean, this is a scary situation. You know, and for developing countries where the capacity might not be as great, I mean, it's terrifying. And you know, I see Joe out in the audience and Julian in the back. I mean, you know, one of the things that we've done, for example, is we have a sister partnership between the Mekong River Commission and the Mississippi River Commission. And the Army Corps of Engineers invited out the Mekong River Commission representatives to join the Mississippi River Commissioner on a tour up the Mississippi. You know, every year, you guys don't know this, but the head of our Mississippi River Commission gets on a boat, travels up the Mississippi, and stops at all the communities along the way, and the communities tell them what they think. And so we invite other countries to come on that boat trip to see how do we deal with these tough questions, these hard situations, questions that we don't want to answer, and to show the benefit that even going through that process has a lot of benefit to us, a lot of benefit to the policies that we create and what we try to do in building a relationship between the stakeholders and the governments. And so I think there's two sides to this. One is you absolutely want your stakeholders to be, you know, well-informed, engaged in good data. At the same time, I think we also have to build the capacity of the governments to engage in those kinds of discourses and recognize that these are really scary things. I mean, we get fired for stuff like this. Not too many stakeholders get fired for those engagements, but we
Right.
do. And so, and that's a tough dynamic that you have to work through.
Greg?
Yeah, so switch gears a little bit, but what works, right? Particularly in convening and having these participatory conversations towards solutions. So water stress, water discussions, debate, even conflict can stay at a very high level and not be very productive, right? When you're talking about water values and water rights and how fundamental it is, if you stay only at that level, you're rarely going to make progress, in my experience, because none of that is debatable, right? It is foundation for life. It is inalienable in a sense, and so you're basically in violent agreement, right? Whether that's in a community or even transboundary, and I have much less experience transboundary. But what we have seen work, both internally and externally, is to take a financial view or to use finances, water in the economy, hydroeconomic analysis, as a very powerful tool. Now, let me preface that by saying that is not a suitable moral foundation to talk about access for humans to a basic supply of safe, affordable drinking water, right? So that the economic argument, and I think Mayor Weaver made a great point about that. That's a non-starter, right? You don't go sitting there and saying, you know, what's the return on investment? Is it worth serving these people? Everybody needs it, right? So that having been said, when we look internally in our business and we do a full quantification of water costs, becomes a very powerful motivator for water efficiency and reuse. We've improved efficiency and reuse 14 years running and have saved considerably when you take a total water use. When we then quantify water risks external to our own operations, that quantification in dollar terms, again, finance as a tool, has led to all the work that we've done. And that's nearly $2 billion since we started this internally and mostly externally. So it's a very powerful motivator. Now, when you look at some specific examples of what that looks like from a finance standpoint, you heard Sergio Campos talk about water funds, and I think you're going to ask questions about that. But that is a very powerful convening tool of some initial stakeholders ultimately to get to the citizens. And I think we'll wait for that separate question on that. But when you talked about analysis, convening, projects, solutions, it's exactly what we're doing in a group called the 2030 Water Resources Group. I talked about it earlier. Anders Berntel is the executive director. He's there in the back. And it takes a hydroeconomic analysis. So it's taking a financial view of water and the economy. And WWF has pioneered some of this work. Lake Naivasha in Kenya, we've done it on the Zambezi, we're doing it on the Rios. And so everyone talks about water, but everyone also talks about money and taxes and growth and, you know, the basic needs that you have, ending poverty. So finance has become very powerful. And so WRG takes that hydroeconomic analysis to see how is water moving through the economy and what sort of economic development is restricted or limited and what is enabled from water. I was pleased to hear George Harkin say, I'm going to put that on my fact sheet to say this is how much water or how much economic growth or existence that we're enabling as a result of this water thing. But when we do that, you bring a lot of people to the table. And that's what you need. And you have a healthy dialogue, we call them convenings, around how do we exist and grow the way that we want to, the country, recognizing these limitations around water. Then you start talking about solutions, and then you start talking about policy transformation, but other ways of financing it. So that's led, just two quick examples, one from WRG and one from WWF. So WRG, groundwater data is, non-existent for most of the world, the United States included. But we know unsustainable groundwater use is going to be a real problem, and we can see that that's already playing out in some places. So in Peru, we say, well, we don't have the data, and we know, well, agriculture uses more water, and industry, so how do you go get the data? And so one of the solutions they came up with is a tariff on industrial water use, not agricultural water use. It's not a volume-based tariff, but it is a healthy annual tariff, and everyone agreed. The country came up with the solution. We're going to take that money and use it to fund the regulatory agency to go out and collect data and start building a database. How much groundwater we have, what are the sustainable ranges of its use, ultimately towards a more equitable and, again, sustainable use of that water. And so, again, it's looking at the finances of it to make it work. So the last example is one of my favorite projects, and it's in Guatemala. And this is about protecting water quantity and quality downstream by engaging farmers and communities upstream. And so we walk in, and I'm generalizing, WWF and Coca-Cola, and saying, oh, we're protecting the Mesoamerican reef. It's this beautiful second largest barrier reef, and you've already lost people, right? And then you say, well, it's when we have, because you're farming and you're cutting down the cloud forest, it's got silt in the river coming to the major metropolitan areas, and that's impacted Coke and the city. They're like, yeah, really, I don't care, right? So what do we want them to do? We want them to cut down less trees. So when we start asking economic questions, we start to get to a water solution. And so the example here was, well, why are you cutting down more cloud forest? And it was so that we can plant more X, in this case, coffee. We want to plant more coffee so we can make more money. It's like, okay, well, tell me about your money. How do you make money? What do you do with this coffee? And what this community was doing was, if you understand coffee production, and that was my introduction to it, you actually grow a pod. It's called a cherry because it turns red, and it's a little bit bigger than your average cherry. And so that's not what you drink, right? You've got to dehusk that cherry after you sun-dry it, dehusk it, roast it, grind it. Now you've got a powder that you can run hot water through and have your coffee. Well, all they were doing was sun-drying it and then selling it to somebody, right? And that was their economic model for the water and the land that they were using. So what was the solution to the water problem? It was to look at that economy and say, well, what if you had a dehusker? What if you had a grinder? What if you had a roaster? How many more people could you employ and not have your youth leave to Guatemala City or perhaps beyond there? And how can you get more income out of the land you have under cultivation? And so you could see what happened. And so we got USAID, thank you, James Peters, funding for the roaster and the grinder. We had a lot of people come in, CARE, WWF were integral in that. But we never arrived there until we started talking about the water and other things, basically the economy. And so it's no surprise coming from the private sector, but I see a financial analysis as a way of moving to solutions.
That's great. That's great. I'm glad you mentioned that because part of the transboundary analysis for GEF should also include such economic analyses. A good example of how you can use this relates to the Nile River Basin, where the economic analysis showed that the basket of benefits, if they would work together and coordinate their infrastructure development, would be much bigger than if they each went for their own little piece of this. And that convinced them to come to the table through the World Bank and the GF funding. So that was really good. Now, what do we have? Do we have about 40 minutes left in the session? We do need to move to to dialogue with participants here. Maybe I can ask one more quick point for a quick answer to everybody that relates to what Greg said, because agriculture is really important. I think that's been the big impediment, not involving enough agriculture people, especially in irrigated areas, in integrated management. Agriculture uses about 70% of the water, probably produces more of the water pollution globally, and certainly is involved with converting more wetlands than any other use. And I was going to ask each of your organizations what type of techniques might be useful that you've used to engage these agriculture stakeholders. And this relates to the use of what water funds can be. It relates to your Guatemala point. Maybe we can have just a quick little response from everybody on agriculture and what have you been able to do with that. And then we'll open it up to the audience, and maybe we can start by first some questions and then get back to the agriculture discussion, because I think this is really critical. So let me open it up to you on agriculture.
So I reduced...
Including supply chains.
Yeah. We can get to that in the Q&A.
For your company, yes.
Well, I'll touch on that. So yeah, we have nearly a $40 billion agricultural ingredient supply chain. It's huge. It's what we spend most of our money on. The big challenge is actually not at the farm level. Bear with me. It's getting to the farm. You know, we're one step closer than, as a company, than you and I are as individuals. We buy from a supplier all the way down to a farm and a processing plant. You and I go to a restaurant, we go to a grocery store. That's mostly how we get our money. So how do you influence the commercial relationship that you have with a restaurant, a grocery store, or in our case, a supplier, who is not the grower, is not the processor in 90% of the situations? And so later we can get into, we've got 5 approaches to do that. But once we get down to the farm level, I boil it down to 3 things that we're asking of farmers. And 2, if you do them right, I have seen them be an easy sell because they are financially related. So the 3 are efficiency, runoff, and longevity of the source. That last one is the hard one. But unless you have a case where, such as Northwest India, many parts of India, where there's absolutely no incentive or costs for watering as much as you want, winter rye, triple cropping, looking at Carl Ganter back there, most farmers, even if they're not paying anything for the water, they are paying significantly for irrigation, right? The pumping, the moving, and the application of water. If you can show them purely based on energy savings, let alone labor savings and yield, there is a financial incentive to be less wasteful if they're irrigating, and waste is an issue for you. There's also an economic incentive on runoff, whether that's infiltration to groundwater or it's surface water runoff. When you relate it to the quantity and therefore the cost of the agrochemicals that are there. So if I'm finding nitrogen and phosphorus in groundwater or in surface water leaving that farm from excess irrigation, rainfall, I can quantify that, and we do in economic terms. Here's how many bags of fertilizer or gallons of pesticide you have applied that have not done anything for you. And you know how much that costs. And so you have a very strong starting point, and sometimes all you need is that. And then the last one is the hardest one, is if they're irrigating, what is the source of that irrigation water? How sustainable is it? And now you've just, that's much harder because you get into IWRM and things like that.
Sure. Karen, what are these water funds anyway? NGOs are involved with them, right?
They are. I thought you were going to ask me on the ag question. But on the water funds, water funds is basically a payment for environmental service approach, where downstream users are paying for the protection of the upper watershed, and so the idea is that you're promoting preservation and conservation in a way that gets downstream users to understand the benefits of the upstream watershed, which is something that I think throughout the day has been this discussion of how do you get that upstream, downstream understanding and dialogue going. So this is, it's a voluntary funding mechanism, but it's something that kind of puts into place a financial structure that can bring those longer term benefits for protection of the upper part of the watershed. And they've been now, the Quito Water Fund in Ecuador was the first one, and now then has been, certainly the Nature Conservancy is leading in terms of trying to bring these. We've brought it through our partnership in the Mesoamerican Reef, certainly, but now throughout the globe in terms of replication of this idea of can you use this kind of upstream, downstream financial dynamics to put in conservation for long-term benefits.
And what else has WWF done with the agriculture community?
Well, the agriculture, so that was the one. So I would say three things. One is on the farm level is actually working with farmers on the farms. So we have, for example, in the Rio Grande or Rio Bravo as it's known in Mexico, we've been working with the farming communities on actually changing the contours of their farms so that it actually keeps more of the water in their land and actually improves their productivity yields. So part of it is a very on the ground, can you change the dynamics of that farm level production scheme so that you protect water resources. Another area is actually with Coca-Cola, I would say these kind of keep bumping up from the very local up, is using standards or certification. So we created together with others Bonsucro, which is around sugar cane. And we actually have done this analysis recently that if all the sugar cane was certified as Bonsucro, it would bring at least 50% reduction in water use, as well as carbon benefits and others that I don't have all the statistics in my head. But the idea of showing, because there is this idea of movement of using standard certification, and when sugar mills have to go through this process, you want to be able to show that there is an actual return on this. And so I think that's one thing, another area. And then more recently, we partnered with Ceres on launching this Ag Water Challenge, which is getting companies to make commitments around their supply chains. And I was actually just last month speaking at Texas A&M to the university there at College Station, and I was telling the students, focus on water and ag, because that's where we really need to try and make a dent, particularly around these supply chain issues. And sort of bringing some of that capacity, especially as Aaron brought up, the capacity, especially in developing countries, in many of the ministries, especially water, environment, ag, and so forth, are very weak. And so how can you bring that capacity forward? I mean, we can do that here in the US as WWF Series and companies, but that's going to make only so much. We need to get out into the broader space, and I completely agree on where that capacity issue, I think, cuts across everything that we talk about.
Good, good. Aaron, I'll save you for last, but Stefan, GF in the waters area must have funded 20-25 agriculture-related projects.
I think, yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
Even many more. I mean, Al, you know better than I, we were in the Black Sea Basin. We've done, actually following the TDA-SAP sort of manual, we've done actually it's sort of a parallel approach where we had UNDP go in, support a lot of the capacity building, which actually enabled countries also to buy into the ICPDR, which is the International Commission for the Protection of the Overall Basin. So countries need to learn they're a part of a larger context, and whatever they do within their agriculture scheme, the different sectors impacts not only locally, not only on their different health parameters, but also downstream, and ultimately in the Black Sea Basin on the Northwestern Shelf, fisheries, algae blooms and what have you has a major economic impact on downstream countries. So, I mean, the GEF has done, just using that as one example, we've done multiple interventions where we've had an institutional arm, and then we brought in the World Bank, or we brought in other institutions that has some financial leverage, convince the countries via a set of pilots where you go in and you pilot some of the stuff which is really innovative, but which does not necessarily, you don't want to scale up something where the local farmer, where there's no sustainability when you actually leave. So the really simple stuff, creating manure platforms, going in and picking up the manure, guiding people in terms of when do you apply this, how do you develop a humus layer across your soil profile that releases nutrients in an optimal manner in terms of the crops that you want to cultivate. What is your protein level in the crops? How much can you then sell this for? I mean, the farmer understands financial incentives. That's, I mean, especially in Romania. I mean, I was there back in when was this, 1996. This was a poor, beyond even what I could perceive at the time, such a poor country. they were hit by, communism. It was a more or less guided economic system, and farmers didn't have a lot. So every coin sort of counts when you're dealing with your family. You want to educate them and give them a better life. So, I mean, Jeff, using Romania as an example, went in with some of these techniques, which are very simple, manure platforms and what have you, had government support. Afterwards, once you've actually proven this and you've seen uptake by the farmers, you can often engage the government. They went in and took an additional loan via the World Bank. And actually, they ended up, at the end of the day, with support of numerous other European investment funds, scaling this up to country level. And this is important because nutrients and pollution and water pollution might not be as big a problem today, or at least back then for Romania, because their overall productivity was not as high as if you go to Germany. But as these people strive for a better life, higher income, and foreign revenue developed by their agriculture sector, they're going to need to apply much more fertilizers, pesticides, what have you. So there's the case of too much nitrogen fertilizer, what have you, but there's also the case of too little. And intervening while you don't have so many structural barriers that hinders the putting in place of sound policies. We've done this in the East Asia Seas. We've done it in multiple places, loads of interventions across China, also dealing with septic tank, business case development, and what have you.
So there are many, many examples
there
there
many
for
examples.
the world community.
Yeah.
Now, let me turn to Aaron quickly. Where you and
Just
I
very
find
quick.
conflicts is in semi-arid and arid areas irrigation. Anything you want to say on that?
Right. No, just very quickly. I mean, I think the United States through USAID's Feed the Future and some of the grand challenges does a great deal of work on on-farm practices to improve the way water is being managed and improve crop productivity. But the other thing that we're doing is certainly trying to raise the political prioritization around these sets of issues. So, for example, last month in the G20. We had the agriculture ministers sitting around developing a water security plan. What are the commitments that the ag ministers are going to make to better manage water resources in their areas? And I think that nexus is an important area for us to work. I mean, we often forget to engage some of these other communities in a full way. Another 2 months, we've got the HLPF coming up, where there's going to be the ag sector is going to have their review session. And so what are we going to do as a community to ensure that water is being fully integrated into those agriculture discussions? And those are things that we need to work to do to make sure that the political apparatus is prioritizing these kinds of issues.
Excellent. Good, good. We want to hear from you. We'd like to know what message you think needs to go forth from North America to the Water Forum. But first, maybe I can ask you, are there any questions that you'd have of anything the panelists have said? Is there anything you disagree with and want to debate?
Oh, thank you.
Understanding that we can get fired.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, then tell us a little bit about your experiences. What should go forth from what you've experienced to the World Water Forum? Do we have anything to contribute?
More questions?
Yes, this gentleman.
Ed.
If we can have the microphone.
I think it's actually a question, but it might inform what you just asked about. And I think maybe this would be targeted to Greg, but anybody can answer. And that is, we talked about governance and awareness around these issues. Where is the discussion around the necessary infrastructure to support innovation in sharing water, particularly intersector reuse? In other words, if you start moving water, reusing water, for example, from one sector to another, there's a different infrastructure that goes into that. I mean, to physically move this and the financing that goes along with that, in addition to the policy and regulatory structure that will allow that to happen. And I'm just wondering if you guys can comment on that topic in the discussion, if it's even something that's been talked about yet, or is that too far downstream? No pun intended.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aaron, go ahead.
No, it is absolutely something that we talk quite a bit about. We try to frame it around this water, energy, food, environment nexus, and what are the things that the nexus there really presents some real opportunities both for economic growth, but also to reduce risks. And we can break that conversation up into a couple of different elements. One is the technology component about how you do that. The other is the governance component. How do you create the right institutional arrangements that promote intersectoral planning and development, that support the sharing of data across ministries so that they can make decisions that actually work to their benefit and the benefit of others? How do you incentivize that? Politically as a leader, what are the incentives that you can put in place that promote that sort of intersectoral planning and development process? And then you've got the third component, which is about financing, and not in the traditional sense. In other words, how do we pay, for some of these nexus solutions, but how do we help buy down the risk for early adopters? A lot of the gains around these nexus issues and the sharing across these things, you're talking about 5, 10, 15% gains that it's often hard to convince people, ministers who are in a tough position and have to demonstrate value to their governments to take some of those risks on. And so we need new financial instruments that'll help buy down some of those risks, and help support some of these early adopters to try some of those new innovative approaches to sharing water across the different sectors.
So let me make two comments. One is technology, and I'm so pleased to hear George Hawkins and others say that technology is not the crux of water problems, right? Technology, innovation, research, it's all welcome, it's great, but it shouldn't be used as an excuse to say we need that new black box, we need that new improvement, because there's a lot of hurdles at getting that adopted, getting it commercialized, and it's really not the crux of the problems that we have before us. So that's one. But when you look at infrastructure and policy or incentives for cross-industry sharing of treated wastewater, I've heard it talked about. I haven't not seen it solved for, because people are looking at a much bigger problem of municipal wastewater combined with industrial wastewater treatment. But there's a huge opportunity. We're doing it in about 20 places, and it ranges from municipal tankers who water municipal green spaces that don't lend themselves well to, sprinkler irrigation. We support non-human food agriculture. We're doing that in Kenya, we're doing that in Korea, Taiwan, in China, Bolivia. And there's been a few cases where we've managed to marry our treated wastewater water supply with a non-food, non-beverage, non-pharmacy industry. But we've had to pay for that infrastructure ourselves, or they have paid for it, or it's been a cost-sharing agreement. So I know there's matching organizations. The Water Action Hub is out there. I think CH2M Hill, the consultancy, has a water match, and it's all about secondary uses of treated wastewater streams. But though there are examples, I haven't seen it financed on a municipal scale, with a few exceptions. Yeah.
Of course, things like stormwater, water harvesting, managed aquifer recharge is really important. Stormwater can be a resource to recharge aquifers. Even wastewater can be used. I think even in Los Angeles, so many aquifers are just being drawn down so much, especially near the coasts, that salt water comes in. You can actually inject the treated wastewater and form a barrier so the salt water doesn't contaminate. So there are many opportunities to use that. And if you go to India, very simple groundwater recharge facilities. It's not really high-tech infrastructure. Pretty simple. The simplest being water harvesting and land leveling, if you will, right. as Karen mentioned. But reuse and infrastructure for it and multiple uses is certainly something that the Water Forum should consider. What else? We have a comment back there?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Steve Senna from the USAID WashFin project, which I didn't say before is it's a global project, 5-year project, looking at 3 components. The first component is tracking domestic resource mobilization in the wash sector. The second component is financial transactions, specifically mobilizing private capital. And the third one is knowledge management and sharing of knowledge in those previous 2. So I have a question we've sort of been debating, and this is something that potentially could be brought to the 8th forum. So we've been going back and forth a little bit between sort of the complexity of the enabling environment, which has been a running theme today, and how that presents a significant hurdle for financial transactions. And the opposite of that would be, well, if you can work through a financial transaction, you'll figure out where the blockages are in the enabling environment. So we should focus on transactions rather than the enabling environment. And on the enabling environment side, it takes a very long time, maybe 10 years to figure that out. Whereas a transaction, you might be able to get a water provider to do a small transaction in a much shorter period of time and continue to work towards sorting out the enabling environment. So I'm just wondering on both sides of that if there's something there to bring in terms of, where do we focus our attention? If we need more capital, should we focus on transactions despite the weak and poor enabling environment? Or in order to attract the capital, should we focus on sorting out the enabling environment? So that's just a thought.
Any thoughts about that? Do both need to be worked on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I mean, I always, when I look at, you take policy, what does it take for effective policy? I always say three things. You need the right level of authority, you need the right capacity, in your words, enabling institutions or environment, and you need the funding. I think the Water for the World Act is a great example. It's signed into law by 2 presidents. I think we have the authority, we have the capacity in the State Department and USAID to help the developing world with safe water access, but we have an annual appropriations process which does or doesn't assign funding to it. And so, yeah, you need capital, you need authority, you need the enabling environment. In my case, I say the capacity. And so I think it varies where you are and what you're trying to do. I mean, it's hard to paint water with such a broad brush, but I can remember just not that long ago going to Mali and talking with the water minister. And for him, it wasn't money. And I think we've heard that as a resounding theme throughout most of the day. The money is there. This is affordable. This is doable. It isn't a technological solution. So he had the authority, he had the mandate, he had plenty of money internally and from the donor community. What he was lacking was capacity. So physical bodies in his ministry that had enough training and experience, and he also had a supply chain capacity issue. There weren't enough drilling trucks and pipe importers. There certainly wasn't any pipe manufacturing for what they needed. So I think you got to get to the local level and figure out what the specific problem is. So a lot for him could be solved with not assuming that he needed more money and that Mali's this poor country. He needed people to start importing drilling equipment and construction equipment and supplies, and he needed some capacity building, some training, even outsourcing for a temporary period of time for his regulatory body. So
I'll just add. I mean,
Karen?
the enabling environment, yes, as a lawyer myself, it can be long and complex, but I do think it's critical to keep on that. I mean, the one example I just want to bring is something that was actually being led out of Mexico. So I was at the IWRA Congress last week, and this has been something that WF has been supporting CONAGUA, which is the agency in Mexico, is the idea of water reserves. So the idea is that you put aside or calculate in water for the environment. And it's been a process that's included an analysis of every single watershed in Mexico, and then now focusing on specific watersheds where you then go in and figure out, calculate water for the environment with the idea that it says this is long-term security perspective, right? And so to me, having watched this where WF Mexico has been supporting CONAGUA and leading the way on this, and now the idea is to try and replicate this in Colombia, Peru, Bolivia, Guatemala, Honduras, other places throughout Latin America, and maybe actually even now in Zambia is interested in this, it is complicated because it's policy, right? It's national water policy down to the local water policy, and it takes time, but it can be done. And watching, our offices who are kind of leading the charge on this and trying to support them in this makes me feel like in that enabling environment, there are opportunities there, and we should take advantage of that. Aside from, yes, obviously that needs to go on with the other aspects, but we just can't pull our, if I can pull our foot off the gas on the enabling environment, I would say.
You know, we're sitting here in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. It's been 45 years since the 1972 amendments to the Federal Water Pollution Control Act authorized the Chesapeake Bay program. Is this a case to bring forth to the Water Forum on how long it takes, or a case on how you share pollution reduction requirement responsibilities? Any comments from those of you who live here on Chesapeake Bay as a case? How about back there?
Jay Sherman in the room too. I know he's got something to say about that. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I want to get Bill and then
And
Jay.
Bill probably too.
Yes.
Michael Rollins from George Mason University again. So my comment on that is, what point are we trying to recover to would be the biggest thing. So per person in the area, we've definitely increased population. And so although we haven't reached a point that we know historical values to be, it is increasing possibly to the point that we can get it to. So that's just something to really consider. Do you guys believe that there's a certain point we're trying to reach with all of our sustainability goals, or are we just trying to stop going negatively? Just reach a point where we can continue on into the future with the healthy population.
We have a couple folks who have really lived this for a while. Maybe we can go to Jay next, and then Bill.
Yeah, a couple points. My friends here are invoking my name because I used to work at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation as well as working at WWF. I think one thing that's very important, because we're speaking from a U.S. perspective, but we're speaking globally. I don't believe that for all the great efforts in the Chesapeake Bay, that the issues of poverty and the things you find in the developing world, so that is not a useful part of it, you know, to take to the rest of the world. But then the other thing that I hope comes to fruition, the president's budget zeroed out the Chesapeake Bay program. And what I hope this shows is, despite that, the efforts will continue at whatever level, you know, whether it's reduced by 10% or 20%. So I think there's one of the lessons is creating a community of people that, regardless of the political winds, transcend that because the commitments are so great. And then I guess finally, I think the Chesapeake Bay is an example of, for better or for worse, which is true everywhere in the world, is dealing with the challenges of agriculture, because that persists today. The challenges of how many nutrients are going into the bay from a variety of forms of agriculture. So I hope there's some really good lessons to share, but the caveat is the poverty was never really factored into the Chesapeake Bay. Thanks for the opportunity, guys.
Bill?
Those are really good comments that my predecessors made about Chesapeake Bay. You know, what are we targeting, and are we really the world model, because we don't deal with poverty to the degree that a lot of the world does. One of the things about Chesapeake Bay that I find working around the world is you often find out that people look at this as a model, and they say, oh, we're the best. We're the best. We're the best? It's kind of scary because we're not making all the progress we need to make. We have done sewage upgrades. You heard from George. I mean, we are state of the art on sewage treatment. And Baltimore's following suit to Washington, a $500 million upgrade coming on this summer for Baltimore. So tick the box. Sewage. Air pollution. We've reduced the air nitrogen coming out of the air significantly, measurably, and it's happened because of catalytic converters and smokestack scrubbers. Tick that box. We haven't cracked the nut on the 500 million chickens that we grow every year, put the manure on the field and let it wash into the bay. So there are still challenges. I think that what we can share is the governance model of shared governance across the entire watershed with all the sectors of society. I think we can share the report card technique of tracking that progress. I think we can share some of the technological solutions that you've seen, but I think we have a long way to go. And I think Greg made the point earlier about developing patience and learning to listen. I think one of the problems we have in North America is we tend to tell the story of this is the great success story. We have to listen because there are a lot of other good solutions out there that we can incorporate bring back to Chesapeake Bay. So I think it's a great place to start the conversation, but it certainly isn't the end of the conversation.
Great, great. You know, we have about 5 minutes left. I'm going to put the panel on the spot in a minute and ask them in 1 minute, what is their main message they'd like to see to go to the forum, and we can wind up with that. But are there any other input? Yes. And while you're waiting for the microphone, maybe we can invite you, if you have an idea, if you've made a point and want to provide additional comments, please send it to the people who invited you by email to this meeting, and they can include that with as they deliberate the summary of the meeting. So please think about adding additional information to your suggestions. Yes?
Joe Manus, Corps of Engineers. Going back to an earlier comment, we oftentimes mix together the idea of the entrepreneurial. The example in Guatemala is a really good one, where a farmer was able to show a rate of return, and that's one approach. And then there's a lot of other people who really don't find a rate of return. I think about the United States. Our 17 western states really didn't take off until we made land almost free. Yeah. But then people didn't settle there until
water was almost free.
Yeah. So when water was made available, but for the mining industry, they didn't have that problem because they had a rate of return. Is something to be carried forward to the forum, the idea that there is these opportunities which our businesses can move forward, but then there's also the need that there's the greater good, I guess, people who cannot rally those resources, but they need assistance to go to the next step. Should those be separated in some way so that we don't talk about them in the same term, but we talk about them as different approaches to reach a common goal of water security?
Mm-hmm. Great point, great point. Let's start with Stefan and move this way.
On messages.
There was a message, would you give it on pig farms? What message should go to the water forum?
I don't know if there's a technical forum for the pig farm discussion, but I definitely engage in it. I think at least from my personal experience, one of the messages to bring forward would be, I'm not sure it's possible for this particular water forum, but I think for actually two things. We should strive towards getting representation, stronger representation, even on the ministry level from energy and aquaculture, and not just having the water community there, ministries of water. As we sign off the ministerial declaration, we have the dialogue. That's true intersectoral collaboration. That's moving from IWIM to a much more collaborative, much more encompassing approach. So I think somehow, either at the water forum or at another forum where they invite us or what have you, we need that dialogue much more up front. Mm-hmm. Secondly, I think it would be really neat if we can mix the technical tracks with that of the political track, because we can't really silo things, and this is a great opportunity to educate some of our politicians on the issues at stake. There's a great opportunity for scientists to be bold and actually stand by their convictions and say, this is a real problem. This is what's going to happen, instead of being, vague. Oh, if I do another study, will I reach the same result? Blah blah blah. Come up with some bold statements that echoes with the politicians. Take the chance to actually educate these guys, and build that bridge between these two communities instead of tracking this too much in separate silos as you go ahead.
Good.
Those would be my recommendations.
Good. Aaron?
I think going back to the theme of this session, I think it's that cooperation is no longer an option. And whether it's across sectors, across boundaries, I think the good news is that we're realizing this. I think we all realize that through cooperation, we can grow faster, we can grow better, there's greater benefits to be realized, and we can reduce the risks that we all share. So for me, I think it's that cooperation isn't an option anymore.
Excellent, excellent. Karen?
Well, I think similar to Aaron, even if you look at the stage right now, so we've got government, civil society, private sector, development bank, I mean, I think it's getting across those, but it's at bigger scales. Like we're trying with the Mesoamerican Reef. We hope to also for the Pantanal, which is Bolivia, Paraguay, and Brazil. It's the largest tropical wetland system in the world. You know, can we get the development banks, the governments, the civil society, and the private sector to come at those bigger scales? Because I think we're doing better cooperation than we've ever done in the past in smaller projects. But can we get at that bigger scale is where I think hopefully in this forum we can go forward and at least line up the things to kind of make those commitments at the forum itself, and knowing that it'll take, you know, it takes years, but we can bring those commitments there as the launching platform for the future.
Yeah, so we're facing real limits. And this goes to the question that may be a broader interpretation of the gentleman from George Mason University, but you know, we're facing limits and how much debt, personal and government, how much carbon we can put in the air, how much water we can use in certain times and places, how much pollution we can put on the land. And so one way to think about it is, you know, take yourself out of the SDG context, which is self-imposed deadline of 15 years from now or less, actually. And just as Aaron said, you have to cooperate, right? You cannot say, I'm going to solve the water problem, whatever it is, from an SDG or other standpoint. You have got to be an active player in reaching out to the ag ministry, the finance ministry, the prime ministry, the industry ministry, and say, we need a plan. A goal without a plan is a wish, right, as the adage goes. So what is the plan of prioritization of solving the security challenges, water security, food security, energy security, in a prioritized fashion? You know, to me, it's water and sanitation along with ending hunger with a strong gender focus, then poverty elimination and education, and I think other things follow. But I guess the message is, you got to come out of this, all of us do, not just talking about water, whatever aspect you have, even it's in its totality. You have to look at a broader picture of limits and the growth that you want to achieve, which cannot be infinite, and present a plan for achieving that.
Excellent. We're going to conclude in a minute with some brief statements from our co-organizers here, Greg and Karen, about the meeting. But let me first thank the panelists for being here. Thank you for the discussion, and I enjoyed today's session. Thank you.
You want me to go? Okay. So I'm changing things just a little bit, so don't stress out.
I'm listening. I'm being patient. I'm also waiting to talk.
So, okay. Well, so Bill, oh yeah, you can hear me. So Bill Dennison, this is written by Bill Dennison, not by me, okay? So I'm not taking any credit for it because I'm up here, I have a microphone, I'm gonna read it. But Bill has this uncanny ability, we've been now partners for 2 years and we feel like family, but has this uncanny ability to be in a meeting and then summarize the meeting in a way that I never in my dreams ever can. So I'm gonna read this, but it's full credit to Bill. So we gathered in Washington, D.C. to share water stories, talking about water issues in many different categories. Amanda Rossiter of CNN fame served as MC, expertly giving speakers the third degree. Sheila Bonini talked about private sector engagement, while Bruce Karras talked about passion, innovation, and partnership. Peter Gravett spoke about water infrastructure that was aging, and then George Hawkins provided a talk that was super engaging. Stories of failures of water mains built before the Civil War, with DC Water to the rescue, supporting all, not some, of the jobs. Jennifer Sarah talked about the 3 I's, infrastructure, institution, and information systems. These seem wise. But George provided an alternative, his 3 P's, delivered at a fast clip: platforms, public-to-public partnership, and private-public partnership. Eric Letzinger talked to the problem of wrong pockets for philanthropy and told us the story of investing in green infrastructure in Washington, D.C. Am I still on? Okay. Then Kumar told us about Jordan's water security, and Greg Koch talked about using the term water services for more clarity. Karen Weaver was not elected as Flint's mayor to speak in angry tones, so she highlighted Flint's strong and resilient people, the Flintstones. Tim Pruitt told the story of the shrinking Aral Sea due to agriculture in the basins. Carl Ganter provided excellent water story visualizations. Serena Probasi highlighted the difficulty of talking about some water topics. Sergio Campos talked about about the importance of water economics. Eileen O'Neill talked about making water issues more visible. James Peters emphasized making engagement and innovation doable. And Karen Kirchnock provided the Sharing Water event perspective. It is part of the Next World Water Forum in Brazil, which we will sure to be festive. Al Duda unretired to gather a panel who spoke profoundly on water security and water issues that are transboundary. Greg Koch talked about how more patience was priceless. Karen talked about NGOs providing a voice for the voiceless. Aaron Salzberg spoke about institutionalizing cooperation. Stefan Hansen talked about engaging people across the entire basin. Overall, we have spent the day endorsing water as a connector, something that links all the people and sectors of society together. So I could drop the mic at that point, but actually what I want to do is thank for the event today. So from the Coca-Cola Company, Serena, Southard, Mauricio, and Janine for all their hard work on putting this together. Whit, Amanda, and Jenny as well. And for World Wildlife Fund, Catherine, especially Evan, Sarah, Helen, Alexandria, Sarah Davidson, Olivia, Audrey, Chris, Keith, and a slew of volunteers. And for the venue, also Rachel, John, and for the IT, all the support we had to make this IT doable and sharing water also messaged so broadly today. So a big, big thanks for everyone. And then I will drop my mic.
Yeah, so if you get those Cokes, that would be great. I can't top that. I can't even do that, so I'm not even going to try. I'm only going to say two things. One is to thank all of you for coming, for engaging. Hopefully this was productive for you. It certainly was for me. Learned a lot, and as Karen said, we're going to put this into a formal paper, and it'll form part of the Americas process and input to the, let's give everyone one, or at least Al, for the forum. So the last thing, and this is before we turn you off to make your own toasts, is, like I said, I've had the honor, the privilege of managing and working on the WWF partnership for the last 10, excuse me, I'm all choked up. The last 10 years, actually a little bit longer, and we have accomplished a lot, and we're committed to, at least through 2020, I know much beyond that, to do that. And so we'll turn you over and hope you join us for some drinks and socialization, but I'd like to toast to 10 years and 10 years future. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Please join us.